Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry was captured in the forest instead of killed. Here is short summary. Harry ventures into the Forbidden Forest to face Voldemort, but instead of death, he is taken prisoner. With the wizarding world believing him gone, his friends must navigate grief and hope while uncovering a way to rescue him. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry opened his eyes to the dim green glow that had been his day and his night for the past year. Here in the Chamber of Secrets, hidden deep beneath Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he had only cavernous rooms, shadowy tunnels, towering stone pillars, and the hard, cold floor that was his bed. As Harry moved to get up, his body shot him several painful reminders of the previous night's activities, mementos of another nightmarish visit from Lord Voldemort. Harry had been too weakened to tend to his wounds before passing out, but now. Harry sat up carefully, rested on his knees, and folded his hands in his lap. Head bowed, he silently focused on the incantation. Moments later, his skin began to glow as gashes sealed into small cuts, fractured bones mended, and burnt patches of skin regained their healthy color. He released a deep breath and opened his eyes. His stomach growled, echoing throughout the chamber. Harry grimaced. Shouldn't have done that on an empty stomach, he groaned. Harry stood and, squinting without the aid of his glasses, spotted the usual rusted serving tray that had been left just inside the chamber's entrance. Still rather sore, but no longer in any serious pain, he walked over and collected his breakfast. While the presentation left a lot to be desired, Harry's meals were generally good, leftovers, he was sure, from the Hogwarts kitchen high above him. Voldemort needed him well-fed and in good health to survive their meetings. Of course, the Dark Lord didn't know about Harry's little healing trick. The good side of having just been the test subject in another one of Riddle's experiments was that Harry could be reasonably sure his tormentor wouldn't return for several days, possibly weeks. After each failed attempt to reclaim his bit of fractured soul from Harry, Voldemort needed time to research a new approach. And, Harry knew, to also turn his attention to the war. Harry was only able to obtain occasional vague hints of how the war was progressing, but he took some comfort in the fact that a determined, albeit shrinking, resistance movement had so far kept Voldemort from seizing complete control of the wizarding world. But Harry had no way of knowing how long his friends could keep the fight going, which often drove him mad while he, the supposed chosen one, sat useless in his prison. Harry took his time eating breakfast. He relished any activity that helped fill the emptiness of his days. That's why he would start this day, as he did all others, with a strict training regimen designed to strengthen both his body and his magic. When the opportunity for escape presented itself, he would be ready to make the most of it. By midday, Harry had worked up quite a sweat doing various exercises, which ended with a run through the chamber's long, maze-like system of tunnels, the same dank passageways that were once home to a giant basilisk, whose remains had been removed at some unknown point before Harry's return. Harry relaxed under a hot shower, which he had figured out how to produce without a wand just as he had learned to heal himself. He stood leaning into a corner with both hands against the wall, letting the water and steam ease the muscles that he'd just put to work. His physical training had clearly taken him a long way. While his body only appeared slightly bulkier when covered by his tattered robes, his muscles were very defined, including, he had to admit, a pretty impressive six-pack. Not as pleasing were the new scars that Harry had collected during a year's worth of tortuous experiments at the tip of the Elder Wand, which Lord Voldemort now controlled fully. Despite Harry's healing ability, faint marks still remained scattered across his chest, back, and arms. After casting a drying charm on himself, and a quick, Tergio, to clean his robes, Harry returned to the chamber's entrance to find that his discarded breakfast tray had been returned with lunch. Kneeling to pick it up, he glanced at the wall bearing the entwined stone snakes that marked the invisible exit, if only he could open it. The snakes had proven unresponsive to his magic or Parseltongue, they only responded to one master, now. And as with the rest of Hogwarts, protective wards prevented anyone from apparating in or out of the chamber, So far, at least. As a part of his daily training, Harry continued to reach out with his magic and press against them, but so far he had made little, if any, progress. He wasn't even sure that he could wandlessly apparate, wards or no wards. And so, like clockwork, Harry sat down for a slow, leisurely meal before tackling his afternoon magical training. With little else to focus his mind on, his thoughts drifted back to the previous night's dream and he continued to recall the story of how he came to be in this horrible, forgotten place. A panic raced through Harry like none he had ever known. What was he doing in the Chamber of Secrets? How long had he been unconscious? If he was being held here, then Voldemort must have won the battle and gained control of Hogwarts. Did that mean Ginny, Ron, Hermione, and everyone else had been? Harry felt sick as he tried to keep those terrible thoughts at bay. The last thing he remembered was Voldemort aiming his wand at him, about to cast the killing curse. Why was he even still alive? Harry had been awake for a few hours, during which he had frantically run through the chamber's many rooms and tunnels, desperately searching for clues. However, nothing had changed since his previous visit 5 years prior. After covering the entire area for the third time, he stopped at the exit to once again scream at it in Parseltongue. As before, the stone wall did not open. He slumped down against it and held his face in his hands. His body still suffered from wounds taken during the battle, and after hours of imagining the worst possible scenarios for his friends and himself, he felt as if he was losing his mind. Just then, the wall that concealed the exit began to rumble, causing Harry to scramble to his feet and back away. The chamber's eerie green glow illuminated the billowing robes of Lord Voldemort as he strode through, the Elder Wand clutched in his hand. His snake-like face expressed a cold fury that sent a chill down Harry's spine as the Dark Lord's slit eyes bored into him. Where are the others? Harry sputtered out. What have you done with? Silence, hissed Voldemort, and with a casual flick of his wand, Harry found that he could not speak. Voldemort clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked a circle around his adversary, his piercing gaze trained on Harry curiously as if he was analyzing him. Harry turned his head to follow until Voldemort suddenly stopped, his last step echoing throughout the wide, towering room. I am forced to admit that I have repeatedly underestimated you, boy. It is true that you have enjoyed ridiculously good fortune in our previous encounters, and that you are alive today because other wizards, greater wizards, have died to protect you. But still, Voldemort spoke through gritted teeth as if his words took great effort, you are not without skill and cunning. Harry listened helplessly, with no voice or wand to respond with. Voldemort resumed walking and continued to speak, looking toward the high, shadowed ceiling as if talking to himself. Certainly, you are brave, I will give you that much. When you came to me in the forest, you may simply have done so in an effort to spare the others. You come from a long line of those who have foolishly sacrificed themselves in a similar fashion. But you have come far in your quest to destroy me, much farther, I must admit, than I ever thought possible of anyone. Dumbledore was, no doubt, the brains behind your plan. Only he could have learned of my Horcruxes and deduced their hiding places. What else might he have schemed? What were his next orders? Voldemort once again faced Harry. Answer, Lord Voldemort. He snapped his fingers, and Harry realized that he could speak again. When he did, his voice trembled with fear and rage. Your Horcruxes are gone. All that's left is your snake. I kill it, then you. That's the plan, and it hasn't changed. Harry's bravado sounded hollow, even to himself. Voldemort sneered. You have no wand and no hope. No one, not even my own Death Eaters, know that I have put you here. There can be no escape. You could run through the exit into the hall beyond and still you would be trapped. I have put protections in place that cannot be broken. No wizard can apparate in or out. And in light of your actions at Malfoy Manor, he added with a knowing glare, nor can any house elf. Voldemort stepped in front of Harry and leaned in close to emphasize his next words. You have lost. Harry spat in his face. In a flash, Voldemort had thrown Harry to the floor. Crucio. Harry's insides were on fire. His screams echoed throughout the cavernous chamber as he writhed on the ground in unimaginable agony. Voldemort seemed not to notice, taking his time as he wiped his face with his sleeve. After several long, tortuous moments more, the curse finally lifted. Harry became still and silent, only his heavily lidded eyes signaled that he remained conscious. Voldemort stood over Harry's crumpled form and airily dusted off his robes. "Now Harry, I trust that you will speak to me with. Is that the best?" Harry choked on the whispered words, his throat raw from screaming. "Is that the best curse you've got?" Harry slowly rolled over to stare up into the smooth, featureless face, which looked back at him incredulously. "I've had the Cruciatus before, and I have to say, yours is a bit of a letdown." Harry knew this wouldn't be as clean and neat as taking the Avada Kedavra in the Forbidden Forest. He would likely have to suffer greatly before meeting his end. But if he could make Voldemort angry enough to forego his caution, Harry could still fulfill his ultimate destiny, dying to leave Voldemort a step easier for someone else to kill. He gritted his teeth and pushed himself up to stare into Voldemort's red eyes, putting whatever strength and defiance he had left into his next words. "I will never stop trying to kill you, Tom, and if you don't finish me now, I swear, one day I will. I'll find a way. You dare." Voldemort's shocked expression quickly twisted into a look of fury. When he spoke again, his voice was full of murder. "I see that another lesson is in order." The second Cruciatus curse ripped through Harry's ravaged body with even more ferocity than the first. Stars burst before Harry's eyes as his every nerve seemed to explode. The part of him that could still muster a thought prayed for release, prayed for death. He tried to will himself to die, to give in and avoid another second of pain. But the curse would not end, and he began to feel his mind burn away. Voldemort would drive him mad. Then it stopped, and Harry's mind slowly returned. He vaguely realized that he had bitten deep into his tongue, and that he lay in filth, having lost all bodily control. He was numb, and could not move. Somewhere beyond his view, he heard the high, cold voice speak again. "You wish to die," pondered Voldemort, speaking to himself as much as his captive. "The battle is over. There is no one left to protect, and still you throw your life away so cavalierly. Why?" Voldemort searched Harry's pale face for answers, and then seemed to decide something. With a resigned expression, he levitated Harry's body to him until they were face to face. As Voldemort looked deep into his eyes, Harry realized what was coming and tried to brace himself. But as his mind was invaded, he found no strength to marshal a defense. Voldemort grunted, and Harry could sense how it tortured his attacker to enter his thoughts. As it had during their confrontation at the Ministry, the love that Harry felt for his friends made his mind nearly impenetrable to Voldemort. As Harry sensed random thoughts being snatched, rifled through, and tossed aside, he could tell by the shaking, sweating face before him that the intrusion was costing Voldemort dearly. If he could hold on for just a little longer. But then, in his mind's eye, Harry watched in terror as a memory was pried open, the key memory, and he felt Voldemort's narrow fingers clench into his shoulders as the Dark Lord steadied himself to delve deeper into Harry's most guarded secret. In the headmaster's office, Severus Snape sat across the desk from Albus Dumbledore. The mood was tense as the headmaster spoke. On the night Lord Voldemort tried to kill him, when Lily cast her own life between them as a shield, the killing curse rebounded upon Lord Voldemort, and a fragment of Voldemort's soul was blasted apart from the whole, and latched itself onto the only living soul left in that collapsing building. Outside of Harry's mind, Voldemort's eyes widened in horror as realization dawned. Dumbledore continued, "And while that fragment of soul, unmissed by Voldemort, remains attached to and protected by Harry, Lord Voldemort cannot die. So the boy must die," replied Snape, "and Voldemort himself must do it, Severus. That is essential." In desperation, Harry grabbed at a memory that had comforted him on many cold nights during his hunt for the Horcruxes. He was alone with Ginny in the Gryffindor common room, long after everyone else had gone to bed. He lay on the sofa by the crackling fire with his head in her lap, gazing up into her warm, chocolate eyes as she slowly ran her fingers through his hair. In the dim firelight, flecks of gold glittered across her tresses and twinkled in her eyes. She smiled softly at him. With a shriek of pain, Voldemort was blasted from Harry's mind, and they both struck the cold stone floor of the chamber. Harry lay unconscious, the limits of his body and mind having finally been broken. In the unchanging, Windowless dungeon that was the Chamber of Secrets. Harry could only guess how much time had passed since he arrived. 2 days, probably, maybe more. He sat in a corner with his knees bent to his chest and his arms wrapped around them. His lingering wounds ached terribly, and he was starved and dehydrated, having had nothing to eat or drink since his arrival. He couldn't stop his body from shaking. He had slept very little, as he remained sick with worry for his friends. His mind had forced every possible nightmarish scene upon him: Hermione dead, Ron tortured, Death Eaters surrounding a lone and helpless Ginny, who screamed Harry's name as they closed in around her. In Harry's half-alive, half-awake state, these unbidden images fluttered in and out of his consciousness. Mixed with the fear were a growing sense of anger in the face of Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore, the great schemer who had planned out everything, who had raised Harry like a pig for slaughter. Hadn't Harry followed all of his old headmaster's directions, even when they called for his suicide? What more could anyone have asked of him? What more could he have given? For years Harry had put all of his trust into the aged wizard, and what had it gotten him? Locked away by Voldemort, with everyone he had ever cared for probably dead. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, spilling hot tears down his face. He could face death. He had always known that his path would likely end in it, but he couldn't die without knowing what had happened to the others. And so he had sat in limbo as every agonizing moment melted into minutes, into hours, into days. Until at last the bricks that sealed the exit again shuffled to life, stone scraping stone as they shaped an opening to the hall beyond. Still shaking, Harry made to scramble to his feet, realizing with movement how frail he had become. Panting heavily with effort and rising panic, he raised himself against the wall to meet his unseen visitor. Squinting at the doorway, for he had awoke a day or so ago to find his glasses suddenly missing, Harry slowly made out the blurry form that entered. Lucius Malfoy moved into the chamber, his eyes roaming over its details for what was likely the first time. Finally his gaze landed on Harry, and his expression turned to one of purest hatred. Harry slowly registered that Lucius held a tray in his hands, which appeared to hold food and a pitcher. Harry had to resist the impulse to run over to it. Lucius began to walk toward him, and as he came closer, Harry noticed that the Death Eater's robes, which had always been immaculate and of the highest quality, were dirty and torn. His shoulder-length pale hair was similarly messy, and his face seemed sunken and drained. His haughty demeanor remained unchanged, however, as he stopped in front of Harry and looked down his nose at him, a sneer forming on his lips. They stood face to face in a tense silence for several long moments, neither breaking eye contact. Lucius beeped in a deep breath between clenched teeth as if preparing to speak, but then tightened his lips into a thin line and remained silent. He dropped the tray at Harry's feet, causing a sharp metal pang to echo off the walls. Water, bread, mashed potatoes, and food that Harry didn't immediately recognize splattered onto the stone floor. The now empty pitcher spun slowly on the ground as Harry returned his eyes to Lucius, who glared back at him for a few seconds more. Then, he turned his back on Harry and made to leave. What? Harry's voice cracked from disuse. What happened to the others? Lucius walked on as if he hadn't heard the question. Where are they? He repeated, his voice rising. Are they dead? Lucius was almost to the exit and still gave no response. In mounting anger and desperation, Harry screamed, Speak to me, damn it. You owe me. I saved your son's worthless life. Instantly, Lucius spun around and charged at Harry, who only briefly saw a face twisted in rage before a fist slammed into his jaw, knocking him to the floor. Harry landed hard on his side, and before he could fully realize what had happened, he felt a boot crush into his chest, then another kick, and another. Harry gasped for air, dazed by pain, only half aware of Lucius bending down to look at him. I owe you, Lucius bellowed. You're damn right, I owe you. For ruining my life. Harry felt another kick slam into him. For costing me everything. And another. For costing me my son. A boot stomped down on the side of Harry's face, and he vaguely realized that some of his teeth had been shattered. The attacks and shouting stopped and Harry rolled around, gulping for air. Lucius took a step back, and after a brief pause, spoke again. His voice was lower, but held a dangerous edge. My family should have known power and honor above all others at the Dark Lord's side. We were the most loyal, the most worthy, no family line is more noble or of purer blood. But then the famous Harry Potter, the chosen one, a half-blood brat raised by muggles, had to stick his nose into everything, had to ruin everything. As Lucius ranted, paced, and gestured wildly, Harry pushed himself up onto his hands and knees and spat out a mouthful of blood and broken teeth. As full feeling and awareness returned to him, so did excruciating new pains. Every movement caused a stabbing sensation in his side. He thought he must have cracked or broken ribs. You constantly shamed my son in school. You stole my house elf and destroyed the diary that I kept for my lord. You shattered the prophecy that my master had charged me with retrieving, and I was sent to Azkaban, my family name ruined. When you escaped from my home, we paid a terrible price. And, Lucius stopped moving and his gaze became distant, unfocused. And because my son defied our Lord's orders to join him in battle, had stayed inside the castle to find and capture you, instead, the Dark Lord made an example of him. He killed Draco right in front of me, and his mother. Shocked, Harry turned his head to look up at Lucius's anguished face, which changed back to an expression of murderous anger as their eyes locked. Get up, Lucius snarled. Get up. Bracing himself against the wall, Harry tried to stand but began to waver on shaky legs. He felt hands painfully grip his arm and yank him to his feet. Harry leaned back against the wall for support and faced the towering figure before him. I'm sorry about Draco, Harry wheezed. We were never friends, but, Jeek. Harry was silenced by a hand around his throat. Lucius's cold, gray eyes were narrowed in deadly concentration. Harry grabbed the hand that was choking him and tried to pry it away with what little strength he had left, but it was no use. The grip only tightened, and blackness began to creep in from the corners of Harry's eyes. His legs went limp, and he felt a second hand join the first around his neck, pinning him to the wall. Harry knew this was the end. Would his piece of Voldemort's soul still be destroyed? Dumbledore hadn't thought it would work this way, but there was no escape. Harry felt himself slipping away, felt his head begin to go numb and his eyes flicker closed. Would he ever know what became of his friends? Maybe he was only moments away from seeing them again, moments away from seeing his parents, and Sirius, and Dumbledore. Suddenly, a thought exploded into Harry's mind, one last desperate idea, but was it too late? Riding a small wave of fresh adrenaline, Harry willed his eyes back open, grasped Lucius's hands with both of his own, and pushed against them with every iota of life he had left. The chokehold lessened only slightly, but Harry was able to force the remaining air in his lungs up into a whisper. You can see, Draco. Lucius fought to regain his full grip. His eyes were crazed, sweat beaded down his reddened face. Talk to him, Harry continued. Dumbledore's secret. And the last of Harry's strength was gone. His arms fell to his sides and a loud rushing noise began to fill his ears. This was it. But then the killing hands were gone, leaving Harry's throat bruised but bare. Harry brought his own hands to his neck and bent over, making a loud rasping sound as he struggled to beep air through his damaged windpipe. Lucius grabbed Harry's shoulders, pushed him back against the wall, and held him there. What nonsense are you spouting, Potter? What secret? What about my son? Lucius spat. With pain and effort, Harry answered in a damaged, gargled voice. Dumbledore left me a stone, the Resurrection Stone. I used it to talk to my parents. You could use it to reach Draco. You can't bring him back, but you could talk to him, say goodbye. The exertion of talking gave Harry a fit of coughs. Lucius released his hold on him, his face an unreadable blank mask. You're lying, he said coldly. You'd say anything right now to save your pathetic life. If Voldemort found me dead, by any hand but his, Harry stammered, what would you say to save your life? Or your wife's? Harry knew he was grasping at straws, but his tease about the stone had given him an opening and he had to make the most of it. He just hoped that Lucius had cooled down enough to think things through rationally. I left the Resurrection Stone in the forest, he continued, near the clearing where I was caught. You could find it with a simple summoning charm. Lucius let out a mirthless laugh. A simple summoning charm, he repeated. Boy, because of you, I am no longer allowed a wand. I am hardly a Death Eater, more like a dog. My sole job is now to babysit you in this dungeon, to keep you fed. I am not allowed to see anyone, not even my wife. I had to make an unbreakable vow to the Dark Lord that I would tell no one of this place, or of you. The Death Eaters that you saw in the forest, he modified their memories so that they remember seeing you die. I am alone, now. Totally alone. Lucius's face hardened. Death would be little worse, if I died knowing that I had my revenge. Then have it, Harry said, his voice still weak, but steady. Take revenge on the bastard who really did all of this to you, the one who killed Draco. You've thrown in with the wrong side, you must see that now. Help me, bring me the stone, and you can see your son again. You could see him within the hour if you get the stone now. Lucius responded in a warning tone. Don't question my loyalties, Potter. The Dark Lord's punishments are severe, but his path is the right way. Despite the reprimand, Harry could see the conflict on Lucius's face. This was the moment of truth. Harry's heart raced as neither man spoke for several moments. Finally, Harry broke the silence. Look, either the stone is there or it isn't. What would it hurt for you to check? I'm not going anywhere, you can always strangle me later. But if I'm right. Harry left it at that. He'd made the case as best he could. Lucius surveyed Harry for a moment more before saying, enough of this fantasy. You can't talk to the dead. I'm leaving here with whatever honor I still have left, and you can rot in here until my lord is done with you. At that, Lucius turned and strode out of the chamber. Harry had to resist the urge to call after him, and trust that Lucius wouldn't be able to forget their conversation. Even if it took time, both of them were stuck there, and for the first time since he was captured, Harry had direction, he had a plan and a goal. With the stone, Dumbledore, his parents, and others could help him figure a way out of this mess. And maybe, he desperately hoped, tell him what had happened to the others after the battle. This little spark of hope had spun Harry's foggy mind back up to full speed, but his body had never been in worse shape. He painfully slid against the wall down to the floor, where he spotted the spilled food and water. A primal craving took over, and he unashamedly crawled over to the mess, bringing fingers full of cold mashed potatoes to his mouth and lapping up water from puddles on the floor. His broken teeth ached, and every gulp down his sore throat was a struggle. But he had to survive now, he had a reason to. Harry awoke after finally having gotten some sleep, or rather, after blacking out. As he became conscious, Harry was alarmed by the signals his body was sending him. His side, where he suspected he had cracked or broken ribs, felt like it was burning. Opening his robes and pulling up his shirt to inspect further, Harry gasped at the ugly yellow and purple bruises that spotted across his torso. The pain in his jaw was excruciating, and there wasn't a part of him that didn't ache at the very least. It helped a little, however, that he had finally eaten. Harry had managed to recover most of his spilled meal, and although he was still very hungry, he could feel that a small amount of strength had returned. Rest had also made an improvement. As he moved to push himself off the floor, Harry was startled to see the blurry form of Lucius Malfoy sitting against a wall several feet away, facing him. Harry next spotted a new tray of food sitting on the floor in front of the elder wizard, and Lucius simply said, "Breakfast." Harry paused, then slowly stood and hobbled over to pick the tray up. Up close, Harry's naked eyes could now see that the Death Eater looked even more haggard than before, with dark circles under his eyes. His head was leaned back against the wall, and his gaze conveyed no particular emotion. Harry took the tray carefully, keeping eye contact with Lucius all the while, then returned to his former spot and sat down. He took another wary glance at Lucius, then gave in to his impulses and began to eat in a frenzy. Lucius didn't move, and casually watched Harry stuff his mouth for several minutes before speaking again. "What makes you think that I wouldn't hand the stone over to the Dark Lord? Or keep it for myself?" Harry swallowed a mouthful of eggs and replied, "It's of no use to Voldemort. It wouldn't make him any more powerful, and I can't imagine him having a sentimental chat with any dead loved ones. You'd be trading the stone for your one chance to see Draco, and Voldemort wouldn't care less." Harry paused to gulp down a drink of water, and continued. You won't keep the stone because I would tell Voldemort that you took it and hid it from him. With so many strikes against you already, I don't imagine that would be very pleasant for you. Harry resumed eating, but at a more normal pace, as Lucius considered what he had said. Lord Voldemort is a master legilimens, Lucius began. You would not be able to keep any secrets from him. Entering my mind is torture for him, said Harry. He can't poke around in there like he used to. He tried it when I first got here, and it nearly killed him. He won't do it again. Lucius looked away in thought, and when he didn't question the explanation, Harry sensed that he must have seen Voldemort in his weakened state and had now made the connection. But what about you? Harry continued. What would stop Voldemort from reading your mind? The Dark Lord has no reason to mistrust me, replied Lucius. Despite how little he may value my services, as long as you and I remain here and unheard from, I will be below his concern. And, he added, my skill as an occlumens is not insignificant. Well, I guess I'll just have to trust you on that, Harry shrugged. Why do you want the stone? Asked Lucius. How do you plan to use it? Harry measured his answer carefully. I'm stuck here, alone, passing the time until Voldemort decides to kill me. I just want company. I want to see my parents. Harry felt his emotions stir and allowed them into his voice, hoping that the image of a frightened little boy might dampen any concerns that his plans could include other, less innocent, uses of the stone. You'll see, with Draco, when you call someone back, they're not much more than a ghost. They can't really interact with anything, and nobody can see them but you. Lucius and Harry silently considered each other. All the cards had been put on the table. Either Harry's words had convinced the man, or Lucius put a hand inside his robes, pulled out a tiny object, and tossed it to Harry. Catching it, Harry immediately recognized the cracked black gem. His jaw agape, he turned his astonished gaze back to the man sitting against the wall, who leaned toward him in hungry anticipation. Make it work, Potter, show me my son. Harry gulped and nodded. He looked at the resurrection stone with wide eyes and his heart began to hammer with anticipation. There, in the palm of his hand, was the key to answering the questions that had tormented him since he first awoke in the Chamber of Secrets. Potter. Harry started at the sudden realization that Lucius was now standing over him expectantly, looking agitated. Harry took a deep breath and pushed aside his consuming need to call forth his own names from the stone. He stood and grasped Lucius's hand, pulling it up to place the stone in his upturned palm. Just turn the stone over 3 times, Harry said. Lucius hesitated for a moment, staring into his hand as Harry took a few steps back. Finally, he used the gem as instructed, and with his eyes squeezed shut, desperately whispered his son's name with a shuddering breath. No sound or other disruption signaled any change, and for a fleeting moment, Harry feared that Lucius would accuse him of trickery. But just as the elder Malfoy opened his eyes, the pale, shimmering, semi-solid image of his late son appeared before him. Ah! Lucius gasped, falling to his knees with his shocked eyes locked on Draco. My son, my son. Draco's face remained impassive, his hands resting in his pants pockets through his open robes. Father, he drawled. Lucius stood and reached for his son, but found that his translucent form, while substantial enough to touch, was not sufficiently solid to gather in an embrace. Lucius stepped back, tears beginning to escape his heartbroken gaze. I wish I could join in this tearful reunion, Draco spoke in a deadpan voice, but I was never allowed to cry. Draco, whispered Harry, who also stood transfixed at the vision before him. Why am I able to see you when it was your father who? Because I wish for you to see me, Potter, responded Draco in an exasperated tone, as if explaining the obvious. I have things that I need to say to you. There was a pause as the longtime rivals assessed each other, before Lucius broke the silence. Draco, son, how are you? Are you in pain? What is it like? Where? Draco sighed and shook his head. He looked away at nothing in particular and began to walk as he spoke. Such emotion. Father, I never would have thought you capable of such a display. Where was this tender affection when I was still alive? Where was the caring, distraught father when I was ordered to kill Dumbledore under threat of death? Where was your concern while the Dark Lord amused himself by tormenting me in our own house? Draco, uttered Lucius, clearly taken aback. I tried, I tried to protect you and your mother, but he, Lucius pointed a shaking finger at Harry, he set us back at every turn, his meddlesome acts pit our Lord against us. Don't blame him for your failures, warned Draco in an icy voice. He stopped moving and his eyes shot back to his father with a penetrating gaze. As futile as it was for Potter to resist the Dark Lord, at least he stood by those he was meant to be loyal to, while you sold out your family, sold your soul, time and time again. And what did it get you? In the end, you've met the same fate as Potter, cast off from the world with no future, no hope, not even a wand. The cold words seemed to sink into Lucius like daggers. It was a few moments before he could speak again, but as he opened his mouth, his son's voice cut him off, louder and sharper than before. I spent my entire life trying to live up to you, trying to walk in your footsteps. I never once questioned you, never once imagined that you could ever be wrong. The Malfoys were a strong, proud family line. We could have done anything, I could have done anything, but you threw it all away. Well, I'm finally out of your shadow, and free of that damned house and all those mental friends of yours. I'm seeing things clearly for the first time. Draco stood face to face with his father. My death, and our family's downfall, rests on your shoulders, father. Draco jabbed his finger into Lucius's chest. Never forget that. The weight of his son's damning words left Lucius speechless, his stunned eyes showing a mix of outrage and misery. Draco turned to Harry, who had silently watched the exchange, and surveyed him carefully. Harry broke the silence. Draco, I'm sorry. You shouldn't have had to. Potter, Draco interrupted, what I wanted to say to you is that, as naive and foolish as you have unquestionably been, you weren't always wrong about everything. Draco winced at his own words, then turned a deep breath into a long sigh. I can see things differently from where I am now. While the two of us could never have been friends, maybe we didn't have to be enemies. Draco's voice made it sound more like a question than a statement, and Harry understood that both of them found it difficult to imagine feeling anything for each other but deepest loathing. The school rivals continued to stare at one another as several awkward moments passed, until, finally breaking eye contact and looking away, Draco continued. I wonder, of the two of us, who won in the end? Was dying a quick death better or worse than continuing on in this prison with only the Dark Lord's visits to look forward to? I'll never stop fighting, Harry replied automatically. I know, said Draco, shaking his head pityingly. You never could admit when you were outmatched. It's your most idiotic, and best, quality. Harry couldn't hold back a small grin. Draco was right. They weren't friends, but they had reached a kind of understanding, a willingness to let go of the hostility that had burned between them for so many years. Harry nodded his agreement at this unsaid sentiment, and Draco nodded back. Turning back to his father, Draco's eyes narrowed. Before I go, I have two things to ask of you. If you truly regret how things turned out, if you cared for me at all, I will give you a chance to prove it. Lucius looked upon his son with an unreadable expression. Harry could sense that, even in grief, the proud Death Eater could only tolerate so much open hostility and disrespect. What do you ask? Lucius said calmly, standing a little straighter. First, Draco began, do whatever it takes to keep Mother safe. She's suffered enough because of your mistakes. You can't allow any more harm to come to her. If that means you have to sit here playing babysitter until you die, then that's what you do. There was a pause, and then Lucius gave a small nod. And second, Draco sighed, take care of Potter. Lucius blinked. What, Potter? Draco continued. Don't let him die, or starve, or sit around looking like he was just clubbed by a troll. He gestured toward Harry's very rough appearance. If he wants to keep fighting, no matter how pointless it will likely be, help him keep going. He saved my life during the battle at Hogwarts, and I can't rest knowing that I owe bloody Harry Potter a life debt. So, you will pay it off for me. Lucius appeared thoroughly unconvinced, but let his son continue. Do these things and you will prove to me that I was more to you than just my last name. And, he added, his voice softer but just as serious, the next time we meet, I will accept you as my father." Lucius considered Draco with his brow furrowed, and it appeared that he was focusing heavily on controlling his emotions, on not reprimanding his son for such disrespectful and hurtful words. Finally the lines in his face relaxed, and he gave in. "I'll do it," Lucius conceded, "because no matter what you may think of me, no matter how I might have failed you, you are my son, and I love you, Draco. If this is what you want, if this is all that I can give you, then I will do what you ask." "Thank you," Draco replied a bit unsteadily. It seemed to Harry that Draco had been somewhat surprised and touched by his father's response. Gathering himself, Draco made to leave. "Well, this is goodbye, then, for now." "Draco," Harry called, "you may have started down the wrong path, but you were your own man in the end. You wouldn't kill me in the room of requirement, and you couldn't kill Dumbledore. You're no Death Eater. You never were. You're better than that." "Oh, now I can die happy," said Draco, with heavy sarcasm. "Harry Potter likes me." As Draco faded from view, Harry could swear that he saw a corner of the Slytherin's mouth curl. And then he was gone. A heavy silence was left upon the room in which its two remaining inhabitants worked through their own thoughts. Lucius dropped the stone, put his face in both hands and rubbed away the emotions that had spilled over. Gathering himself, he took a deep breath and made to leave. As the far wall was splitting in two to reveal the exit, he looked back to Harry and spoke in a drained, emotionless voice. "I will bring potions with your next meal to help with your wounds. Never speak of what happened here, not even to me." And with that, Harry was once again left alone in the chamber. Harry's eyes lingered on the resealed exit for a second, then moved to the black stone that lay only a few feet from him. The desperation and panic that had gripped him when he first held the stone came rushing back, but he found himself unable to move his feet. This was it. He would learn the fates of everyone he had ever cared about. He wasn't prepared to find out that any of them hadn't made it, but he had to know. His legs felt weak as he willed them slowly forward. He reached the stone, dropped to his knees, and collected it with shaking hands. He turned it over 3 times, then clasped it tightly within his hands and brought it to his forehead, shutting his eyes tight. Praying with all his heart that his call would not be answered, he spoke the name. "Ginny." Harry opened his eyes. Nothing. He choked out a sob in relief. Bracing himself, he tried the next name. "Ron." Nothing. "Hermione." Nothing. Harry went through the list of everyone that he knew had survived the battle to the point when he left to face Voldemort, and to his surprise and immeasurable relief, not a single face appeared before him. Even Hagrid, who Harry had left in the capture of Voldemort and his Death Eaters, had somehow miraculously avoided death. Harry fell back onto the floor, alternatively laughing and crying between stuttering breaths, letting the terror that had consumed him for days lift away. Having finished lunch long ago, Harry finally shook himself back to the present. As the memories of how he came to obtain the resurrection stone echoed in his mind, he looked down at the black stone resting in his hand. It was past time to begin the magical portion of his daily training, and while neither Harry nor his former headmaster had any other pressing appointments, he hadn't meant to keep Dumbledore waiting. After patting a bit of dust off his robes, standing up nice and straight, and making a half-hearted attempt to flatten his unruly hair, Harry turned the stone 3 times. "Harry, what kept you?" Dumbledore rushed forth from nothingness with an urgent tone in his voice, his piercing blue eyes staring at Harry intensely. Sorry, Professor," Harry stammered. "I guess I kind of lost track of." "They are coming," Dumbledore interrupted. "Members of the Order of the Phoenix will attempt to raid Hogwarts." Mr. Weasley witnessed his brothers discussing the plan at the Burrow. Bill Weasley means to break through the wards, and it looks as if, despite the hard work of many talented witches and wizards, myself included, there is a strong possibility that he will succeed. Dumbledore gave Harry a meaningful look over his half-moon spectacles. "Harry, this could be your chance." Harry stared at Dumbledore, unable to speak or even think. He had dreamed of this, trained for this, but if he was honest, he had never truly believed this kind of opportunity would present itself. "When?" Harry asked, blinking away his shocked expression. "The day after tomorrow," smiled Dumbledore. A sudden strength began to surge through Harry, tingling his fingers and toes. He nodded as his face took on a determined, resolute expression. "I'll be ready." Next, on the day before members of the Order of the Phoenix embark upon their dangerous mission at Hogwarts, Hermione returns to the Burrow after a year-long absence from the magical world. Confronted with painful reunions and haunted by memories of the horrific events that drove her away, can she find the strength to face her demons at long last? Coming soon, the second chapter of The World I Leave Behind, 3 Steps. "Ron, stop her, I don't think I can do this anymore. Not without Harry." Was there, did they ever, Ginny and Harry? "This isn't the end, Hermione. It just can't be. He died alone." A soft pop accompanied Hermione's arrival at the Burrow. The ramshackle house hadn't changed a bit in the years since her last visit, with its 6 impossibly crooked stories towering before the rolling green hills of the surrounding countryside. It was a picturesque July day with a bright blue sky and a warm summer breeze, but Hermione felt a cold chill inside. Being here brought back a rush of terrible memories, and she had a sudden irrational urge to apparate away. She breathed a small sigh of relief, however, upon noticing that no one else was in sight. Hermione had waited until just before the scheduled meeting time to arrive, in the hopes that she could put off what were sure to be awkward reunions. Her decidedly muggle appearance reflected the time she'd spent outside the wizarding world. She wore faded jeans and a violet t-shirt. She had put a lot of effort into tying back her long bushy brown hair as neatly as possible, to look her best for, well, she had supposed it couldn't hurt. Hermione took a few tentative steps toward the house, pulling a small rolling suitcase behind her, and felt the hum of many protective wards and charms as she passed through them. A part of her was a little surprised that she was still allowed through after having been gone for so long. She knew that a large number of powerful new spells, including a Fidelius charm, had been used to re-secure the Burrow so it could serve as one of several safe houses for the Order of the Phoenix and other small groups of resistance fighters. She felt a pang of guilt that the house of the family she had abandoned still welcomed her so easily. A minute passed before Hermione realized that she had stood staring at the house with unfocused eyes. A horrible grief-stricken scream flashed inside her head, followed by the horrifying scene of a mangled, mutilated body. She sat on a large tree stump and tried to catch her panicked breath. She could do this, she had to do this. Just then, she heard the creak and bang of the front door opening and closing. Looking up, she saw Mr. Weasley walking toward her. Hermione closed her eyes and willed her breathing back to normal as he approached. "Hermione, it's so good to see you again," he said with a warm smile. Hermione stood to greet him, and he met her with a quick hug. "You too, Mr. Weasley. Arthur, please," he requested. "You've made it just in time, Bill's about to start. Everyone's in the sitting room. Allow me to help you inside," he said, grabbing the handle of her suitcase. It rolled forward a few inches as he moved to lift it, and his eyes shot to the wheels at its base. "Brilliant," he whispered to himself in amazement. But then his eyes flicked back to Hermione, who remained still as she looked at the ground and fidgeted with her hands. His smile fell into a look of sympathy. "Are you all right?" Well, I can't imagine that coming here was easy for you." With her eyes still fixed on the grass, Hermione gave a polite smile and brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "It's okay. I'm fine," she replied. A single tear escaped, and she faked a smile as she turned her head to wipe it away. "Hermione, listen," Mr. Weasley began, placing his hands gently on her shoulders and slouching to look her in the eye. "It took a lot of courage for you to come back here, and I don't doubt for a second that you'll make it through okay. You're a very strong witch, you always have been. And I'll stick right beside you in there, okay?" Hermione finally met his concerned gaze and gave a small nod. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley." "Arthur," he repeated, smiling again. He walked beside her across the yard with a comforting hand on her shoulder, pulling her suitcase behind him. Hermione stopped just short of the house and looked down at the steps that led to the front door. Just 3 steps, she thought. Closing her eyes, Hermione took a long, deep breath, exhaled, and walked up into the house. The sitting room was packed with so many people that Hermione had to stand at the back of the crowd, barely inside the doorway. She didn't recognize anyone directly in front of her, but could just barely make out the red hair and scarred face of Bill Weasley in the distance, apparently standing on something to address everyone. With a quick wave from his father, Bill spoke in a loud, commanding voice. "Right then, now that we're all here, let's get started." The murmuring crowd hushed immediately and all heads turned toward Bill. "As all of you know, tomorrow is the big day. After a lot of planning and hard work by everyone in this room, we're finally ready, we're going back to Hogwarts." Applause signaled the crowd's support and enthusiasm for the operation. "While only a few of you will be going to the school with me, all of you will have a role to play once we do this. Those of you keeping an ear out at the Ministry and the Daily Prophet will need to let us know immediately if you learn that any part of our operation has been compromised. The Death Eaters may retaliate immediately, so the managers of each safe house must have every possible protection in place, and have your people ready to portkey to the predetermined rendezvous point if it comes to that." Bill paused to look around the room, and when no one seemed to have anything to add or ask, he proceeded. "In just a few minutes I'll meet individually with several of you to discuss, in detail, your part in the plan, but first I'd like to walk through the general overview one more time. Our primary objective is to retrieve the Sorting Hat, which is presumably still in the headmaster's office. As we have learned," Bill gave a quick nod to someone Hermione could not see, "Voldemort's snake, Nagini, is a Horcrux and must be destroyed before we can ever kill the evil bastard himself." Hermione knew that the Burrow's many protections cancelled out the taboo that had been placed on the Dark Lord's name, but she was still impressed that he used it. She hadn't been able to for a long time. "The only weapon we know of that will do the job for sure is the Sword of Gryffindor, which was last seen in the possession of a goblin named Griphook. And since the slippery little bugger seems to have dropped off the face of the earth, the Sorting Hat is our only other shot at getting the sword. As we've discussed," Bill continued, "Harry Potter once pulled the sword out the hat. We believe that the hat is able to conjure the sword from wherever it may be." Hermione desperately hoped this was true since she was the one that had worked up the theory. "So above all else," Bill went on, "we get the hat and get out of there. Objective number 2, said Bill, holding up 2 fingers. "While we're in Dumbledore's old office getting the hat, we'll also grab his portrait. We don't know what it might be able to tell us, but let's face it, we'll take just about any advice or pointers we can get right now. If we're extremely lucky, the portrait might tell us some new information on Voldemort that could help us bring him down. Dumbledore died suddenly, and may not have passed on everything he knew. And finally," Bill continued, "we try to bring our friend Minerva McGonagall home. Having her back would be a huge plus for our side. Not only is she a powerful witch, but she should also be able to tell us about everything the Death Eaters have been up to at Hogwarts. We can only hope that she's okay. All we know is that upon her capture, the Death Eaters took her back to the school." "George," Bill called, looking again at a part of the room Hermione could not see, "this is your department. Once we're on site, you'll try to find her on the Marauders map. If you can't spot her, or if she's too difficult to reach, we'll have to leave without her. Remember, I can only keep the wards open for about 15 minutes, after that, you won't be able to apparate out. And escaping on foot isn't an option, since the Death Eaters added new wards to keep the students locked inside the grounds. Above all else, I want everyone back here safe and sound. Now, any questions before we break out?" "Yeah, tell us again why we don't bust the whole lot of 'em out. McGonagall, the students, everybody." Hermione's heart stopped upon hearing the unseen questioner's voice. "Ron, we've been over this," replied Bill in a slightly exasperated tone. "As much as we might hate it, the students are safer inside Hogwarts, for now. Outside, they'd be on the run from Snatchers or worse. They're prisoners, Bill," countered Ron, his voice rising. "They keep them there year-round now, teaching them to hate Muggles, learn dark magic, and be good little Death Eaters." "What would you have us do, Ron?" asked Bill. "Even if we had a way to keep the kids safe, we don't have the manpower for an operation that big, and we couldn't get them all out in the time we'll have." A moment passed with no further response from Ron. "We'll get them," assured Bill, "when the time is right. I promise." Bill turned his attention back to the room. "Okay then, just one last piece of business before we break out into individual meetings. Cho Chang is no longer able to serve as our lookout on this mission, as she is still recovering from her run-in with the Death Eaters. Therefore, Hermione Granger has agreed to fill in for her. Hermione, are you here? Hermione froze for a moment, but upon feeling Mr. Weasley's supportive hand squeeze her shoulder, she raised her arm above the mass of people in front of her. "Ah, there you are," said Bill. "Could you come forward so I can see you? Everybody please make a path to let her through." Hermione went numb. She walked, as if in a trance, through the crowd, which parted as she moved along. She kept her eyes locked solely on Bill, and fought hard to resist the urge to glance in the direction that Ron's voice had come from. She could sense all eyes, his eyes, on her, and the room suddenly felt very hot. Once she reached Bill, whom she could now see stood on a large wooden box, he continued speaking. "Hermione will apparate to the top of the astronomy tower, which should give her the perfect vantage point to keep an eye on the grounds for us. If she sees any Death Eater activity, she'll use a Patronus to let us know immediately." Bill turned to speak directly to Hermione. "You should be out of harm's way up there, far away from where the action will be. But keep your wits about you, and be ready to get the hell out of there when the time comes." Hermione nodded. "Okay then," said Bill, speaking once again to everyone in the room. "Let's break up and lock down the details. Charlie, Ron, Dad, and Kingsley, if I could see you over here first." The crowd began to chatter and spread out of the sitting room and into the rest of the ground floor. Hermione stood rooted to the spot, not sure which direction to turn, when she was pulled into a bone-crushing hug. "Hermione, dear, it's so good to see you," gushed Mrs. Weasley. "It's been way too long." The Weasley matriarch released Hermione and held her at arm's length, scrutinizing her. Hermione was sure that Mrs. Weasley was checking that she looked well fed, or perhaps, trying to discern if she was still sane. "Hello, Mrs. Weasley," Hermione replied, smiling despite her nerves. I'm sorry that it's been so long since I've come around." "Molly, Bill won't need Hermione for a little while yet," interrupted Mr. Weasley, who had just walked up to them. "Why don't you help her settle in?" He gave his wife a meaningful look that made Hermione feel terribly guilty. She didn't think that she deserved to be welcomed back so enthusiastically and treated with such care. "Of course," replied Mrs. Weasley, who then said to Hermione, "I'll just put this in your room," as she sent Hermione's suitcase flying around the corner with a wave of her wand. "Come along, dear, we'll start with getting you a bite to eat. You've traveled a long way and you're looking a bit peaky." "Thanks," said Hermione. She wasn't at all hungry, but the kitchen seemed as good a place as any to escape to. She was feeling overwhelmed at being surrounded by so many people. With a nod and a smile, Mr. Weasley left them to join Bill. Hermione's eyes followed him until he reached the others that Bill had called to him: Kingsley, Charlie, and there he was. Hermione's breath caught as she locked eyes with Ron from across the room. His face betrayed no emotion, but he held Hermione's gaze with an intense stare of his own until Bill called him back to their discussion. "Come along, dear," said Mrs. Weasley, snapping Hermione back to reality. Steering Hermione away with a hand on her back, Mrs. Weasley began to chatter with small talk, of which Hermione only heard, "How are your parents?" as the image of a tall, red-haired, blue-eyed boy continued to blaze inside her mind. Once in the kitchen, Hermione saw that a large meal was already underway. The contents of various pots bubbled on the stove, bewitched knives chopped away at vegetables, and a delicious smell filled the air. "Have a seat, dear," said Mrs. Weasley as she effortlessly pulled a chair out from the table with her wand. "I'll just check the stew to see how it's coming along." "Thank you," said Hermione as she sat down. As Mrs. Weasley scuttled around her kitchen, peeking under pot lids and peering into the oven, Hermione looked around and took in the room that she most associated with her visits to the burrow. Her gaze fell upon the entranceway closest to the stairs, and for a brief moment she saw herself in a chair there, sitting in shock and silence, her face very pale. She shook the image out of her head and, as she had practiced so often, quickly moved to find a distraction. "Can I help, Mrs. Weasley?" "Thank you, dear, but everything is well in hand, and I've already asked Ginny to come set up the table. Oh, and there she is now." Hermione turned back to the doorway she had stared at just a moment ago and found herself looking into the brown eyes of Mrs. Weasley's only daughter. Ginny's flaming red hair now fell to her lower back, and she was dressed in worn-out jeans and a form-fitting olive green t-shirt with black, splotchy runes across its front that Hermione could translate as, "The Weird Sisters." Ginny seemed a little thinner and paler than Hermione remembered. Suddenly, Hermione saw Ginny fighting to break free of her mother's arms as she, along with the rest of the Weasleys and the last of those evacuating Hogwarts, poured into the portrait hole within the room of requirement. "No," Ginny screamed. "Not without Harry. Let me go." Mr. Weasley joined his wife and, together, they forcibly lifted their daughter, kicking and screaming, and carried her toward the exit. "There's no time, Ginny," Mr. Weasley shouted. "The Death Eaters will be here in seconds." "We can hold them off, Dad," countered Ron, who, despite his pale face and obvious terror, seemed ready to revolt as well. He had stopped following everyone upon entering the room and stood torn between seeing his family to safety and bolting to search for his best friend. "If we can hold him back for just a few minutes, it might give Harry a chance to." "I hate this as much as you do, Ron," said Bill, who was shepherding others through the portrait hole and into the tunnel beyond. "But we've already looked for Harry, and we have no idea where he is." Bill stared across the room at his youngest brother and voiced what everyone knew to be true. "If we stay, we're dead." Ron paused, and then gave a slow nod. Bill turned and entered the tunnel, leaving only Ron, Ginny, their parents, and Hermione in the room. With a shriek, Ginny finally jerked free and ran for the door that led back to the halls of Hogwarts. "Ron, stop her!" shouted Mr. Weasley. Ron, who was the last person Ginny had to pass to escape, caught her in both arms and held her tight as she screamed in protest. Just then, a teeth-rattling boom came from the wall that concealed the room's magical entrance. The wall shuddered and cracked under the power of some unseen attack. Ron's attention was brought back to Ginny, who looked directly into his eyes and spoke to him imploringly. "If we go now," she said, her eyes wide and terrified, "we might never see him again." Boom! The room shook again as dust and debris rained down on them. "Ron, Ginny, now!" Mr. Weasley's cry snapped Ron back to attention. Wavering, he looked to Hermione, who stood in the middle of the room between escape and the man she cared so deeply for. Her heart was at war with her mind. While it went against her every instinct to abandon Harry, she knew they had no choice but to flee. "Ron," she said, her voice cracking, "we have to go." Boom! "There, I think I see some of them," came an eager, bloodthirsty voice. A chunk of the wall had fallen in, and Hermione could see several masked faces maneuvering to look through the hole. "Damn it!" yelled Ron, who lifted his sister and ran for the portrait hole. Hermione followed Mr. and Mrs. Weasley into the tunnel where they stood just inside, waving Ron and Ginny to them. "No!" cried Ginny as Ron carried her across the room as fast as he could muster, green and red spells flying past them from behind. At last Ron reached his parents, who took Ginny from him before he leapt into the tunnel and sealed the portrait behind him. "Oh, hi, Hermione." Ginny spoke casually, as if it had only been days, not months, since their last meeting. She flashed a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, then moved into the kitchen and set her sights on a stack of plates and silverware. "Ginny, hi," Hermione stuttered, her nerves getting the best of her. She found herself at a complete loss for what to say. As Ginny turned her full attention to setting the table, Hermione's mind desperately grasped at several trite greetings that she quickly dismissed before voicing. Something like, "How have you been?" seemed woefully inadequate, and shameful, considering that she hadn't checked on Ginny's well-being once in over a year. Just as the silence started to become very awkward, Mrs. Weasley spoke up. "Here, dear," she said, placing a glass of on the table in front of Hermione. "I'll whip you up a quick bite to eat once the bread is done baking." "Thanks," Hermione said, and she immediately took a long drink, relieved to have something to do at the moment. "Here's one for you too, Ginny," said Mrs. Weasley, sitting a second glass on the table across from Hermione. "Once the table is ready, you can take a break. I can handle the rest," she said, smiling at her daughter and peeking at Hermione before looking inside the oven. After setting the final place at the table, Ginny took her seat, brushed several long strands of hair out of her face, and took a drink. "I didn't notice you arrive," Ginny said plainly, looking down at the table as she sat her glass back on it. "Oh, well, I ran late," Hermione replied. "I almost didn't make it in time." Ginny glanced at Hermione and nodded before taking another long drink, which Hermione mirrored. Hermione's head was swimming. She had feared that Ron and Ginny would hate her, that they would scream at her for abandoning them and kick her out of their house. And sometimes, she had allowed herself to dream of a happy reunion, of being welcomed back with open arms and forgiveness. But she had never anticipated this, polite indifference. To be treated as some casual acquaintance, with no recognition that they had meant so much more to each other. As the seconds crawled by, Hermione felt a panic need to fill the silence with something, anything. "How is Ron?" Hermione cringed as soon as the words left her mouth. What was she thinking? Of all the things to just blurt out. Ginny paused in mid-sip and briefly stared at Hermione before swallowing and returning her now empty glass to the table. "Busy," replied Ginny, for the first time sounding somewhat less than cordial. She scooted back from the table and stood up. "Mum, I should go see if anyone needs anything." "Oh, thanks, dear," said Mrs. Weasley, who paused while pulling a tray out of the oven to cast a worried glance between her daughter and Hermione. "It was nice to see you again, Hermione," said Ginny as she left the room, her voice once again pleasant. Hermione felt a weight fall into her stomach. This was much worse than screaming and shouting. At least their hurt would have shown they had cared for her. Ginny had made her feel like she was nothing. Hermione suddenly felt more alone than ever, and her eyes began to well up with tears. I'll just be right back," she said, not giving Mrs. Weasley a chance to respond before ducking out the back door as fast as possible. She walked quickly across the yard and didn't stop until she'd turned the corner and slid down the wall of an unseen side of the house. Pulling her knees to her, she placed her face in her hands and began to cry. More unwelcome images rose within her like bile, and she buried her face into her raised knees and entwined her fingers behind her head protectively as a horrible scene, the memory she had fought hardest to suppress since arriving at the burrow, played inside her mind. With a crack, Hermione appeared alongside Mr. Weasley just beyond the burrow's protective wards. Beneath a darkening sky, Hermione stood rigid, clutching his arm tightly with both hands. She was unable to move, unable to even think. She felt as if her mind had frozen. When Mr. Weasley gently removed her hands, Hermione realized she was shaking. The Weasleys had just moved back into the burrow that morning. They had spent the 2 days following the Hogwarts battle at Shell Cottage while Bill and other Order members refortified the burrow's security. Returning to the burrow had become a priority since, after countless students, Hogsmeade villagers, and the entire Order of the Phoenix fought the Death Eaters, there were far too many people on the run to fit into the precious few safe houses left to them. Coming home was also important because that was where they had decided to lay Fred to rest. Traveling to any outside cemeteries would have been too dangerous, and besides, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley wanted to keep their son close. That afternoon, they had all gathered behind the house, where, beyond the pond and beside the orchard, they buried Fred at a picturesque spot by a line of tall trees. Hermione couldn't help feeling like an intruder as she witnessed the Weasleys shed their masks and succumb fully to their horrible grief. She had found it especially difficult to look at George, whose despondent face she didn't recognize. She focused on Ron, keeping his hand held tight and holding him when he needed her. Their mourning was made all the worse by the many other losses they were still suffering through. The wizarding world had been thrown into total chaos as the emboldened Death Eaters pressed their advantage after their victory at Hogwarts. Good wizarding families went into hiding or fled the country. The Order of the Phoenix and other anti-Voldemort witches and wizards panicked and scattered. And worst of all, Harry was still missing. Ron tried his best to convince everyone that Harry would be okay, reminding them that his friend had found his way out of tight spots loads of times, but their worry pressed in upon them more each day. Hermione was most concerned for Ginny, who she hadn't seen eat or sleep since they'd escaped from Hogwarts. No, they could find no comfort in bidding Fred goodbye, not while their nightmare continued. Many more people would arrive at the burrow the next morning, but on this first night back, The house held only Ron, Ginny, George, Percy, and Mrs. Weasley. Charlie had remained behind to help manage the growing crowd staying at Bill and Fleur's. In just a few moments, Hermione and Mr. Weasley would join the others inside their family home, and their world would change forever. A hand on her back guided Hermione across the yard to the house. She numbly walked along, barely aware that her legs were moving, barely aware of anything, until she reached the steps leading to the front door. She stopped and stared at them. Just 3 steps and then everyone would know the awful, unspeakable truth. There would be no going back, no denying that it was real. Hermione didn't have the strength for this. She couldn't bear the thought of seeing everyone suffer as she was. She felt an urge to run away, to get as far from the house as possible. She suddenly felt lightheaded, and a moment later, she vomited on the spot. Hermione remained hunched over, beeping in rapid, raspy breaths. As the world came back into focus, she felt a hand on her shoulder. Hermione slowly looked up into Mr. Weasley's anguished face, his red-rimmed eyes miserable and haunted. He said nothing, but pulled her into a one-arm embrace and squeezed her with his best attempt at comfort. He held her tightly to him as they took the steps together. He pushed open the door and they slowly walked inside. Their footsteps must have given them away, because as they entered the kitchen, everyone was sitting eerily still at the table, their dinner half-eaten, with their faces all turned toward the newcomers, guarding themselves in anticipation of yet more bad news. Earlier they had all been busy with other tasks, leaving Hermione and Mr. Weasley to visit a few places to learn all that they could about their missing friends, the Death Eater's most recent actions, and the quickly changing wizarding world. Mrs. Weasley stood from the table and faced her husband, wringing her hands nervously in her apron. George and Percy looked expectantly at their father. Hermione saw Ron and Ginny's eyes dart to her, and she looked down at the floor. From the corner of her eye, she noticed that Mr. Weasley also avoided everyone's gaze as he moved an empty chair from the table to the doorway where Hermione stood frozen. "Here, Hermione, have a seat." Her eyes still staring off at nothing, Hermione let Mr. Weasley guide her into the chair. Then, he pulled his usual chair away from the head of the table and slumped into it. With everyone still watching him with bated breath, Mr. Weasley pulled of his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose, his eyes squeezed shut. "What is it, father?" asked Percy, his voice little more than a whisper. Mr. Weasley leaned forward in his chair, rested his elbows on his knees, and rubbed his hands over his face. "Who is it?" asked George, his face blank. Hermione looked back at Ron, who was still staring at her, waiting for her to give some sign, some confirmation that the worst had happened. Ron must have seen something in Hermione's pale face, because his eyes widened and he began to slowly shake his head. Looking down at his clasped hands, Mr. Weasley's choked voice finally answered. "Harry. Don't," said Ginny, who had shot to her feet. Her face was white, and her eyes were wide with terror. Her father sat up and looked at her, his face scrunched up in sorrow. "I'm sorry, Pumpkin," he said, as tears began to streak down his cheeks. He's gone. Harry's gone." Time seemed to stand still as his words cut through the room. What do you mean, he's gone?" asked Ron, who spoke to his father but kept his eyes locked on Hermione. What are you saying?" Hermione held Ron's gaze, but her face remained unreadable. "He's gone, Ron," was the only reply his father could muster. Mr. Weasley shifted in his seat and blinked his eyes clear. "We found him and we brought his body home." He quickly lowered his face back into his hands as his body began to shudder. There was a loud clatter and Hermione looked over to see Ginny fall as if the string holding her up had been cut, her outstretched arm knocking various dishes to the floor on her way down. "Ginny!" yelled Mrs. Weasley, who rushed around the table toward her daughter as her sons also came to Ginny's aid. Hermione remained seated in the doorway, concerned for her friend but unable to will her body to move. From across the kitchen, Hermione could still see the terrified look on Ginny's face. The younger girl didn't seem to realize she was on the floor. "Ginny! Ginny!" shouted Percy, who was the first to kneel at his sister's side. "She's not breathing," called George, who had joined them. "Boys, get her up on the table," commanded Mr. Weasley, who swung his arm across the dinner table, sending more plates of food crashing down to clear a space. Together, Percy, George, and Ron quickly and carefully moved their sister onto the table, where her mother rushed to her side. Hermione could see that Ginny was shaking, and that her eyes were wide and blank. "Ginny, breathe, breathe, sweetheart." Mr. Weasley lifted his daughter by her shoulders and moved his face inches from hers, desperately trying to get her vacant eyes to find him. Mrs. Weasley began to sob as she cradled Ginny's head. Finally, there was a long, raspy intake of air, and Ginny rolled to her side with her eyes squeezed shut. She took several more shuddering breaths as her mother drew her closer, placed her cheek on top of Ginny's head, and wrapped her arms around her. "Oh, Ginny." And then a soul-wrenching scream pierced the air as something violently left Ginny forever. Her voice was raw and indecent as she began to wail inconsolably. It was as if the terrible sounds were being torn from her as she writhed on the table. Her mother looked terrified, and held on to Ginny tightly. "Arthur!" cried Mrs. Weasley in desperation, but her husband looked helpless as he repeatedly failed at calming his daughter, whose eyes were shut with her face contorted in absolute misery. Hermione continued to watch the scene unfold from the kitchen entrance as every awful sight and sound pierced her. Ron, George, and Percy stood stunned and said nothing, occasionally wincing at the frightful sounds filling the room. Ron sat back down, leaned over the table, and buried his face in his arms. Sometime later, Hermione could not be sure how much time had passed. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley carried Ginny, who had not once stopped crying, up to her room. The sobs and shrieks went on for some time before everything suddenly became quiet. A few moments later, Mr. Weasley came back down the stairs and returned to the kitchen, looking years older. We finally had to force her to drink a dreamless sleep potion," he said, looking at his sons. I don't know what, I've never seen her like that," he stammered. Ron began to sob, the sounds muffled by his arms as his back shook over the table. Percy leaned against the sink and took a deep breath, rubbing a hand back through his hair. George's face was deadened, with heavy-lidded eyes. Hermione wondered if losing an honorary brother so soon after his twin was more than he could ever recover from. "Ah!" yelled Ron, who suddenly kicked back from the table, stood, and turned away from everyone to lean with both hands against the wall. "This can't be happening, it can't." He lowered his head and his hands clenched into fists. "I abandoned him. I left him at bloody Hogwarts to die." "Ron," said Mr. Weasley, whose voice had regained some of its strength for the first time. "None of us had a choice, son. It's nobody's." Ron broke his father's words with a sudden punch at the wall, which left behind a blood-smeared crack. "I've been telling Ginny for days that it'll be all right," whispered Ron, his head hung low against the wall. "That Harry will come back to us." Ron took a breath to continue, but could only choke out a sob. Mr. Weasley moved to place a hand on his youngest son's shoulder. "Ron." But Ron quickly moved to the back door, slamming it open so hard that it nearly came off its hinges, and stormed out into the moonlit backyard. Mr. Weasley followed him as far as the door and stood looking through its window. After several long minutes, Mrs. Weasley returned, looking as if she was close to collapsing. As she walked closer, Hermione could see that her face was wet and white as a sheet. "See, could you come with me into the parlor, Hermione?" she asked. Hermione did not answer, but after a moment, stood and followed the older woman out of the kitchen. Entering the next room, Mrs. Weasley gestured for Hermione to sit down, then sat in a chair across from her. I can't. Mrs. Weasley's voice faltered and she raised her hands to rub her face. Sniffling, she continued. "I can't imagine what you're feeling right now, what any of you are feeling. How'd I even, right after Fred." Mrs. Weasley looked away as her resolve flickered, revealing a face twisted in grief. It was a few moments before she could speak again. Hermione vaguely felt as if she should reach out to the woman, to try to comfort her and take comfort from her, but she could not, and did not want to, break out of the protective numbness that kept her going. Mrs. Weasley rubbed away fresh tears and continued to speak. "I've never seen Ginny like that, I've never seen anyone like that. They got on well enough, and I know she used to have a bit of a crush on him. But that, I couldn't get her to, it didn't seem like she even recognized me. When she wakes up, I don't know what I'll do. She leaned closer to Hermione and looked at her with pleading eyes. Hermione, was there, did they ever, Ginny and Harry? Hermione blinked. You didn't know. She replied in a quiet, emotionless voice that sounded distant, even to her. Ginny never told you. Mrs. Weasley's face dropped and her eyes grew wide, silently waiting for Hermione to confirm what her mother's instincts told her must be true. They were together, Hermione continued, swallowing hard. Near the end of our 6th year. Harry stopped it, because he was afraid that volume, the name triggered a flash of fear, and Hermione shut her eyes against images of ruined arms and legs. Because he was afraid that, you know who might use her to get to him. Hermione saw pain in Mrs. Weasley's eyes, and a well of new tears threatening to spill over. They really cared about each other. He hated leaving her, he missed her terribly. I really think they would have. Mrs. Weasley recoiled as if she couldn't bear to hear any more. She hunched over in her seat and buried her face in her hands. Oh no, she whispered, rocking back and forth. Ginny, oh God, Ginny. Hermione understood. Ginny wasn't just suffering the loss of a friend, or even a brother, but the man she had dreamed of spending her life with, the man she had waited for while suffering silently in his absence, carrying the weight of her longing and worry on her shoulders alone. How could her mother possibly help her? How could anyone or anything ever make things right again? Hermione closed her eyes and saw Ginny in Harry's arms, smiling warmly as he squeezed her tight. And then the scene shifted to a sickeningly mutilated body beneath a face with a lightning bolt scar, and Hermione heard Ginny's screams echo inside her head. Eventually, everyone went to their rooms to sleep, or, Hermione was sure, to simply be alone with their thoughts and grief. Only she and Ron remained in the parlor, the latter having returned to the house after spending an hour alone outside. Ron had calmed down and allowed his father, who had waited for his son by the back door the entire time, to hug him, but Ron had hardly spoken since. Hermione had also stayed silent, the lost, distant look still upon her face. The two surviving members of Hogwarts' infamous trio quietly sat side by side on a sofa, lost in their own thoughts, as the embers of the dying fire glowed red in the near darkness of the room. Time crawled by until Ron finally took in a long, shaky breath and spoke. He died alone, Ron said, his vacant eyes staring ahead toward the fire. He spluttered out a sob and wiped his palms over his wet cheeks. Lowering his arms, he fell back into the couch cushions and his face went blank again. Harry had the guts. He was the chosen one. You were the brains, he added, glancing for a moment at Hermione. I never knew the right thing to do. I couldn't do what you two could, but I could back you up, share the danger, help keep you both safe. It's all I could offer, and in the end, Ron blinked rapidly and took a steadying breath before he could continue. In the end, I couldn't even do that right. Ron managed to keep a neutral expression, but didn't fight the new tears that fell. Hermione turned her head to look at him for a few moments, then looked away again. It's over, she said in a small voice. Ron looked at her, somewhat startled that she had said her first words in hours. Harry was the only one the prophecy said could defeat him. She still found herself without the courage to speak the Dark Lord's name. It's really over. As Ron looked at her, something changed in his eyes. Noticing that Hermione was shivering and rubbing her arms, he pulled an old worn blanket from the top of the sofa's backrest, moved to sit closer to her, and wrapped the blanket around her. Hermione didn't acknowledge him, but grasped the ends of the blanket and pulled it tighter. Ron gently pulled her hair out from inside the blanket to lay it on top, then put an arm around her shoulder and leaned toward the side of her face, trying to catch her eye. Don't say that, Hermione. I don't know how, I don't know what to do next. Ron's brow creased and he shook his head. But I'm not going to stop fighting. After everything we've gone through, after Harry, and Fred, and Lupin, and Tonks, and Mad Eye, and everybody else, I'll be damned if I just give up. This isn't the end, Hermione. It just can't be. Ron reached out and softly held Hermione's cheek, then turned her head to face him. When her eyes finally found him, they widened and began to quiver. She reached her arms around him, the blanket falling away from her, and buried her face in his shoulder. Ron tentatively reached out and held her. "I'm so scared," Hermione said against him, so quietly that Ron had barely heard her. "I can't stop shaking, and I feel like I can't catch my breath." She felt Ron hold her tighter, but still did not look up. "I don't think I can do this anymore." Ron sniffled and sunk his face into Hermione's hair. "Shush, it's okay," he said softly and began to rub her back. "It's okay to be scared. You don't have to be strong right now, I can be strong for both of us." He pressed his lips further into her hair and kissed the top of her head. "We'll make it through this, somehow. I won't let anything happen to you, I promise. If something ever, if you." Ron looked at the ceiling, willing himself to keep his emotions from bubbling over completely. "God, Hermione, I love you so much," Ron said, his voice breaking. "This isn't how I ever imagined telling you that, but now Harry's gone and you just never know. I've wasted so much time. You mean everything to me, and I've been a bloody coward for so long. And I've been a prat, an idiot, and everything else you've ever called me, it's all true. But I swear that I'll do whatever it takes to get us through this. Just lean on me for now. I promise I won't let you down, I won't let anyone down ever again." Ron continued rubbing Hermione's back and brought his other hand up to hold her head tenderly against his shoulder. Hermione did not speak, but held closely to him as they sat in the eerily quiet room with the last few sparks of fire and the ticking of the clock. At long last, Hermione's tears fell. She moved her head from Ron's shoulder and buried her face into his chest, dampening his shirt. Ron held her close as he leaned back against the cushions, and they silently held each other into the night. When Ron awoke on the couch the next morning, he was alone. Next, with time ticking away before a dangerous mission, Hermione takes what could be her last chance to talk to Ron and Ginny and make things right, but will they listen to what she has to say? Coming soon, the third chapter of The World I Leave Behind, Splintered. "I'm rubbish at small talk, so I'll get right to it." He never got to say that, so you don't get to, either. "Try harder. I would have given anything for what you had, for what you just threw away. I never read them. But you're the bravest witch I've ever known." "Hello, Ron." It took Hermione an hour to fight off the unwelcome memories that had come rushing back upon returning to the burrow. No one had disturbed her hiding place. She remained sitting on the grass, resting against the side of the house. As Hermione contemplated how long she could remain there before someone came to look for her, her answer arrived in the form of George Weasley, who peeked around the corner and spotted her. As he walked closer, Hermione was saddened to see that the mischievous twinkle hadn't yet returned to his eyes, and that the smile he gave her showed none of the mirth that she still associated with him. "Dad's been looking for you," George said as he sat on the ground beside her. "It's your turn with Bill, to go over your plans for the mission tomorrow." "Oh," said Hermione, moving to stand up. "Oi, no need to hurry off," said George, reaching up to grasp her wrist. "Bill's got plenty to do, he won't really miss you for a few more minutes." When Hermione remained standing he added, "Come on Hermione, I'm perfectly harmless." George flashed an overly innocent expression, and Hermione couldn't stop herself from cracking a small smile. She returned to her spot against the house and George leaned back against the wall next to her, pulled up one leg, and rested an arm across his raised knee. After a few quiet moments, he spoke again. "I'm rubbish at small talk, so I'll get right to it." George's tone had flattened, and Hermione raised her eyebrows at him curiously. "I'm not daft enough to ask how you've been, Hermione, but I do care about how you're doing." George's eyes were suddenly serious, looking even less like they belonged to the carefree prankster that Hermione had known for years. "Everyone here cares about you, but they won't all understand. Mum, Ron, Ginny, people are going to have questions. But I know that sometimes," George scratched the back of his head as he searched for the right words. "Sometimes you just don't have any answers to give. Things just are, and you just are." George shook his head. "Bugger. That didn't make any sense, did it?" Hermione wasn't sure what to say, so she continued to smile encouragingly at George as he gathered his thoughts. People keep expecting me to, I don't know. Be just like I was with Fred, I guess. George sighed. But that's not me anymore. You can't go through a change like that and still be the exact same person afterwards. They don't understand, and it hurts them because they care about me and they can't help. But the point is, George said, looking purposefully into Hermione's eyes, they care. Ginny doesn't seem to, Hermione said without thinking. George smiled sadly. Well, he replied, Ginny's not very happy with anyone or anything these days. I've tried to talk to her, but... George trailed off, and then shook his head. Just don't take it too personally. What about Ron? Hermione asked in a quiet voice. George shifted uncomfortably and didn't answer right away, and Hermione, recognizing his uneasiness, felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over her. I won't lie to you, Hermione, Ron took it hard when you left. I mean, in one day he lost his two best friends. But, I don't think he's angry. Mostly just confused, I reckon. You can't blame him. He hadn't been without you two since he was 11 years old, since his first day at Hogwarts. A tear slid down Hermione's cheek. To hear it put like that. Hey, George said in a soothing voice, it's not your fault, okay? I don't know exactly why you felt you had to leave, but I still get it. You could have done a million different things and I wouldn't have questioned any of them. At a time like that, you do what you feel you have to. You can't always explain what you're feeling or where it's coming from, and you can't control it. You just do what you have to in order to get by. Hermione nodded, sniffled, and wiped her eyes. Besides, George went on, a brighter tone returning to his voice. You wouldn't want to hang around Ronnikins these days, anyway. All he ever does anymore is study and train and read book after boring book. Hermione responded with a cough that was caught between a laugh and a sob. Are you sure that you're thinking of the right brother? You'll hardly recognize him. I guess without a troublemaker like you around to distract him from his studies, Hermione snorted as George looked at her accusingly. The little prefect has finally applied himself. Hermione gave George a rare wide grin, and he smiled back for a few moments before abruptly standing up. Well, you should really quit dilly-dallying and get in there, Hermione. Honestly, I don't know what's gotten into you, keeping Bill waiting like that. You're holding up the entire operation. Hermione stood, playfully slapping George's hand away when he offered his assistance. George rocked on his heels with his hands in his pockets, smiling smugly. His old act was back in place, but she knew it was really just for her benefit. Thanks, she said, hugging him. I really needed that. I'm always here if you need me, said George, hugging her back. That goes for you, too, Hermione said. I know that I haven't been here for you, any of you, but I'd like that to change. George smiled and gave a nod. Stepping back, Hermione took a calming breath and walked past George on her way back inside the burrow. Before she rounded the corner of the house, however, he called after her. Hermione, you're going to have to go to him. Ron, well, he feels like he's already tried to talk to you, and that if you had wanted to talk to him, you would have. Hermione thought of the unopened letters at home in her desk drawer, all addressed to her in Ron's messy handwriting, and nodded that she understood. Hermione's meeting with Bill was a short one since they had previously discussed the plan many times while researching the school's wards together. As their previous communications had been through coded owl post, Bill simply wanted to go over Hermione's role one last time, face to face. Afterwards, Hermione noticed that most of the crowd from the meeting had left and that only those who would be directly involved in the raid on Hogwarts remained. This included most of the Weasley family, much to Mrs. Weasley's dismay, who fretted about with so much nervous energy that Hermione suspected she might pass out or explode if she stopped moving. Hermione's anxiety raised another notch with the arrival of Madame Pomfrey just before dinner. In the morning the school nurse would prepare the sitting room to care for anyone who might be wounded during the mission. Thinking of the worst, Hermione realized how precious the next few hours would be. If she didn't use them to talk to Ron and try to set things right, she might never. No, they were going to come through this okay, there would be other chances. But still, Hermione had to be sure. She resolved to talk to Ron after dinner, even if he hated her. With the kitchen table full, Hermione ate her dinner in the sitting room. George joined her and they ate in amicable silence. Hermione's churning stomach kept her from enjoying her meal, however. While the anxiety triggered by returning to the burrow had begun to settle, thanks in no small part to her earlier chat with George, Bill's words of assurance, and regular cheerful check-ins from Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, the thought of confronting Ron brought her nerves back full force. Hermione hadn't caught a glimpse of Ron since the meeting, and she knew that he wasn't eating in the kitchen with the others. Ginny, too, had kept out of sight, until, while Hermione was returning her still half-full plate to the kitchen, she saw the younger girl walk out the back door holding 2 dinner plates, one of them piled high with an extra-large portion of food. Hermione returned to the sitting room and sat silently as George went through 3 helpings. She began to prepare what she would say to Ron, but nothing that came to mind sounded quite right. Hermione wasn't entirely sure why she had acted the way she did, so how could she explain it to someone else? Finally, Hermione heard the back door open and shut, soon followed by the sound of someone climbing the stairs. Taking a deep breath, she moved to stand but found that her legs didn't want to support her. Steadying herself, Hermione caught George's eye, who smiled at her encouragingly and nodded toward the stairs. She tried to smile back, but knew she had done a poor job of it. Hermione reached the top floor and stopped. In front of her, through the open door marked Ronald's room, stood Ron with his back to her. Her heart began to hammer in her chest, and she felt a strong urge to turn around and run back down the stairs. Summoning all of her courage, Hermione closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped to the doorway. "Hello, Ron." Startled, Ron snapped his head around toward her. His eyes, full of surprise and something else Hermione couldn't place, locked onto hers. "Hi," he said, swallowing hard. His stare was scorching her, so she looked to the floor. What was behind those brilliant blue eyes? Was he at all happy to see her? Did he hate her? Hermione suddenly felt as if she might not be able to survive the answer. "I, thought I might say hello since I didn't see you at dinner," she said, timidly. Ron turned his body to face her fully. "Yeah, I've been meaning to catch you but, you know, busy day," he said. "Yeah, I know, me too," said Hermione. There was an awkward pause during which Hermione remained stock still and Ron seemed to search for something to do with his hands. He eventually settled on crossing his arms. "Bill's a driver," he said. "He's a brilliant leader and all that, but mental." Hermione gave a polite, but somewhat shaky, smile, and then another uneasy silence settled between them. "Could I?" Hermione finally asked, gesturing into the room. Ron looked confused for a moment before he understood her question. "Oh, right, come on in." Ron turned to his bed and began to make a place for her to sit, quickly tossing some clothes aside and pulling his unmade sheets up. He stepped back and silently gestured to the now suitable spot, and Hermione sat stiffly in the offered seat, resting her clasped hands in her lap. Ron turned away and continued tidying up, as if he suddenly realized that his messy room wasn't suitable for a visitor. Ron looked everywhere but at Hermione while he kicked objects under the bed, stuffed things in drawers, and piled clothes on the floor of his closet. Ron's fervent cleaning gave Hermione a few moments to catch her breath and steady her nerves. Her heart was now thumping so hard that it pounded in her ears. She looked around at Ron's room and noticed that it was still decorated in the orange and black of his beloved Chudley Cannons, with an old faded poster of the team still hung on a wall. Turning her eyes to Ron's back as he put the last pile of collected clothes in the closet, Hermione noticed that, while he was as tall as ever, Ron had filled out a bit more and had lost much of his gangly appearance. She felt her cheeks grow warm as her eyes took in his broad shoulders and strong-looking arms. "You look well," Hermione said in a voice slightly higher than she had intended. Her comment seemed to snap Ron out of his thoughts. After a brief pause, he closed his closet door and turned toward her, but still did not look at her. "Ah, thanks. You, too," he replied with a quick glance in Hermione's direction. She could just make out a little pink on the tips of his ears. "Ron, I need to explain why I left." Ron's eyes finally connected with hers again. "Well, okay, but, you know, you don't have to. It's all right." No, I really need to and you deserve to know, Hermione said, her mind set. She could do this. As terrified as she was to be back at the burrow, and as scared as she was of Ron's reaction to what she had to say, she felt, in his presence, some of her old strength return. Ron crossed the room and began to move piles of books, from what Hermione now recognized as a cot, and placed them on the floor. She remembered the cot as the place where Harry would sleep when he stayed at the burrow, and felt the familiar icy feeling that accompanied unexpected reminders of her missing best friend. Ron sat on the book-free cot and faced Hermione, waiting expectantly. "Well, I suppose the truth is that I'm not entirely sure how to explain it," said Hermione, staring at her hands in her lap. "I just couldn't handle it all. After all those months on the run looking for the Horcruxes, and after what happened in Godric's Hollow, at Gringotts, and Malfoy Manor," Hermione flinched at the horrible memory of Bellatrix's Cruciatus curse. "After the battle at Hogwarts, after Moody, Lupin, Tonks, and Fred. I think I was already close to, I don't know. Losing it, I guess." Ron kept silent as Hermione paused for a few seconds. "And then when I found Harry," Hermione stuttered, closing her eyes. That was just it for me. I couldn't take any more. I just had to get away from, well, everything. The war, the magical world, and everything and everyone in it." After a shaky breath, Hermione looked back up at Ron and wiped a tear from her cheek. Ron's face was unreadable. He certainly didn't seem at all surprised at what she had said so far. Shifting uncomfortably, Ron drew a slow breath and spoke. "I knew you were shaken up, and I don't blame you after everything you went through," he said, leaning forward to rest his folded arms on his knees. "It was tough on everybody. I don't understand why you couldn't stay and let us help you." "I didn't want to leave," Hermione said in a near whisper. "It wasn't a rational decision. It just felt like, if I stayed in this house another minute, I wouldn't be able to take it anymore." Hermione shook her head, frustrated with her inability to fully convey what she had felt. "I wish I knew how to explain it properly." Ron sighed and rubbed his hands over his face, and Hermione could sense his building frustration. "It's been a year, Hermione. Even if you didn't want to come back, you still couldn't send word, not even a single owl." Hermione felt a pang of guilt as she once again pictured the stack of Ron's letters that she kept, unopened, in her desk drawer back at home. "I mean," Ron continued, "if Dad hadn't talked to you a couple of times, I wouldn't even know what happened to you. I was going to come see you, but he wouldn't let me. He said that you wanted me, all of us, to stay away." Hermione could now hear hurt mixed with the frustration in his voice. Wiping away another tear, she redoubled her efforts to hold back her emotions so that she could respond. "I missed you, all of you, so very much. I told you, my fear, it's irrational. Just sitting here," Hermione gestured to the area around her, "just being back at the burrow, it's hard to breathe." She said this with her hand over her chest to emphasize the point, leaning toward Ron and begging him with her eyes to understand. "I get dizzy and it all just comes rushing back. I wish so much that this wasn't so hard for me, Ron, I really do, but it just is." "But Hermione, we've been through plenty of tough times, you and me, and Harry, and we always got through them together." Ron spoke a little louder and faster as his frustration rose. "I think I get what you're saying about needing to leave for a while, but I could have come with you, or I could have at least visited. Why couldn't I help? Why couldn't we write each other, or—" "Ron, you're not listening," said Hermione, her voice rising. She was now getting frustrated as well, both with Ron and herself. Why couldn't she explain her actions better? Why couldn't he just understand anyway? It wasn't a matter of what I wanted or didn't want, I just couldn't. I was too scared, But you're the bravest witch I've ever known," Ron replied, sitting up straight and throwing his arms into the air in exasperation. Hermione sensed a row coming on, which she desperately needed to avoid right now. It wouldn't do either of them any good and, truth be told, her guilt wouldn't let her fully defend herself. Moving her eyes back to her lap, Hermione lowered her voice and spoke softly. "I'm sorry, Ron. Everyone has their limits, I suppose. I wish I wish I had your strength. Hermione sniffled and gave a wan smile. Ron deflated and slouched forward to rest his arms on his knees again. He bowed his head and asked, in a calm voice, how long are you staying? Hermione closed her eyes and shook her head. After tomorrow, I don't know. Ron looked up, and instead of the frustration that had been building in him, Hermione saw only concern in his eyes. Are you sure about the mission? He asked. Bill could probably still find someone else to be the lookout if you're not up to it, or if you're unsure, or... No, it should be me, she replied, but not sounding entirely certain. I've helped Bill research the wards for months, and I know more about Hogwarts than anyone else available. I won't be at much risk up on the astronomy tower, but if something comes up, I'll be qualified to. If something comes up, Ron interrupted, a warning in his voice, you'll stay on the astronomy tower. They sat, staring at each other in silence for several long moments, before Hermione looked away. Ron, I need to do this. I can't just hide at home anymore, pretending this war doesn't exist, that the people I care about aren't in danger. It isn't easy for me, but I'll manage. Hermione returned a more decisive gaze to Ron and said resolutely, I want to help. Ron stared at her again, and that mysterious something returned to his eyes, the something Hermione could not place. He made a movement toward her, but just then, a voice snapped their attention to the doorway. Ron, Mum wants you, Ginny said curtly. Although she spoke to her brother, Ginny glared at Hermione. Okay, Ron distractedly replied as he looked back at Hermione. Tell her I'll be there in just a minute. Ginny remained standing by the door and looked pointedly at her brother. She wants to see you right now. Yeah, I'll be there, Ron said irritably, returning Ginny's glare with one of his own. When Ron still didn't move, Ginny opened her mouth to speak again, but closed it. With one last angry glance at Hermione, she turned from the doorway and stomped down the stairs. Sorry about that, Ron sighed. Guess I should get down there before she brings Mum up here and they both start yelling at me. They both stood and took a step toward each other. For a moment it looked as if Ron had started to reach out to Hermione, but he quickly stuffed both hands into his pockets. They looked at each other awkwardly, and Ron gave a small smile and sighed. Well then, Hermione finally said. It was good seeing you again, Ron, really good. Yeah, you too, Hermione. I'm glad you're back, even if, Ron's smile faltered. Even if it's not for long. Hermione reached out and picked at a loose thread on his shirt. The small touch made her suddenly feel very warm, and without looking up at Ron's face, she stepped closer to him as if in a daze, her eyes transfixed on the thread. Then, through the dizzying fog in her head, Hermione only half realized she had put her arms around him in a tentative embrace. Ron remained still for several moments, but then Hermione felt his hand slowly reach around her. Once in his arms, Hermione's walls finally broke. Gripping him tightly, she hid her face in his chest and began to cry. Ron's hold on her tightened, and she felt him begin to gently rub her back. At that moment Hermione realized, she knew, that leaving had been the biggest mistake of her life, that the comfort she so desperately needed had been here, in Ron's arms, the entire time. And, having looked into his eyes, she knew for sure that he had needed her, too, and she hated herself more than ever for leaving him. I should never have left, choked Hermione between sobs. I made such a big mistake. Shish, Ron soothed. It's okay, Hermione, it's all right, you're here, now. Hermione sniffled against Ron's shirt. It's not all right, I don't think I can ever make it all right. Ron. They broke apart at Mrs. Weasley's loud voice, which boomed up at them from the bottom of the stairs. Ron rolled his eyes and yelled toward the open door. Yeah, I'll be right there. Hermione immediately missed Ron's touch, and she hastened to wipe her face, which she had managed to force into a smile. Ron took a couple of backward steps toward the door, scratching his head nervously while avoiding Hermione's eyes. A few uneasy moments passed as neither seemed to know what to say or how to part. Reaching the door, Ron found his words. Listen, Hermione, be careful tomorrow, yeah. Just stay out of sight up on the tower, and get out of there as soon as you can, all right? I will, Ron, but you have to be careful, too. Ron gave a nod. Deal. And, after it's over, and we're back, maybe we can talk again. A genuine smile spread across Hermione's face. Deal. Ron walked through the doorway and Hermione followed him. You know, Ron said over his shoulder, they say that breaking through the wards at Hogwarts is impossible, but I reckon Bill might just pull it off. I hope so, said Hermione. Other wizards have tried. Well, not since Amias Archibald, Ron broke in. And that was a couple 100 years ago. And he tried to destroy the wards completely, and that's never going to work. Hermione stopped walking and gawked at Ron. That's right, Ron. How did you know that? What, you think you're the only one who's ever read Hogwarts, a history? He replied with a smirk. Ron descended the stairs, leaving a wide-eyed Hermione behind, gaping at him. Hermione re-entered the sitting room in a kind of trance. All things considered, her talk with Ron had gone about as well as she could have reasonably hoped. He hadn't screamed at her, jinxed her, or kicked her out of his room, as she had imagined him doing so many times over the past few days. Things weren't great between them, but for the first time, she could imagine things going back to the way they used to be with Ron and honestly believe in it, at least a little. She felt numb and drained as she plopped back down on the sofa, staring off into space. Getting on all right, Hermione? Hermione blinked and her eyes found Mr. Weasley sitting in the chair across from her, who she'd walked past without realizing it. A smile stretched across her face, and Mr. Weasley's concerned gaze softened. She suddenly wondered if he'd known where she had been, and was checking to make sure she was okay. Better and better, she told him, and he beamed at her. Glad to hear it, he said, relaxing back into his well-worn armchair. I do hope you'll consider staying after tomorrow. I'll understand if you want to go back home, of course, but you're a breath of fresh air around here. Mr. Weasley leaned toward Hermione and spoke just a little lower. Molly just loaded Ron up with pillows and sent him around to help everyone get settled for bed, and I think I actually saw him smile. I can't remember the last time. Hermione looked down as she felt her face grow warm and her own smile grow even wider. A few moments passed in comfortable silence before Mr. Weasley pushed up out of his armchair. Well, it's getting late and we've all got a big day ahead of us tomorrow, he said, his tone slightly more serious. Better get to bed. Your things are already in Ginny's room. Ginny's room, replied Hermione, taken aback. Yes, asked Mr. Weasley, when Hermione had gone quiet. After Ginny's display in Ron's room, Hermione didn't think for one second that the girl would be happy with this sleeping arrangement. And as desperate as Hermione was to get back on good terms with her former close friend, she really didn't want to ruin the good mood that her talk with Ron had left her in. Hermione saw no easy way out, however, as every other bedroom was occupied and she would be expected to use the room she had always stayed in before. Nothing, Hermione replied, and stood from the couch. Good night, Mr. Weasley, and thanks for everything. Mr. Weasley gave her a quick hug, and then held her shoulders at arm's length. You've come a long way today, and I am very proud of you, he said. Putting an arm across her shoulders, he led her out of the room and back to the stairs. When Hermione opened the door to Ginny's room, she was relieved to find it empty. Perhaps, if she hurried, she could prepare for bed and fall asleep, or pretend to be asleep, before Ginny showed up. Hermione spotted her suitcase by the guest bed that had been set up for her, and rushed to it. Glancing around, she noticed that, as had been then case with Ron's room, Ginny's bedroom hadn't changed much since Hermione last visited. It was a bit messy. Ginny had always been tidy before, but everything else was exactly as Hermione remembered it, right down to the Holyhead Harpies and Weird Sisters posters on the walls. Hermione quickly undressed, pulled on her pink pajama bottoms and white camisole, and pulled down her bed sheets. Just as she was about to lie down, however, something caught her eye from the nightstand next to Ginny's bed, something that definitely hadn't been there the last time she had been in Ginny's room. Hermione momentarily forgot her rush to get into bed and walked to the nightstand. She didn't know how or when Ginny had gotten them, but there was no mistaking it, those were definitely Harry's glasses. They sat next to the lamp, and had been carefully placed so that the round lenses stood upright, just as Harry himself would have put them before going to sleep. Just then, Hermione heard muffled voices coming from downstairs. She couldn't make out the words, but she could tell that it was Ginny and Mrs. Weasley speaking, and that they were arguing. Hermione had a pretty good idea why, and she instantly felt even more nervous about sharing Ginny's room. Ginny shouted something. Mrs. Weasley raised her voice in response, and then they both went quiet. Hermione stood frozen, straining to hear what might be said next. After several tense, silent moments passed by, however, the next sound was that of someone stomping up the stairs. Hermione dashed for the bed, but only managed to get halfway into it before the door banged open and Ginny, red in the face and looking furious, stormed into the room. She glared daggers at Hermione as she walked to her dresser, jerked the top drawer open, and yanked out a t-shirt like it had somehow wronged her. Hermione quietly settled into a sitting position on her bed and pulled the covers up to her waist. She looked the other way when Ginny flung off her clothes and pulled on a white, ragged men's t-shirt that was at least 3 sizes too big and stopped just above her knees. When Hermione looked back at her, Ginny was facing away as she undid her ponytail and let her long red hair fall down her back. Without another look in Hermione's direction, Ginny pulled down her bed sheets, turned off the lamp on her nightstand, and got into bed. Hermione remained sitting up, the room now dark and silent. She was exhausted, physically, mentally, and emotionally, but she couldn't go to sleep with things this bad between them, not when she was leaving for a dangerous mission the next day. "Ginny," Hermione said softly, into the dark. "Hermione, if you say one more word, I swear I will curse you." Ginny's voice was hard and deadly serious. Hermione took a deep breath, picked up her wand, and cast a noise-dampening spell at the door. With another flick, she relit the lamp. Hermione pushed down her covers and swung around so that she sat with her legs hung over the side the bed. She faced Ginny, who was staring at her, enraged, from her pillow. "Let's have it, then," Hermione said, as calmly as she could. Ginny didn't speak but kept her eyes locked on Hermione, who began to worry that she really was about to be cursed. "Are you back for good?" asked Ginny. I want to be, but, I don't know," Hermione replied. She felt stronger and more secure about being back in the magical world, but she still had her parents to think about. "Then stay away from Ron," Ginny snapped. Hermione hadn't known what to expect Ginny to say, but it certainly wasn't that. "I'm serious," Ginny continued, sitting up in her bed. "You either stick around this time, and treat Ron like you give a damn about him, or you stay the hell away from him." "I care about Ron, Ginny. I've always." "I know you do, Hermione," Ginny interrupted. "Even before you figured it out for yourself, I could tell that you were crazy about him. If you weren't crazy about him, maybe I could understand how you could leave him. But he meant as much to you as you did to him, and you took off anyway. You were the last thing he had left after Harry died, and you abandoned him. I will never forgive you for that. Ginny, I couldn't possibly feel any worse. Try harder." Hermione was stunned by the hatred in Ginny's voice. And even worse, she knew that Ginny was right. As much as Hermione needed, Ron and Ginny's forgiveness, she knew that she didn't deserve it. "After you took off, I have never seen Ron like that," said Ginny. "And I won't ever see him like that again. It took him a long time too." Trailing off, Ginny looked toward the ceiling and simply shook her head. "You have to believe me, Ginny," pleaded Hermione. "I didn't want to go. I wasn't being rational, I was in shock. Look, Hermione, I understand that you got rattled and needed time to clear your head. I mean, I know it can't have been easy finding Harry with his face all messed up." "His face was all they left," Hermione shouted, her nerves and frustration getting the better of her. "So we'd know it was him." Ginny paled. Her father hadn't let her or anyone else see Harry before the burial. Despite Mr. Weasley's best attempts to make it presentable, the body had been too ravaged by dark magic, so he and Hermione had agreed to keep the details of its condition between themselves. They didn't want the people Harry had loved to remember him that way. The anger that had suddenly flared in Hermione faded as she watched Ginny absorb what she had said. Ginny wrapped her arms around herself and stared aimlessly around the room, no doubt imagining what horrors her ex-boyfriend might have endured before finally being murdered. When Ginny spoke again, she looked down at her sheets, still holding herself. "You were gone for over a year, Hermione. You could have at least let him know you were alive." Ginny looked up at Hermione, and her eyes, which had been full of fire, now simply looked tired. "God," Ginny said, exasperated, "how could you not respond to those letters he sent you? He poured his heart out into those." Hermione looked away, feeling her full shame come rushing back. I never read them," she said, in nearly a whisper. Ginny was silent, and Hermione couldn't muster the courage to look at her. "So, let me get this straight," Ginny said, the edge returning to her voice. "Ron's over here crying his eyes out, not sleeping, not eating, not talking to anyone, and you were just chucking his letters in the bin." "No, I kept them," Hermione stuttered. "I just didn't. I couldn't open them. Please, Ginny, I know that I was horrible, I know I was being a coward, but you have to understand that it wasn't because, I thought about Ron every minute, but if I focused too much on him, or you, or anything connected to the magical world, I would start to panic. I would get dizzy, or sick, or hyperventilate." Hermione closed her eyes and let out a shaky breath. What she would say next she had never admitted before, not even to herself. "And I knew that if I read them, I wouldn't be able to stay away, and I was terrified of coming back." "You know what the worst part is?" Ginny spat, with no recognition of how difficult the admission had been for Hermione. "When Ron was going to hell, and we couldn't get him to eat or look after himself, he was only worried about you. Worried that your Muggle parents wouldn't know how to help you, or that the wards Dad put around your house weren't safe enough." Hermione felt sick as she realized how easy Ron had been on her during their talk. Why didn't he hate her? Why didn't he scream at her for ruining his life? The image of him suffering, while thinking only of her, was too much. Hermione screwed up her face and clenched her fists in her hair as frustration, guilt, and her anger at herself boiled over. "I know I messed up," she screamed, sounding frantic. "I know it, okay. But I was hurting, too." "You don't get it," Ginny shouted back, her own anger erupting. "You lost Harry, but you still had Ron. He should have been more important to you than anything." "Stop it," cried Hermione, curling in upon herself. "And you treated him like dirt," spat Ginny. "Shut up," Hermione yelled. "You don't deserve to just come back and get him now," continued Ginny, mercilessly. "I would have given anything for what you had, for what you just threw away. Why should you get Ron now, when I'll never." Ginny, who had risen to her knees in anger, suddenly slumped back to the bed with her hands over her face, sobbing. At that moment, Hermione finally understood the true source of Ginny's anger. It must have seemed so unfair when Hermione tossed aside the very thing that Ginny would have treasured above all else, a chance to be with the man she loved. Ginny soon regained control and her voice was no longer angry, but hollow as she spoke, her eyes looking down at her bed. "I would give my life for just one more week with Harry, and you and Ron had ages." The heartbreaking sadness that radiated from Ginny overrode everything else going on in Hermione's mind, and she moved to comfort the girl before she could think better of it. She sat gently on the bed next to Ginny, who lay down and rolled over to face away from Hermione. "He always thought about you, you know," soothed Hermione in a soft voice. "Don't," Ginny choked out. "He would pull out the Marauders map and stare at your dot while you were still at school." "Please, don't," Ginny begged. "I know that he loved." "No," Ginny shouted, turning over to fire a warning glare at Hermione. "He never got to say that, so you don't get to, either." Hermione didn't push it any further, and Ginny rolled back over, her face once again hidden from view. "I loved him since I was 10, Ginny said, sniffling. "Since before I even knew what love was. I had to wait 5 long years to finally be with him, and I only had him for a few weeks." Ginny took a shaky breath. "After that, I spent a year without hearing a single word from him, not knowing if he was even still alive. And then I saw him one last time at Hogwarts, just before." When Ginny didn't continue, Hermione filled in, "just before the battle." Ginny nodded against her pillow. You have no idea how many times I've wished for those last few moments back, Ginny went on. Wished that I'd told him how I really felt, or that I'd keyed him one last time. And now he's been dead for over a year, and I still can't let him go. I just don't know how to let him go, I don't think I ever will, and it's killing me. Hermione wiped tears from her eyes. Maybe you won't, but you'll be okay, you'll figure it out. You're not like me, Ginny, you're strong. Ginny responded with something between a laugh and a sob. Could you tell that to everybody else around here? They all think I'm mental and won't let me do anything to really help. They think I can't handle it, or that I just want to snuff it, like I've got a death wish or something. I've lost Harry and I've lost a brother, and all I can do about it is set the bloody table for dinner. Hermione squeezed Ginny's shoulder, and Ginny sighed. Maybe they're right, she said, maybe I am a nutter. That horrible last year of school, all that fighting against Snape and the Carrows, going into hiding when our family was targeted, the only thing that kept me going was the dream that I could finally have Harry when it was all over. I would think about a life with him and it would keep me sane. I used to dream that. Ginny became quiet and shook her head, unable to finish her thought. When he died, I lost everything. I know that I can't expect you to believe me, Hermione said, her hand still on Ginny's shoulder. And I know that I don't deserve your trust, but Ginny, I am so sorry that I haven't been here for you. No matter what happens next, I promise that I will be here for you and Ron from now on. Just don't hurt him anymore, Hermione, said Ginny, still facing away. I won't. Several long, silent moments passed between them before Ginny spoke again. It's late, and you really should get some sleep for tomorrow. Hermione understood her dismissal, but felt as if there was more to say, even if the words hadn't yet come to mind. Good night, Hermione, pressed Ginny, when Hermione failed to respond. Realizing that the discussion had gone as far as it could for the time being, Hermione rubbed Ginny's arm and walked back to her own bed. She picked up her wand and used it to put out the lamp and disable the silencing charm that she had put on the door, and then climbed under the covers. As she lay in the darkness, Hermione's thoughts drifted to Harry and how, without him, they had all fallen apart. He had always been the glue that held them together. She probably wouldn't have taken the time to get to know Ron if they both weren't Harry's friends, and Ginny hadn't spent any significant amount of time around them until she began dating Harry. Without him, their group had splintered and become lost. Hermione had loved him. Not in the same way that Ginny had, but Hermione's feelings for Harry ran deep enough to understand what Ginny was going through. Hermione, too, would miss Harry every day for the rest of her life. What she wouldn't give to see him just one more time. Next, the day of the mission finally arrives. Members of the Order of the Phoenix attempt to infiltrate Hogwarts, as Harry stands ready to make his escape from the Chamber of Secrets. But could a surprise visitor ruin their plans? Coming soon, the 4th chapter of The World I Leave Behind, Graduation Day. Are you sure that Dumbledore is right about this? I just don't want to reopen old wounds. I don't think I could ever say goodbye, Harry. I wish I could have given you a better life. Give 'em hell, kid. Minty fresh, not as much as me. According to the late Fred Weasley, who kept a watchful eye on his brothers from the world beyond our own, this was the day that members of his family would attempt to penetrate the protective wards surrounding Hogwarts, where Harry had lived for a year locked inside the Chamber of Secrets. The possibility of freedom at long last, even though Harry's ultimate fate remained to die by Voldemort's hand, was what he had wished for during his many long, tortuous months of captivity. But now that Harry's opportunity to escape had finally arrived, he found that a part of him almost didn't want to leave. For while Harry remained in the chamber, he had regular contact with loved ones that he once thought he had lost forever, even those he never imagined he would get the chance to know. Are you sure that Dumbledore is right about this? Asked Harry, his emotions back in check. I mean, if I manage to get Voldemort to kill me in order to destroy his bit of soul that's in me. Harry's mother winced at his frankness. I won't be around for a lot longer. Would there really be much harm in taking the resurrection stone with me? Lily Potter's face fell. She seemed unwilling to answer as she looked away and tucked a long strand of dark red hair behind her ear. After a moment she took a deep breath, appeared to muster her resolve, and returned her watery emerald eyes to her son's matching pair. I think Dumbledore is right, she said, hesitantly. As much as I can't bear the thought of not being able to talk to you or be there for you. Lily closed her eyes and shook her head. When she spoke again, her gaze fell to the floor between where she and Harry sat facing each other. The stone really shouldn't be used this way, she sighed. Dumbledore is right, the dead aren't meant to be among the living. We've broken the rules while you've been here because you were alone and you needed us. The fate of the whole world depends on you being able to do what you need to. But we've told you and taught you all that we can. There's nothing more we can do to help. Lily looked at Harry apologetically and managed a smile. She leaned forward and put her hand over his, her semi-solid fingers giving Harry a warm tingling sensation where they overlapped his skin. And if everything goes according to plan, she said, the sadness in her voice betraying her attempt at comfort, we'll see each other again soon, and we won't ever have to be apart again. Yeah, I know, shrugged Harry. I'll be fine. I guess I've just gotten used to talking to you and Dad whenever I want. It's been a gift, his mother added. I wish with all my heart that the circumstances had been different, that you hadn't been put in this awful, horrible place. But our talks, getting to know the man you've become, Lily smiled wider and rubbed at a new tear. I will always treasure our time together. Shouldn't Dad be here by now? Harry said, in an attempt to head off the fresh wave of emotion that once again threatened his control. Well, he had to round all of them up, didn't he? His mother answered, I'm sure that your father will be along soon. Harry nodded and absent-mindedly looked around the empty room. He wasn't sure what else to say. How do you tell your mother goodbye? A few awkward moments crawled by before she broke the silence. Harry, listen, I want you to do something for me, she said, with an added note of seriousness to her tone. Harry turned his gaze back to her. Once you're free, with whatever time you have left, try to live. Really live. Go places, do things, be with the people you care about. Whether you've got months, weeks, or just days, make the most of them, because you won't ever be going back. Take it from someone who would know, your time there, every second of it, is precious. And tell Ginny, she added with a smile, to give you a hug for me. Harry rubbed the back of his neck and looked down. I don't know, Mum, he said in a low voice. I mean, Ginny, everybody thinks I'm dead, and they've had a long time to get used to it. I mean, what would I say? I'm actually not dead, but sorry, I can't stay because I'm off to get myself killed for real this time. Lily opened her mouth to speak, but Harry kept going. I think it might be better to just let them get on with things. They don't need to worry about me, or, Harry, seeing you would be good for them. It would give them a chance to say goodbye properly, to make peace with. I just don't want to reopen old wounds, Harry interrupted. His mother looked at him with eyes full of concern and caring, and she seemed to be debating something. Harry, she said, tentatively. Ginny isn't. I mean, Fred has told me some things. I didn't want to upset you before, but. Just then, several more semi-solid people faded into view nearby. Looking around, Harry felt a rush of affection for each and every one of them. Fred, Remus, Tonks, Sirius, Dumbledore, and his father. Although they weren't close enough for Harry to see them properly without his missing glasses, he could almost feel their warm smiles. As the group approached, Lily leaned closer to her son and spoke in a whisper that only he could hear. Please Harry, just go to her. She needs to see you. And tell her that I wish so much that I could meet her, and that she seems like such a wonderful person. Before Harry could respond, James Potter plopped down next to his wife and put an arm around her. Sorry we ran a bit late, love, he said. Then, to Harry he added, hello, son, and smiled affectionately. Son. Harry never got tired of hearing it. Hi Dad, Harry said, beaming. Harry straightened up to get a better look at the others who had joined them. Well, he said, drawing in a deep breath, I guess this is it. It won't be much longer, said Fred, who seemed to be gazing toward an empty corner of the room. They're just about to set out. They would have done already, but Ron overslept, and then Georgie boy nearly forgot the Marauders map. I swear, how our dear mother got us to King's Cross on time each year I will never know. Hold on, Fred added, his unfocused eyes growing wider, here they come. A few moments passed as everyone quietly watched Fred. Harry felt the butterflies in his stomach flutter into a frenzy. Right, Fred finally said, they've apparated to the north of the castle, just outside the wards. Any sign of trouble? Asked Dumbledore. No, everything seems okay, replied Fred. Bill is starting to set up while the rest of the lot is spreading out to secure the area. And, wow, it's raining really hard out there. I suppose that's a good thing. It should help them from getting spotted. Harry's whole body tingled with anticipation and nerves. His friends were just beyond the castle grounds. This was really happening. Harry suddenly couldn't sit still anymore. He stood and began to pace around the room anxiously. Settle down, Harry, said a grinning Sirius. We've still got a bit of a wait while Bill works on the wards. Harry stopped moving and gave his godfather a nervous smile. Easier said than done, he admitted. I feel like my heart's about to beat out of my chest. Quite understandable, said Dumbledore, who smiled at Harry over his half-moon spectacles. Wait, said Harry, suddenly very serious. Fred, you're sure that Ginny isn't with them? Harry had been told exactly who would be joining Bill on the mission, but privately he had worried that his stubborn, fiery ex-girlfriend might yet find a way to come along and put herself in danger. No, she's definitely not here, answered Fred, staring yet again at some unseen image. Let's see, we've got Bill, George, Charlie, and I'm sure that I saw, yeah, there's Dad, and Kingsley, Percy, Ron, and... Well, that's new, said Fred with raised eyebrows. Hermione. What? Asked Harry, alarmed. I thought you said that Cho was on the team. She was, last I checked, said Fred, sounding confused. Hermione must have taken her place as lookout. She'll be stationed atop the astronomy tower, then, said Lily, who, along with her husband, had stood up with Harry. She should be safe. Despite his mother's calming voice, Harry still didn't like this new development. What's Hermione doing here? He asked, mostly to himself. I thought no one had seen her for months. Not for over a year, best I could tell, said Fred. Oh, he continued, his focus again shifting elsewhere. Bill's starting. It shouldn't be much longer, Harry. Then, we're just about out of time, said James, sounding both hopeful and resigned. Yeah, Harry replied, returning his father's stare before looking at the other smiling faces around him. Guess so. It felt as though Harry was about to board the Hogwarts Express and leave them all behind at platform 9 3/4. They had been a family for more than a year, his only source of comfort, and it finally, truly hit him that this was goodbye. I don't know what to say, Harry stammered, his voice uneven. You've all helped me so much. Without you, I. Harry began to blink rapidly, and his godfather stepped in to help. We know, Harry, said Sirius, his own eyes watery despite his smile. We will miss you, too, said Remus, who beamed at Harry while putting an arm around Tonks, who could only nod in agreement as she dabbed at her eyes. Remember what we've taught you, and we will see you again. Harry's attention went to his mother as she stepped closer. Glittering trails of tears streaked down her translucent face, but her eyes matched her warm, genuine smile. I don't think I could ever say goodbye, Harry, she said. So I'll just say, so long for now. She reached out and placed her hand on Harry's cheek. It wasn't the touch or embrace that Harry ached for, but the tingling that he felt where her fingers brushed his skin was something. Please don't forget what I said, she whispered. Despite Harry's reservations about what his mother had asked him to do just minutes ago, he looked into her pleading eyes and said, I won't, Mum. Son. Harry took a steadying breath at the sound of his father's voice. He hadn't broken down into a blubbering mess in front of his mother, but he would be lucky to face both of his parents without losing control. James stepped close and held out his arms as if to grip his son's shoulders, although the best he could manage was to keep his near-intangible hands held over them. His jaw was clenched into a tenuous smile, and Harry got the impression that his father was also working hard to manage his emotions. "You've shouldered so much," said James, staring into his son's eyes. I wish I could have given you a better life. All these years, to have seen you go through so many hard times and to be so helpless. I'm sorry, son." "Dad," choked Harry, shaking his head in warning. His father's wistful words had already come close to reducing him to a sobbing wreck. "I couldn't be prouder of you," James continued, smiling more brightly. "Of how you've held up, of everything you've done, of how you've managed to become such an amazing man despite everything. You truly are the best of us, Harry." Harry bowed his head as his tears spilled over, and his father, joined by his mother, wrapped their arms around him in their best imitation of a hug. A minute or so later, when Harry had composed himself and his parents had pulled away, he turned his watery eyes on his godfather, the only family member he had known in life before losing him and then finding him again. "Sirius, give 'em hell, kid," interrupted Sirius with a sniffle and a wink. Harry got the impression that his godfather also didn't feel up to a teary farewell. Harry smiled and nodded at him. "Do me a favor, Harry?" asked Fred. "Sure," Harry replied. "Anything. If you see George, pass him a message for me. Tell him that I said, minty fresh." Right," said Harry. "He'll, know what that means, I take it." Fred grinned. "Yeah, I reckon so. Any messages for the rest of your family?" Pondered Fred, rubbing his chin dramatically. "Nope, I figure that ought to do it." Harry laughed. "Okay then, consider it done." "Thanks mate," said Fred with a quick salute. "And try not to get yourself killed, well, until it's time to, I suppose." Lily gave Fred a disapproving look, but Harry's smile grew wider. Leave it to Fred to completely diffuse the grimness of the situation. Finally, Harry turned to Dumbledore, who had watched serenely as Harry said his goodbyes to the others. The aged wizard's eyes twinkled as he gave Harry his most brilliant smile. "I will miss our lessons," said the former Hogwarts headmaster. "Despite the endless wonders and opportunities for learning that present themselves to me in my current state," he gestured at his semi-solid body, "I find that I still prefer the satisfaction of teaching above all else. And you have been a most excellent student." "Thanks, Professor," said Harry, slightly embarrassed. "I can't thank you enough for, well, everything, really. Not just for your help this past year, but for looking out for me my whole life. I wouldn't have had any kind of life if it wasn't for you." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled even more brightly. "Please, Harry, call me Albus. As of today you are no longer my student, and I dare say you have earned the right." Harry chuckled as he considered the thought. "I don't know," he said, smiling at Dumbledore. "I don't think that would ever sound right." "It does take some getting used to," said James, who also gave a small laugh. "Well, the offer stands, in any case," Dumbledore said, amused. "Mr. Weasley," he added, turning to Fred. "How are your brothers coming along?" "Just a second," said Fred, and he turned his attention back to the group beyond the northern wards. "Nearly there, I think. It's tough to tell, but Bill seems really pleased, anyway." "Excellent," said Dumbledore. "Now Harry, as we discussed, reach out with your magic and feel for the wards. Continue to press lightly against them, and you should be able to tell when they open." "Right, Professor," said Harry. He closed his eyes in concentration and, as he had practiced for many months, felt for the inner flow of his magical energy. He found it quickly and focused on expanding it beyond his body until it nearly filled the room. Harry felt his senses heighten and was suddenly more aware of everything around him. I feel the wards, Albus," he said. "I'm ready." Good, replied Dumbledore. "Remember Harry, despite his considerable talents, Bill will not be able to truly close down the wards. He should be able to keep a window open for 10 to 15 minutes, but no more. When you feel the wards falter, you must immediately disapparate to safety. You mustn't." But Dumbledore was cut off by the grinding sound of sliding stone doors. All heads turned toward the distant entrance, and Harry could barely make out the blurry image of a figure moving into the chamber. "No," Harry heard his mother say in a shocked whisper. No, No, not him, not now. Harry, said a high, cold voice that sent a wave of terror through the room. A pleasure, as always. Footsteps echoed off the walls as Lord Voldemort strode close enough for Harry to see him clearly. Harry's fist clenched tightly around the resurrection stone. What are you doing here? Harry blurted automatically. Voldemort looked mildly surprised at Harry's unusual outburst. Has it been so long since our last meeting, Voldemort said coolly, that you have forgotten why I bothered to keep you here? My apologies, Harry, I will endeavor to be a much better host in the future. Voldemort pulled the Elder Wand from his robes and surveyed it slowly in a teasing sort of way. This was how his terrible experiments on Harry often began. Harry, said Fred in a rushed voice, Bill's almost got the wards open, just a little bit longer, mate. We could show ourselves to Voldemort, James said to the room at large. It might buy Harry some time. No, said Dumbledore, grimly. Lord Voldemort cannot learn of our presence. It would alarm him and reveal too much. If Harry is to escape, he must retain the element of surprise. You know, said Voldemort, completely unaware of the discussion that was taking place around him. The human body really is quite amazing. With a quick swish of Voldemort's wand, Harry's robes and shirt shredded into hundreds of tiny pieces that burned into ash as they fell toward the floor, leaving Harry in only his tattered old jeans. Harry heard gasps of surprise and, out of the corners of his eyes, saw movement around him as his family and friends reacted to the sudden violence. Voldemort's red, slit eyes traveled over the many pale scars that his previous tests had left scattered across Harry's chest and arms. I can cut you, Voldemort went on, burn you, blast you, but as long as a single spark of life is left inside of you, my stolen piece of soul remains perfectly safe. Voldemort sighed dramatically and shook his head. Safe, and trapped. Harry said nothing, but held Voldemort's gaze defiantly. Come on, he thought. Come on, please, get those wards down. Together, continued Voldemort, you and I have explored heretofore uncharted realms of magical theory, but alas, we have made little, if any, progress. Despite my unmatched magical skill and knowledge, and the fact that I possess the Elder Wand, I have begun to fear that retrieving what you took from me is impossible. But no matter, he added in a mockingly comforting tone, Lord Voldemort is nothing if not resourceful. I have at last discovered another way to ensure my immortality. I am afraid, Harry Potter, that your usefulness has neared its end. Harry felt a rising panic as Voldemort glared at him with murder in his eyes. He knew that if Voldemort truly had found an alternative to keeping him alive, then Riddle would love nothing more than to finally kill his most hated enemy as painfully as possible. Fred, how much longer? Harry heard his father ask in a fearful voice. Any minute now, replied Fred, shakily. Voldemort laughed. You should see the look on your face, Harry. Do not worry, I am not ready to kill you quite yet. Until my new plan is in place, I shall continue to keep you and my piece of soul safely tucked away. No, the real reason for my visit is to inform you that today is a very special day. It appears that we will have visitors. Harry's heart stopped. How could he know? He couldn't. Some of them are old school friends of yours, I believe, Voldemort continued, reveling in the effect this was having on Harry, who stood in shock. They should be arriving any moment. I have sent my Death Eaters to welcome them. You have been alone here for quite some time, Harry, should we invite them to join us in our games? Oh my God, gasped Tonks. Harry looked desperately at Dumbledore, and it unnerved him even more to find that the elder wizard looked thoroughly caught off guard. They're walking right into a trap, whispered Fred, sounding fearful. Nearly his entire family was about to be captured, or worse. And no, said Harry, turning back to face his captor. He was suddenly overcome with a hot wave of anger. He had been moments away from rejoining his friends. Voldemort couldn't ruin it now. Harry wouldn't let him. No, repeated Voldemort, his lips curling. But Harry, surely you are not so selfish as to keep our fun only to yourself. Harry ignored Voldemort's taunts. Trying his hardest to block out everything around him, Harry once again looked inward and found his magical core. Dumbledore had only given him basic lessons on Legilimency, and Harry still had no wand. But the one thing that he did have, in a greater amount than perhaps any other wizard, was raw power. With more of a wish than any real spell knowledge, Harry focused hard on the image of his best friend. Ron, it's a trap, Death Eaters, they're waiting for you. Ah! Harry screamed as his attention was wrenched back to the chamber by a searing pain across his chest. He heard voices yelling all around him. You bastard! Stay away from my son! Harry! Harry! You will answer your master when he addresses you, boy! Hissed Voldemort. Harry looked from Voldemort's smoking wand to his own chest and saw a very long, rough cut across it that burned around its edges. Little drops of blood dotted the floor. Harry stumbled backward a couple of steps and caught himself. He looked up and saw an expression of pure horror on his mother's face. Harry had never before allowed his parents to witness his time spent with Voldemort. He couldn't have stopped them had they insisted, but he didn't want to share this with them, and after some convincing, they accepted his wishes. Harry didn't want them to have to see it now. He hated what this was doing to his mother. Only Dumbledore had been present when Harry received his other scars, and the former headmaster presently remained silent, radiating a quiet fury that would surely make even Lord Voldemort cower if Dumbledore wasn't invisible to him. Harry closed his eyes and focused on Ron again. It's a trap. Voldemort knows you're here. Go back. Go. Harry's attempted warning was once again cut short as he felt himself blasted through the air and into a wall, where he crumpled to the ground. Lights popped in front of his eyes and the side of his face felt warm and wet. Harry vaguely heard more shouts and words of concern, but they seemed far away. He gingerly pushed himself up to sit against the wall and felt a stabbing sensation in his lower back. Cracking his eyes open against the pain, Harry made out Voldemort's blurry image as it came closer. As you well know, Harry, there is much that I can do to you without killing you. I will ask my question once more, and this time you will answer Lord Voldemort, or suffer the consequences. Harry, just tell him what he wants to hear, please, Lily whimpered. He came down here to pick a fight, son, warned his father. Don't take the bait, Harry, shouted Fred, excitedly. Ron's convinced the others to take a different route to the castle, says he's got a really bad feeling that things aren't right. Bill will have the wards open any second. Harry's heart leapt. His message must have gotten through. It appeared as if Ron had gotten the gist of it, at least. Wouldn't you like to entertain, continued Voldemort, some guests down in this dungeon? Some new blood might freshen up our old routine, wouldn't you say? What do you mean you've found a new way to become immortal? Harry asked, ignoring Voldemort's question. With his friends hopefully out of immediate danger, Harry's thoughts had seized on Voldemort's cryptic comment from before. If Harry escaped, if he was to continue to work to destroy the Dark Lord, he would need to know what else he might be up against. All in due time, Harry, Voldemort said, an edge to his voice. And you did not answer my question. Crucio. Despite having been a victim of the Cruciatus curse more times than he could remember over the past year, Harry could still do nothing to brace himself against the curse's all-encompassing agony. The chamber, Voldemort, his parents, and the others, everything burned away, replaced by unrelenting white-hot pain. After he felt the curse finally lift, it was several long moments before Harry's vision returned and he saw that his mother was kneeled before him, her anguished face mere inches from his. Her lips were moving as if she was screaming at him, but he could hear nothing over the dull buzz the pain had left in his ears. Harry dazedly looked around to see that his other semi-solid supporters appeared to be yelling at him just as frantically. The Elder Wand jerked Harry to his feet, and he fell against the wall for support. His mother stood beside him, still shouting, her eyes begging Harry to hear her and understand. As Voldemort pointed his wand threateningly under Harry's chin, his mother's screams finally reached him, muted but understandable. The wards are down. Get out of here, Harry. Get out now. Through a fog of pain that numbed his senses, Harry understood. But instead of acting on this news, he slowly looked from his mother's tearful green eyes to the red pear that now burned just inches from his own. What? Harry stuttered, his throat dry and rough. What else makes you immortal? Harry, no, cried Dumbledore. He will not tell you. You must leave. Now. The tip of Voldemort's wand began to burn against Harry's throat. I am going to enjoy this, Potter, he snarled. Voldemort's mocking tone from earlier had been replaced by one of cold fury. Harry looked from Dumbledore to his father and mother, and then to the others, all of whose faces were filled with fear, before locking eyes with Voldemort. "Not as much as me," Harry replied, and, dropping the resurrection stone behind his back, he disapparated. Harry felt the familiar uncomfortable feeling. It was as if he was being forced through a tight rubber tube, and a moment later his senses were assaulted. Hard rain beat down on his exposed skin, the sky flashed, and thunder cracked loudly, a terrifying sound to someone who had lived in a deathly quiet chamber for over a year. A storm was raging, making everything dark and disorienting, especially since Harry's vision was already so poor without his glasses. He knew that he had apparated just outside of Hogwarts's main entrance, but everything around him appeared as a dark, gray blur. With a little luck, he managed to stumble across the muddy ground to rest against the castle wall beside the doors. Harry leaned his shoulder against the wall and hunched over to rest his hands on his knees. Blocking out the lingering pain of Voldemort's attacks, he took a deep breath and focused inward once again. For a moment, Harry struggled against the roar of the storm to find his focus, but an instant later his skin glowed ever so slightly. The wound on his chest sealed and became faint, and Harry felt his other pains lessen until he was left with only a general ache across his body. As he healed, Harry felt his mind sharpen and his awareness begin to return in full. He suddenly noticed noises above the pounding of the rain. "They're over by the forest, near the hut," shouted a voice that Harry did not recognize. "That's not where we were told they'd be," yelled another. Harry could hear a group of people, how many he could not be sure, running farther away from him amidst the intermittent thunder. From the opposite direction, he could just make out the splashes of someone else running closer. Harry kneeled low to the ground and pressed his back against the wall, hoping that his position, with the added concealment of the dark storm, would keep him hidden. If only he had his glasses, if only he could see more than a few feet in front of him. The squelching footfalls grew louder until a figure rushed past Harry, appearing not to have noticed him, and entered the school. As the person passed, Harry glimpsed his face as a flash of lightning lit it. "George," Harry gasped. Just then, Harry heard a second person run up and stop a good distance away. Harry squinted at the dark figure, which he heard growl, "This'll be one less Weasley to worry about." Harry recognized that the presumed Death Eater had his wand pointed through the castle's open doors at George's back. Instinctively, Harry threw out his arms and wandlessly cast a shield charm between the attacker and his unknowing victim, the force of which surprised Harry. Not only was the Death Eater's green beam of light deflected, but he was blasted high into the air, hit the ground hard, and remained still. Harry knew that he had become a much more powerful wizard, but he hadn't been able to fully test his new abilities within the confined space of the Chamber of Secrets. He absently noted that he would have to take care to keep his magic in check, but gave the matter no further thought as he followed George into the castle. Once inside, the unsettling noise of the storm lessened greatly. Harry almost fell over as he slid to a stop on the polished stone floor. His bare feet were covered in mud. He pushed his soaked bangs out of his eyes and looked around for any sign of his longtime friend. "George," Harry called, but he did not see him. Instead, he heard the chatter and footsteps of what had to be hundreds of students rushing closer, and he managed to throw himself behind a nearby suit of armor just before a large group of them stampeded into the hall. "What's going on?" asked a young boy that couldn't have been more than a second year. "Have they finally come to get us out of here?" asked another. Out of the way came an angry voice, as several masked Death Eaters violently pushed their way through the growing crowd to the entrance. "All of you brats get back to your common rooms, or you'll have the Carrows to deal with." As they reached the doors, the Death Eaters were met by one of their fellows as he rushed inside. His robes looked as though they had been partly burned. "They're all over the place," he said, sounding panicked. "We're fighting them by the forest, by the lake, and we've got one of them trapped on top of the astronomy tower." "Hermione," thought Harry, and without a second's hesitation, he disapparated again. He appeared atop the astronomy tower, beside the doorway that led to the stairs, the same spot where he had been forced to stand helplessly under his invisibility cloak while Dumbledore was killed in front of him. A scream immediately tore Harry's attention to the far side of the roof, where he could discern several blurry black-robed Death Eaters closing in on another figure whose shimmering shield charm was flickering, showing signs of falling under a relentless barrage of spells. Squinting his eyes, Harry felt his stomach drop as he recognized a mass of bushy brown hair. Hermione was surrounded, with her back against the parapet, seconds away from being cursed. Harry made to rush forward, but immediately stumbled as his foot kicked into something on the floor in front of him. Looking down, he felt another shock. Ron was lying at his feet, his face half covered in blood. From the position of Ron's body, it looked as if he had been attacked as he came through the door. Harry stood rigid with fear before he registered that Ron was groaning and slowly moving to push himself up. He was alive. For a fraction of a second, Harry forgot everything but Ron, who seemed otherworldly somehow, a lost treasure from a past life, but then he heard a second, more terrible scream. Looking up, Harry watched in horror as Hermione toppled over the parapet and off the tower. No, he cried. It was Dumbledore's death all over again. Without thinking, without feeling, Harry ran. His bare feet splashed across the flooded floor as he pushed himself desperately toward the spot that Hermione had fallen from, which was occupied by the Death Eaters that had converged on her. Harry's yell had caused a few of them to look in his direction, but before they had time to react, Harry let loose a primal, panicked scream and a shockwave blasted out from him, throwing the masked wizards from the tower. Harry moved at an incredible speed. In the span of just 2 frantic heartbeats he had crossed the rooftop, reached the edge, and recklessly dove over it. Harry was nearly paralyzed by fear as he began to fall, but a rush of adrenaline kept his eyes moving. Squinting against the rushing air, he frantically looked for Hermione but could make out only the billowing robes of the falling Death Eaters directly beneath him. Narrowing his body into a sharp dive, Harry focused on the nearest Death Eater and shouted, "Accio!" The flailing body was partly drawn toward Harry, and he was partly drawn toward it. They met in the blink of an eye and Harry pushed past the figure, clearing the way for a better view, but still, he could not see Hermione. Harry quickly cast a summoning charm on the next closest Death Eater below him, and then the next, pulling himself faster and faster toward the rapidly approaching ground, until he finally saw her. "Accio, Hermione!" Harry screamed, and he plummeted still faster, the wind roaring in his ears. As Harry closed the distance between them, Hermione's blurry form came within focus as she entered the range of his limited eyesight. She was falling backwards, and her face, whipped by thick strands of brown hair, showed absolute shock. Not at falling, not because she was seconds from instant death, she appeared to have forgotten those problems for the moment. Her wide eyes were locked onto Harry. Over her shoulder, Harry could see the ground speeding forward much too fast. They had maybe 3 seconds. He stretched out an arm and willed himself to reach Hermione in time. 2 seconds. His fingers clawed to within an inch of her trailing robes. 1. Harry's hand clenched Hermione's robes and he disapparated with her, reappearing on the ground just feet below, canceling out their momentum entirely. They stumbled to the muddy earth unharmed, and a moment later, Harry heard the sickening thuds of the falling Death Eaters as they crashed all around him. Harry pushed himself to his knees and pulled Hermione up to rest in his arms. He absently realized that he held a solid, living person after spending months in the company of people that were little more than ghosts, and despite his terror at the situation, a part of him thrilled at the touch. Hermione's bewildered gaze found Harry's eyes again and her blank, fearful expression sent a fresh wave of panic through him. "Hermione!" yelled Harry, against a bone-rattling crack of thunder. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Now that he held her close, Harry could discern several cuts across her face and patches of blood in her hair. "Hermione," he repeated, this time in a whisper. She continued to stare at him as if in shock or terror. She hadn't blinked, and didn't appear to breathe. "Please, say that you're okay," Harry choked. He had saved her. She couldn't be. A jet of green light missed Harry's head by inches and struck the tower wall behind him. He instinctively released Hermione and rolled to the side and, as he did so, felt a familiar shape press against his bare skin from the ground. Harry reached down and, for the first time in over a year, clutched a wand in his hand. "Expelliarmus!" he cried, swinging blindly in the direction the attack had come from. There was an ear-splitting boom as the spell erupted from the wand, which kicked back with such force that his arm was nearly broken. Harry thought he heard a cry of pain carry into the distance, but he could not see any trace of whoever had fired at him. The spell had never been so powerful before. But, Harry thought, he had become a different kind of wizard since he last used a wand. He looked reverently at the wand in his hand and recognized it as Hermione's. Harry suddenly realized that fighting was now taking place all around him. He could hear shouts and spells being cast in every direction, and flares of green and red had joined the flashes of lightning in randomly illuminating the darkening Hogwarts grounds. Harry turned back to Hermione, whom he was relieved to find standing. Her face was still stark white as she looked at him, however, and she was slowly backing away from him as if in fear. Harry walked quickly to her. "Stay back," said Hermione in a quiet, breathless voice as she jerked away from Harry's outstretched hand. Her eyes darted between his face and the wand he held. "Hermione, it's not safe here," said Harry. The sound of battle echoed all around them between rolls of thunder. Harry put the wand into the back pocket of his jeans and held up his hands in an attempt to seem as non-threatening as possible. Hermione continued to back away as he slowly advanced. Her unblinking stare remained fixed on Harry and she began to shake her head. Suddenly a deafening crack rent the air, whether from a spell or thunder Harry did not know, which startled Hermione and distracted her for the briefest moment. Harry seized the opportunity. He dashed forward, caught her arm, and disapparated with her back to the top of the astronomy tower. The moment they reappeared, Hermione pushed away from Harry and hastened to put space between them. Harry didn't try to stop her as he quickly scanned the rooftop for Ron, who was no longer there. What is this?" shouted Hermione, her voice much louder than before but sounding thoroughly panicked. "It's okay," Harry said softly, holding up his hands again. "It's me, Harry, really, I'm not going to hurt you." Here, he pulled Hermione's wand from his back pocket, held it up for her to see, and tossed it to her. She fumbled the catch and hurriedly snatched it from the floor, still without taking her eyes off Harry. Gripping her wand with both of her shaking hands, she leveled it at him. "Who are you?" she demanded. "How did you? Why did you?" "Hermione, I know this is probably hard to believe, but I really am Harry. I've been a prisoner here, in the Chamber of Secrets, for over a year. Look, we've got to." "You're lying," Hermione interrupted. "Harry Potter is dead. I buried his body," her face twisted as she spoke. "You are. This is some kind of trick." From somewhere in the distance, Harry heard a cry of pain. He had no way of knowing whether it belonged to a friend or an enemy. "Listen, Hermione," said Harry, his hands still raised. "There's a war going on down there. We've got to get everyone together and get out of here. How much time do we have left?" He raised his arm to mime reading a watch. Hermione finally blinked, and then slowly dragged her gaze to her wristwatch. "Oh God, we've only got about 8 minutes. Okay," Harry said, trying to sound calm despite the hammering in his chest. "You need to disapparate to the burrow right now. I'll make sure that everyone else gets out before the wards go back up. Now, Ron was up here a minute ago, but I don't know where he went." "Ron," Hermione repeated in a high voice. She appeared to have only heard Ron's name. "Where is he? What have you done with him?" Her trembling hands raised her wand slightly, it now aimed directly between Harry's eyes. "I just told you," Harry said through gritted teeth, "I don't know where he is. We've got to find him, all of them, and get out. Hermione, please, we're almost out of time." Hermione seemed to be on the verge of hexing him, causing Harry to groan in frustration and summon her wand back to him. She stumbled forward as it slipped from her grasp, and this unusual display of wandless magic caused her to look even more alarmed than before. "Look," Harry shouted, stomping toward her. "We met on the Hogwarts Express before our first year. You spend way too much time in the library. You went to the Yule Ball with Viktor Krum. You're terrible on a broom, and your greatest ambitions are to free house elves and snog Ron. And you finally did that last one, actually, the last time I saw you." Harry now stood directly in front of Hermione. He grasped her shoulders and stared into her eyes, pleadingly. "I can recount our entire history together once we're out of here, but please Hermione, you've got to tell me where the others are supposed to be. I saw George enter the castle. Hermione stepped away from Harry's touch and eyed him warily. A couple of moments stretched by and he was on the verge of just leaving when she finally spoke. Oh, okay, she said, hesitantly. Okay, I don't know what this is, she gestured at Harry, but you're right, we can't stay here. Thank you, Harry said, exasperated. He handed her back her wand. Now where is Ron supposed to be? Hermione paused for a moment and seemed to reconsider before she continued. The headmaster's office. He was supposed to go there. He came to find me when the fighting began, but after he left, that might be where he went. Okay then, said Harry. Get out of here and I'll go get him. Harry straightened and prepared to disapparate. But a split second before he vanished, he felt a hand wrap tightly around his wrist. A soft pop accompanied Harry's arrival inside the headmaster's office. Hermione stood before him, clutching his wrist and staring questioningly into his eyes. I thought I told you to. But Harry's words came to an abrupt halt when he heard sounds of battle coming from beyond the office door. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed Hermione's arm and prepared to disapparate once again. He's not here, let's go. Wait, said Hermione, and she pulled Harry's hand from her. She pushed past him, pointed her wand at the opposite end of the room and called, Accio Sorting Hat. The brown, worn hat flopped about as it flew across the room and into her waiting hands. Hermione gave Harry a suspicious look, as if trying to gauge his reaction to her taking the hat. When he made no movement and spoke no words in return, she moved to the ornate frames that hung on the wall behind the desk that, Harry knew, usually contained the portraits of Hogwarts, former headmasters and headmistresses. At the moment, however, the pictures were all empty. Their occupants, Harry was sure, had moved to other frames throughout the castle to watch the battle. What are you doing? Harry asked, when Hermione placed the sorting hat on the desk and attempted to pry the largest of the picture frames from the wall. She didn't respond. When the frame wouldn't budge, she stepped back and cast a spell at it, but nothing happened. Hermione, we have to go. You have to go. There's no time for this. We came for this, too, she replied, once again gripping the frame that still would not move. Suddenly realizing what she was after, for Fred had relayed this part of the plan to him, Harry ran forward and pulled her away from the wall. Dumbledore's portrait won't help us, he said. Trust me, Hermione, he can't tell us anything I don't already know. Hermione, of course, didn't know just how true this was, that Harry had spent a year conversing with his former headmaster, but there was no time for a full explanation. Grabbing her tightly by the wrist, he forcibly pulled her across the room to the door, grabbing the sorting hat from the desk as they went. Ron could be out there, he told her, and he saw Hermione's eyes widen as she considered the possibility. The loud crashes from beyond the door had stopped. Was the fight over? Had someone fallen? Hermione took a deep breath, nodded once at Harry, and he opened the door. Together, they ran down the spiral staircase, which began to move as they descended, to the 7th floor corridor. Harry jumped the last few steps and emerged into the hallway to find it deserted. Even the gargoyle that usually guarded the stairs was missing. There were deep gashes scattered across the stone floor with entire chunks missing in some places, along with what looked like scorch marks. What had happened here? Harry heard Hermione take a sharp breath and then he saw it, too. Someone was lying motionless on the floor just a few feet away, someone with red hair. Simultaneously, they rushed to kneel beside the body. George, gasped Hermione as she leaned over him to examine his face. George lay amongst rubble, his robes torn and stained with blood. But just as Harry began to feel the icy stab of fear for his friend, George shifted and beeped in pain. His eyes looked up at Hermione, and he tried to speak. Don't try to move, George, soothed Hermione, taking one of his hands in both of her own. I'll get you out of here. McGonagall, AGLLL. What was that? Harry asked. George, did you just say, McGonagall? A grunt was George's only response as he squeezed his eyes shut and continued to shift on the floor. Just then, Harry recognized a piece of parchment lying flat on the ground next to George. Squinting at the Marauders map as he bent lower for a closer look, Harry saw upon it a black dot marked with his name, dots for George and Hermione, and one other speeding toward them that was labeled. In a blur, Harry stood, turned, and, spotting a wand that whipped through the air in his direction, cast a shield charm to protect himself and his friends from Minerva McGonagall. A rush of gold flames swept over the shield's glimmering surface in every direction, and for several moments Harry fought to maintain the protective wall against the relentless stream of fire. The heat was becoming unbearable, but Harry struggled to strengthen his shield, to extend it. McGonagall had to be under the Imperious Curse, there was no other explanation. Harry didn't want to hurt her, assuming that he even could, she was an extraordinarily powerful witch. He needed a minute to think. "Behind you," cried Hermione, and Harry looked over his shoulder to see that the flames, which had arced across his shield and past all of them, had curved back toward them and were changing into flying shards of glass as they flew. Quickly remembering a transfiguration spell of his own, Harry shouted the incantation that Dumbledore had taught him and the glass became water that showered Hermione and George. The flames coming from in front of Harry ceased, and he looked back to the spot where McGonagall had stood to find her gone. "Stupefy!" shouted Hermione, and Harry's eyes followed her jet of red light as it barely missed their former professor, who had moved surprisingly fast across the hallway. Harry ran toward McGonagall hoping to draw her fire from Hermione, who still knelt by a defenseless George. As soon as he passed his friends, Harry replicated the blasting hex he had unintentionally used against the Death Eaters atop the tower, but McGonagall put up a shield in time to block it. The raw power of Harry's spell, however, sent her staggering backwards. She had been forced on the defensive, and Harry pressed his advantage. He prepared a follow-up spell as he ran forward, and as he came closer to her, Harry could see that something was indeed terribly wrong with Minerva McGonagall. Her eyes were vacant, nearly completely white, and showed no recognition of her former student. Harry hesitated for just a moment, and McGonagall's wand quickly weaved a complicated pattern. He felt the area around him suddenly become very cold, and jagged chunks of ice solidified out of the air. Hundreds of them hung frozen all around Harry, their pointed edges aimed inward at him. Harry disapparated as they shot forward, as one, toward their target. He did not escape unscathed, however. Reappearing next to Hermione, Harry fell to the floor, splattering blood on the stone, with a dozen razor-sharp shards stuck in his exposed flesh. It was agony to rival even Voldemort's torture, but due to the months Harry had spent enduring such pain, he was able to think through it. He could faintly hear Hermione calling to him, as if from the opposite end of a long tunnel, and sensed her moving near. "Stay back," Harry choked, as a thin strand of blood stretched from his lip to the floor. Focusing his inner magic as Dumbledore had instructed, Harry made his skin glow with a burst of incredible heat, and in the instant the spell lasted, the ice evaporated into steam, leaving empty gashes across his upper body. Harry pushed his magic harder, and his wounds quickly sealed into small cuts. His remaining pains now manageable, Harry sat up to find Hermione kneeling with her back to him, her wand gripped in both of her shaking hands as she fought to maintain a shield charm against a barrage of various curses. "I'll handle her," shouted Harry against the din of spells clashing against Hermione's shield. "You've got to get George out of here, he can't escape on his own." Hermione said nothing, but kept her full attention focused on maintaining her defense. Harry placed a hand on her shoulder and yelled, "On 3, I'll cast a shield and take over. 1, 2, 3. Without waiting for any sign from Hermione, Harry cast his own shield and moved it forward with him as he pushed in front of her. The moment his protective barrier passed hers, he felt it begin to absorb the impact of McGonagall's rapid-fire volley of curses. "Now go," commanded Harry as he turned back to look at Hermione. "Don't let George die," he added, in a desperate attempt to force her to flee. With her eyes locked on Harry's, Hermione reached back to grasp George's arm, and, with a look of anguish, disapparated with him. A loud, deep rumble snapped Harry's full attention back to the fight. Harry couldn't tell what was making the noise as he watched McGonagall break off her torrent of spells, step behind her own hastily cast shield, and watch him with those empty eyes as if waiting for something. And then the world turned upside down, and Harry was flying, falling, spinning end over end, until he smacked hard into the ground. His entire right side felt crushed. He heard the loud rumble become a grinding noise and looked up to see the previously missing stone gargoyle, now fully animated, skidding to a halt after having run him over. There was no time for Harry to heal his new wounds as the gargoyle turned and charged back for a second pass. Harry shrieked in agony as he forced his broken body to stand, and only just made it to his feet before the galloping statue reached him. Throwing his hands forward in a gesture of both attack and defense, Harry shouted, "Reducto!" The curse hit the gargoyle a second before it would have smashed back into Harry, and the enormous strength of the spell pulverized the statue to a degree beyond rubble or even pebbles. Only a thick cloud of fine dust remained. For an instant the powdered stone filled the area, totally obscuring Harry from McGonagall. Realizing that his attack window would close in a heartbeat, Harry launched off his good left leg and stumbled through the cloud to stand nose to nose with the professor. "Imperio!" he bellowed, and although it sickened him to do so, Harry wrested control of his head of house from the unknown Death Eater that had previously cursed her. She stood motionless before him, wand arm dropped to her side, awaiting his command. Harry's spell had worked completely. He could feel total dominance with no hint of resistance. Reassuring himself that it was for her safety, Harry gave his orders. "Disapparate to the burrow, just outside of the protective charms. You know where that is, right?" McGonagall nodded. "Good. Do not attack the Weasleys or anyone else that might be there. Just wait for them to come to you, and do whatever they ask. Do you understand?" She nodded once more. "Okay. Now go." McGonagall obeyed. Alone again, Harry took a second to rush through yet another healing spell. It wasn't his best work, and he could sense that his constant injuries were wearing down the effectiveness of the magic. He found that he limped slightly as he hastened to where the sorting hat lay, having been dropped and forgotten in the midst of the action. He snatched it up, along with the nearby Marauder's map, and paused to consider his next move. Without Hermione and her wristwatch, Harry had no way of knowing exactly how much longer the wards would be open. There couldn't be much time left, a couple of minutes at most. He was desperate to finally make his escape and avoid the unthinkable possibility of recapture, but he couldn't risk leaving any of his friends behind. Before going to the burrow, Harry would use every second he could risk to ensure that everyone made it out. He guessed that there was time enough to check one more area, but where? The towers overlooked much of the grounds, but without his glasses, the view would do Harry no good. With every breath ticking off another valuable second, Harry made a snap decision to return to the castle entrance, which had been at the center of the battle only minutes ago. Without knowing what dangers he might apparate into, he pocketed the map, gripped the sorting hat, and turned on the spot. As before, Harry flinched at the sudden rush of rain and rolling thunder as his bare feet slammed into the mushy earth before the castle's front steps. The ferocity of the storm was still building, and he felt hopeless as his hearing, along with his vision, was nearly cancelled out. But then, a miracle. Harry heard a voice cry out over the noise, the voice of the precise person he had been searching for. "Bill," Ron called as he ran past, just a few feet from where Harry stood. Harry could only make out a dark gray form as Ron splashed by, and if he hadn't heard his best friend speak, he would have had no idea who the runner was. Harry charged after Ron, whose longer legs carried him faster than Harry could keep up. "Bill," Ron yelled again, and this time, Harry heard a reply. "And no. Ron, go. Now." Without warning, Ron slid to a halt in the mud and raised his wand before him. Harry managed to stop just behind him, unnoticed, inches away from running him over. "Where is he?" came another voice, icy cold and raw with anger. As a staggering wave of panic shot through him, Harry looked past Ron and could barely discern the imposing figure of Lord Voldemort standing before Bill, who hung in the air, writhing in apparent pain. Instinctively, Harry apparated to a nearby castle wall where he could crouch in deeper shadow. His captor's abrupt appearance had shaken him, and a voice inside Harry, born of months of torment, screamed at him to flee, to seize this last, best chance to escape. As he fought to master his emotions, Harry searched the scene before him for a way to disapparate with Ron and Bill before Voldemort could stop them. As he focused on the hazy shapes, he realized with a shock that Nagini, Voldemort's great snake and Horcrux, was draped over its master's shoulders. Riddle had never brought the snake with him into the Chamber of Secrets, for he knew that Harry would risk anything to destroy it. Harry had guessed, however, that Voldemort always kept Nagini close by since he could not be sure that Harry hadn't revealed it as a Horcrux to others. Harry's previous urge to run was replaced by an impulse to attack, to destroy the serpent and finally leave himself as Riddle's last remaining link to immortality. His hand unconsciously began to reach inside of the Sorting Hat, his fingers feeling for a hilt, but Harry knew that he would have no chance against Riddle at that moment. Despite his expanded powers, Harry was empty-handed while Voldemort held the Elder Wand. Harry could hardly see in the storm, and his friends were in grave danger. His friends, they had to come first. Sectum Sempra, shouted Ron, but Voldemort easily deflected the spell and turned his attention to his new attacker. Bill was dropped to the ground and did not move. Voldemort slashed his wand through the air with inhuman speed, and Ron crumpled to the ground with a gurgle. No, Harry whispered. It had all happened too fast for him to act. He prepared to run at Voldemort, but his mind still frantically sought a plan, or even a single useful maneuver. When Voldemort began to step toward Ron's defenseless form, however, Harry decided that he could not wait any longer. But then a Death Eater entered the scene, a squat, lumpy-looking wizard, wheezing as he ran. He fell to his knees before his master and, as he spoke between great gasps of breath, Harry recognized the voice of Amicus Carrow. Master, we cannot, find, any more, of them. Amicus paused to draw in a deeper breath, and Voldemort looked down upon him disdainfully. We believe that, the rest have gone. Leave me, hissed Voldemort, his voice sharp with rage. Amicus did as he was ordered, and when he had run far away, Riddle turned his attention back to Ron who lay just a few feet from him. I know you, Ronald Weasley, came the killer's voice. You were his friend. You came here to rescue him, did you not? Where is he now? Tell me. Ron's face showed that he did not comprehend the question, and his reply was weak and strained as he struggled to push up from the mud. I don't. What? Voldemort appeared to be in no mood to discuss the matter further. In fact, Harry had never seen him so agitated. With a growl of impatience, he took a step back and trained his wand on Ron's prone form. Inspiration hit, and Harry suddenly knew what he had to do. The timing would have to be perfect. Ron pushed himself up on his elbows and tried to crawl away from Voldemort, who then spoke the word that Harry was braced to hear. Avada. Without pausing to fully consider his rash action, Harry disapparated and instantly reappeared between Voldemort and his intended victim. In that flicker of a moment, Harry dropped the Sorting Hat, stood tall, and stared defiantly into the dark wizard's snake-like eyes, ready for death. Cadavra. Voldemort's eyes flew wide with shock, but he could not stop the spell from being cast. With the sharp reflexes of a snake, however, he managed to swing his wand wide of its mark, and the jet of green death singed Harry's hair as it fired past him. For a heartbeat, Harry and Voldemort stared at each other, transfixed. Harry's frantic inner voice snapped him back to attention first, and he disapparated before his enemy could stop him. Upon returning to his hiding place by the wall, Harry heard a scream echo over the grounds that chilled him to the bone. Without seeing Harry, Ron had spotted the hat lying inches from his face in the mud, pulled the sword from its hidden depths, and swung it as he stood and spun toward his target. The blade arced across the space that Harry had occupied a split second before and cleaved Nagini in two, with the swing's follow-through lodging the sword firmly in Voldemort's shoulder. Nagini was dead, the Horcrux destroyed. Ron jerked the sword free and stumbled backward while the two halves of the snake slid from their perch and thudded to the ground. Riddle fell to his knees before the remains of the great snake, seemingly overcome by the loss of his Horcrux and the only living thing he had ever been close to. As he took in the image of his ruined Nagini, Voldemort began to shake violently. Just then, Bill rushed to Ron's side and grabbed him by the shoulders. Come on, wait, Ron replied, working to free himself from his brother's grip. There are no more Horcruxes, it's just him and us. Momentarily distracted by each other, neither Weasley noticed what Harry saw, that Voldemort had turned his murderous glare to them. Harry was able to place a shield charm between Riddle and his targets before the curse was cast, but so great was the Dark Lord's fury that Harry could only lessen the brunt of the spell's impact. The remaining shockwave flung Ron and Bill through the air like ragdolls, and they landed hard in the mud several yards away. Before Voldemort could follow his attack with another, however, his prey vanished. Voldemort's roar of anger boomed over the storm as Harry let loose a breath in relief. His friends had dissipated, he was sure, to the burrow. And now, finally, Harry could follow them. He straightened up, focused on his destination, and he felt a hand touch his arm. Harry leapt back and had a blasting hex halfway cast before he saw her. Hermione had returned. "What? Shish," she cautioned, her finger pressed over her lips. She pointed at Voldemort, who began to walk off in the direction Amicus had gone. "I watched from those trees," Hermione whispered, and she gestured to a point beyond the spot where Ron and Bill had dissipated. "I cast a shield on Ron when Voldemort tried to use the killing curse, but—" She paused, and her face displayed a curious expression, as if she was trying to work out the answer to a difficult question. "You tried to take the curse yourself, to die, why?" "Later," said Harry. "Get out of here. I'm not letting you out of my sight," she replied. Harry grabbed Hermione's arm. "Fine, together then." He gripped her tightly, turned on the spot, and nothing. Harry's heart stopped, frozen in fear. He reached out with his magic to confirm what he knew must be true. Turning to Hermione, he could see his own panicked expression reflected in her widening eyes. "The wards," he told her in a faint voice, "they're back." Hermione's mouth fell open in horror. She stood up straight and tested the wards herself. I can't. Oh God. Harry felt sick as the full weight of the situation crashed over him. After a year of suffering, waiting, training, and scheming, he had missed his chance to escape. And even worse, Hermione was now trapped with him. Unlike Harry, who was bound to a piece of Voldemort's soul, the Death Eaters would have no reason to keep her alive. She would be tortured for information on the Order, and then... "No, no," Harry cried. "Come on." He grabbed Hermione's hand and ran in the direction opposite to where Voldemort had gone. She kept pace with him as he blindly splashed across the grounds with no thought of where he was going or what he might do. Harry's mind no longer worked, he moved on instinct alone. A panic the likes of which he hadn't felt since he first woke in the Chamber of Secrets pushed him forward. He could hear Hermione's quick, labored breaths beside him as they charged into the dark and the rain. Harry heard undecipherable shouts above the storm, coming from somewhere behind them. Had they been spotted? The storm blocked out what little light the day might have had left, and Harry's vision was terrible. Anyway, Death Eaters could be right on top of them and he wouldn't know. Harry squeezed Hermione's hand tighter and pushed himself harder, half dragging her with him as he ran even faster. "We can't leave the grounds on foot," Hermione panted. "The Death Eaters have put new charms around the perimeter, to keep the students locked in." A bolt of lightning flashed so near to them that Harry pulled up short, causing Hermione to run into him and almost knock them both to the ground. "There!" yelled a voice from somewhere to Harry's left. "There's more of 'em over by the Quidditch pitch." The lightning must have given away their location. Other voices responded from all around them, giving Harry the impression that their pursuers were just moments away from closing in. Harry, choked Hermione, and he registered her first use of his name as he looked at her. Her entire body was shaking as she stared back at him, her expression resigned to the worst. Something about seeing her like this, so vulnerable, so hopeless, spun up Harry's mind again, and it seized upon the thing that had come to his aid countless times before, a broom. Their pursuer had said they were near the Quidditch pitch, which meant that they were also close to the changing rooms and the store of school broomsticks. "Accio broom!" yelled Harry, waving a hand in the direction he guessed them to be. He heard a door knock open and, seconds later, caught a broomstick as it sped to him. "Protega!" shouted Hermione, and Harry turned just in time to see a jet of red light stop mere feet from his face as it hit Hermione's hastily cast shield charm. "Where?" "There," directed Hermione, pointing out their rapidly approaching attacker. "He's not alone." "Get on," said Harry as he mounted the broom. Hermione quickly sat behind him, wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, and they sped away, narrowly avoiding several more blasts of red light. As they climbed above the nearby tree line, Harry realized a new problem. Being effectively blind on the ground was bad, but flying at top speed, high in the air, in the middle of a storm, was suicide. Hermione, Harry called over his shoulder. I can't see 5 feet in front of me, you're going to have to tell me where I'm going. Which way is Hogsmeade? That way, I think, she replied, pulling one arm free from Harry and pointing to their right. Hold on tight, he said, and turned the broom in the direction she had indicated. They shot forward at full speed, and Harry had to fight against the howling wind to stay on course. Curses of various colors began to shoot by all around them, cast by attackers Harry had no hope of seeing in the dark, distant grounds. Hermione screamed as Harry pushed them into a steep dive, swerving as he did so, calling on his rusty seeker skills to avoid the crisscrossing curses. We're nearly there, shouted Hermione. The ground's end just ahead. The jets of light stopped coming as Harry flew them closer to Hogwarts' outskirts, away from where the Death Eaters had gathered. But then, so abruptly that Harry nearly fell, the broom spun around of its own accord to take them back in the direction they had come from. He felt Hermione slip halfway off the broom handle behind him, and he slowed to a stop in midair to help her back on. What? Why did you turn? Hermione gasped as she pulled on Harry's arm to right herself. I didn't do anything. The broom just turned on its own. Hermione thought for a moment, then looked helplessly into Harry's eyes. I was afraid of this, she said in a voice barely audible over the downpour. The new perimeter charms, they aren't just on the ground, they reach into the air around the castle, too. How high do they go? I'm not certain, but I don't think this kind of magic works like the anti-apparition wards. Those are more like a dome, a bubble that doesn't just go around the castle, but over it, too. If we go higher, we may be able to fly over them. Harry could see no other option. He spun back around to face the invisible barrier and prepared to climb higher to search for its limit. Suddenly, Hermione shrieked and pointed to their left where Harry could just make out a dark mass moving toward them in the air. They're on brooms, Hermione shouted. A bunch of them. Looking to the right, Harry saw a similar-sized group rapidly approaching from the opposite side. They were caught in the middle, the only open path leading behind them, back to Hogwarts. Harry spun around and lunged forward, quickly propelling the broom to top speed, climbing higher as he did so. They're right behind us, yelled Hermione, but Harry did not turn to look. He flattened himself as low to the broom as possible without disengaging Hermione's arms from his waist. Lean forward, Hermione, as much as you can. Harry felt her press tightly into his back, but their speed improved only slightly. What he wouldn't give for his old firebolt, he hadn't flown one of the old school brooms since his first year at Hogwarts. More of them, pointed Hermione. Ahead on the left, and to the right, and, oh God, we're surrounded. Harry's reflexes took over and he jerked back on the broom handle to fly directly upward. Hermione screeched in terror as her legs fell loose and dangled behind them, her arms the only thing holding her to Harry and the broom as they rocketed skyward. Harry's fingers began to slip from the handle as her full weight threatened to break his grip. He couldn't slow his ascent without the Death Eaters catching them, but at this speed, Hermione could lose her hold on him and fall to her death at any moment. Don't let go, he called back to her. I'll get you. While still speeding upward, Harry felt around the base of the upright broom with his left leg until he found a tentative foothold at the bulge where its bristles met its handle. Once the position felt secure, he unwrapped his other leg from the handle and began to lower it as well. Suddenly, however, his foot slipped from the bristles and he slid down the broom, taking Hermione with him, who let loose another startled scream. Harry managed to keep both hands wrapped around the handle as he fell, and he threw his legs around the bottom of the broom and came to a stop on top of the bristles, as if he was sitting on them. With his full body grip of the broom tighter than before, he hooked one arm around the handle and freed the other to reach back around for Hermione. As he looked down to grab her, Harry caught a final glimpse of the mass he knew was the school below him as it faded completely from view. Come on, he yelled. I'll help pull you up, and you can grab the handle. Hermione threw an arm up to grip his shoulder, and Harry quickly reached his free hand under it to help her climb higher on his back. It took all of his strength to keep hold of both Hermione and the broom, but he soon helped her move into a position mirroring his. She settled herself on his lap and wrapped both her legs and arms around him. Harry returned both hands to the handle, which divided them with a perfectly vertical line. Hermione looked down and beeped in a panicked breath. Harry followed her shocked stare to find a perfect circle of blurry black figures. There had to be around 50 of them, directly below. The circle was wide, ensuring that Harry would be easily caught if he veered off in any other direction but straight up. Strangely, their pursuers were no longer firing spells. Why had they stopped? Against the panic that threatened to consume him, Harry worked to focus his magic enough to feel for the wards that kept him trapped. If they had flown above the reach of the outer barrier, they just had to break through the top of the anti-apparition dome. "We still can't disapparate," he yelled. "How high could the wards go?" "I don't." But Hermione's reply was silenced by a deafening voice that cracked like thunder. It drowned out the dull roar of the storm and seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Leave him to me. He is mine." Harry chanced another look down and, with a shock of horror, he understood why the Death Eaters held their fire. Lord Voldemort was flying up toward him like smoke on the wind, rising through the middle of his Death Eaters' circle, outrunning his followers to gain on Harry at an alarming pace. Voldemort pointed his wand and bellowed, "Accio broom," but Harry was ready for him. Reflexively, faster than if he'd used a wand, Harry cast a shield charm that kept he and Hermione from being dragged down. Still, Voldemort would reach them in seconds, and they had no options left. Harry crushed his eyes closed and reached out as far as he could with his magic, desperately feeling for any sign of the ward's boundary. Hermione screamed, but Harry did not break his concentration. He thought he could sense something close. "He's almost got us. Harry, Harry, there," Harry shouted. Hermione screamed again and Harry snapped his eyes open to find Voldemort mere feet below them, stretching an arm up toward their broom. "Mine." The thunderous voice cracked across the sky. "Hermione," Harry yelled, "let go of the broom." "What? Do it, now." Voldemort's fist crunched around their broom's trailing twigs. "Now," Harry repeated, and he pushed Hermione from the broom as he kicked himself away. Their momentum continued to carry them higher while Voldemort jerked the broom down toward him. "Accio!" bellowed Harry, quickly followed by Confringo. Hermione shrieked as she was jerked through the air back toward Harry while, below them, their broom exploded in front of Voldemort. The massive blast expanded toward the Death Eaters, toward Harry and Hermione, and nearly engulfed them before Harry caught her in his arms, spun in the air, and dissipated. Next, the Order's raid on Hogwarts sends shockwaves through the wizarding world as Hermione seeks the truth behind her rescuer's identity. After Harry's death drove her away, could he have really returned? And if so, who is buried in Harry's grave? Coming soon, the 5th chapter of The World I Leave Behind, Truth and Consequences. He said his message was for Ginny. That one was for Harry. I'll kill them. We have to get him out of here. Voldemort has responded to our attack. That's what I've been waiting to hear. Stay. Why did you bring us here? Gasped the would-be Harry between rapid breaths. He was hunched over with his hands on the knees of his torn jeans, and, like Hermione, was soaked to the bone. I apparated us to the burrow, he continued. But just as it came into view, you pulled us here instead. Hermione observed him shrewdly, checking his every tiny movement and slight change in facial expression, searching for the imperfection that would prove he was an imposter. But all she could find were Harry's confused look, Harry's lightning-shaped scar, and Harry's emerald green eyes, which stared back at her with seemingly genuine bewilderment. Do you know where we are? Asked Hermione in a carefully measured tone. She had to control her emotions. She could not let this, whoever he was, cause her to drop her guard. It was impossible to think that Harry could be. Isn't this where the Quidditch World Cup was held? He answered, passing her impromptu test. Where we camped while we looked for Horcruxes. Oh, that reminds me. He began to walk around the area and cast spells, the same protection and concealment charms that Hermione, Ron, and the real Harry had used to stay hidden during the months they spent camping on hilltops and mountainsides. As before, during their escape from Hogwarts, he cast his spells without a wand or words. They shouldn't be able to find us, he said, as long as we don't say his name and trigger the taboo, but I'm not taking any chances. How do you do that? Said Hermione incredulously, her academic curiosity temporarily overriding the mystery of his identity. It's a long story. His words trailed off as he turned to look at her again. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? No, she responded, and then for several moments he simply stared as if he had just noticed her, and then a broad grin stretched across his face. God, Hermione, it's so good to see you. He moved toward her as he spoke, and as he reached for her, she could see that his eyes were watery. I never thought I'd see you ag. Stop, Hermione commanded. She held her hands out defensively and took a few steps back. Don't come any closer. He stopped, but his smile did not fade completely. It's really me, Hermione. I know how this must seem, but do you? Because I was the one who found Harry's body after they killed him. It saw it, touched it. It was him. It was a trick, Hermione, it had to be. Volume. Hermione's eyes flew wide, but he caught himself before he could finish the name. He grimaced. Sorry, I haven't had to watch my words for a long time. He looked down and pushed back his wet bangs with one hand while placing the other in his jeans pocket. How could anyone look and act so much like Harry? He sighed, and looked back up. I've been locked inside the Chamber of Secrets since the battle at Hogwarts. The first one, over a year ago. Nobody knew I was there except for you-know-who. When Bill opened the wards, I was finally able to disapparate. He trailed off and, for a moment, seemed lost in thought. Hermione, he knew that all of you were coming. I know, she replied. But, never mind that right now. At the moment, Hermione didn't find the fact that the Order of the Phoenix had apparently been compromised to be the most important topic of discussion. You claim that you were kept in the Chamber of Secrets. How were you caught? Oh, well, he shifted and averted his eyes as he paused. He was clearly holding something back, or perhaps he hadn't thought his story through very far. Just before you-know-whose time limit was up and the Death Eaters were about to attack again, I went into the forest like he'd told me to. You know, when he magnified his voice and spoke to the whole school, and when I found him, he took me. Hermione eyed him suspiciously. Look, he went on, there's more to it than that, but now isn't really the right time. Right, Hermione said, narrowing her eyes further. Damn it, Hermione. He began to step toward her but held back, balling up his fists and drawing a deep, exasperated breath instead. We've traveled back in time together. You were with me in the Department of Mysteries when Sirius died. You bought me a broom polishing kit, and we sat together in the top box to watch the Quidditch World Cup, right on this very spot. Stop, that's enough. Hermione couldn't stand to hear any more. She had always followed and trusted logic above all else, and logically, nobody besides Harry, Ron, and herself could know the things that this person knew. Furthermore, the story of his capture fit with the timing of his disappearance, and if he had been locked within the school grounds, he certainly couldn't have escaped until Bill opened Hogwarts, anti-apparition wards. Everything fit, and if the situation were a puzzle on a test, she would have her answer. Harry was alive. But her heart could not bear the risk of believing. She had only just begun to recover from the damage Harry's death had caused. If she dared to hope, and then lost him again, it would destroy her. And what of the grave next to Fred's by the Weasleys' orchard? Hermione was no fool. She had seen the body up close, and it was Harry to the last detail. It wore Harry's robes, glasses, and, around its neck, the moleskin pouch Hagrid had given Harry for his birthday. The body even had the invisibility cloak on it. But mostly, Hermione had spent a year accepting that her friend, the brother she never had, was gone. A world in which he still lived made no sense. Hermione, said the Harry before her in a soft, gentle voice. If I was a Death Eater, or something, pretending to be me, then why did I save your life? I don't know. And if I'm not who I say I am, then how do you explain the fact that, before you brought us here, I apparated us to the burrow? I don't know. Well, then, listen, Hermione cut in. There are 100 things that I don't know right now, so until I get some answers, I'm going to proceed very carefully. And I absolutely will not let you go anywhere near the burrow. She suddenly felt stronger, more decisive, and moved to take control of the situation. Okay, she said, standing straighter. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take you someplace safe for the time being. While I go back to the others, they will be wondering where I am. Later tonight, after I check on some things, I will meet you and we can continue this discussion. All right. Sure, I suppose. His brow furrowed in exactly the same way that Harry's always did, and he seemed unsupportive of, even disappointed at, Hermione's plan. Of course, Hermione thought. If his job is to get close to me, probably to get close to the Order, then letting me leave is a gamble. Yeah, I guess you should get back, he continued in a resigned tone. The others are probably going spare wondering what happened to you. Andy, maybe it's best that I don't just show up out of the blue. But there's so much more to tell you, things that the Order needs to know. If you need more proof that I'm Harry, just ask me anything you want. No more questions until I can check on some things. Don't worry, I'll have plenty to ask you later. With other Order members backing me up, she thought. Well, he said, where to, then? Here, said Hermione, reaching out her hand. He held it, and then with a pop, she took them both to their next destination. They appeared inside a room that was faintly lit by the final, dimmed rays of the setting sun, which shone through a nearby window. Hermione waited for her companion's reaction as she watched him squint his eyes to examine his surroundings, his gaze traveling over an armchair, a sofa, and finally a boarded-up fireplace. Hermione, he said apprehensively. Why have you brought me to the Dursleys? He turned to Hermione with a confused look, and she had to suppress the flutter that his recognition of the house had stirred inside her. The Order checks in on this house from time to time, but it isn't used. The Death Eaters haven't been spotted around here for ages, but it still isn't safe enough for your aunt and uncle to. Hermione caught herself speaking to him as if he was Harry, and redoubled her efforts to guard against such slips. It still isn't safe enough for the Dursleys to move back in. Well, he continued in a flat tone, I bet they're just thrilled about that. He looked around the room again and shook his head. From the new prison to the old one, he sighed, and fell into an armchair, causing a cloud of dust to launch into the air. Coughing, he stood back up. If Petunia saw that, she'd have a heart attack. You can wash up while I'm gone, said Hermione, observing his multiple layers of dust, mud, and dried blood. But don't use any lights, Muggle or otherwise. The neighbors will know that the house is supposed to be vacant, and we don't want to attract any attention. You know me, Hermione, I like a low profile. He half-heartedly smiled at her, and Hermione resisted the impulse to smile back. I should be gone for only a few hours. Don't go anywhere, okay? Hermione was suddenly struck with a desperate urge to stay with him, to keep him in sight and ensure that he didn't disappear. What if she returned to find the house empty? Would she ever be able to go on without having solved this mystery once and for all? She put her nervous energy to good use and moved about the room, casting the same protective charms he had used at the campsite. He stood with his hands in his jean pockets, and Hermione could feel his eyes on her as she worked. Finally, she turned to face him and prepared to leave. I'm sorry about this, said Hermione, and she immediately kicked herself for meaning it. Yeah, well, just do what you have to so that you can believe me. I survived summer holidays at this place. A couple of hours won't kill me. Hermione stood in place and stared at him for several moments, ready, but unwilling, to leave. Staring back, he gave her a tenuous smile. Finally, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and dissipated. To say that Hermione was distracted would be an understatement, and as she arrived at the burrow with an ear-splitting crack, she felt lucky that she hadn't splinched herself. The sky had gone fully dark, and, as it had been at the campsite and at Privet Drive, she saw no trace of the violent thunderstorm they had left behind at Hogwarts. She appeared just beyond the house's front yard and anti-apparition charms, and could see the lawn by the light that shone through the burrow's every window. Almost immediately, Hermione heard a voice shout her name and saw movement by the front door. Ron was running at her, his torn, muddy clothes and scratched face still showing the signs of battle. His face held a wild, frantic look, his clear blue eyes caught the light and froze Hermione with their intensity. Ron didn't slow as he approached and he nearly knocked her over as he tackled her with a hug. Hermione. Oh my God. Ron squeezed her to him and for a moment Hermione stood in shock, her thoughts having been ripped from the all-consuming mystery of the new Harry to the boy who held her, the boy that she had only recently begun to understand how much she truly needed. Scenes from Hogwarts came rushing back to her. Death Eaters cursing Ron as he rushed to her aid atop the astronomy tower, Ron a second from death at Voldemort's feet. Ron! Hermione exclaimed, and she gripped him back just as enthusiastically. He released his hold to take her face in his warm, rough hands, met her eyes with a searing stare, and then crushed his lips to hers. The key was desperate, full of many unspoken emotions born not just from their brush with death, but also, Hermione knew, the feelings they had rediscovered during their reunion the day before. She tried to match his fervor with everything she had, to convey the things she hadn't yet found the courage to put into words, but the glorious moment ended as suddenly as it began. Pulling away a few inches, Ron searched her face as he spoke in a rush. Are you okay? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. What about you? Just a few scratches. How did you? When? What happened? Bill brought Dad and Percy here before he went back to Hogwarts to get me, and he said that he saw you here. I would never have come here if I knew you hadn't made it out. I brought George here, Hermione explained. But then I went back too. On instinct, Hermione decided to keep her hidden, Harry, a secret for the moment. To find you. It was true, she had re-entered the battle to ensure Ron's safety as much as she had returned to find the supposed reincarnation of her late best friend. Ron didn't need to know the full story, at least, not yet. She found that it was easier to consider the impostor objectively while away from his perfect mannerisms and Harry's unmistakable grin, but a part of her was bracing for the horrible pain that was sure to accompany the confirmation that the dream wasn't real, that Harry hadn't rejoined to them. She wouldn't set the others up for that kind of heartbreaking disappointment. What kept you? Ron asked. Bill reckons we made it out just before the anti-apparition wards went back up, and that was almost a half an hour ago. The wards were back before I could get out, so I took a school broom and flew upward until I passed the boundary and could disapparate. Why you? Ron stuttered. On a broom. Yes, well, I was lucky in that no one seemed to notice. Hermione avoided Ron's disbelieving gaze, and was thankful to hear Bill's voice call to them from the house. Is it her? Yeah, it is, Ron yelled back. Hermione could hear the joy and relief in his voice, and she chided herself for not hurrying back faster, for leaving them to worry. Come on, said Ron, taking her hand. We should get inside. He led Hermione into the house past a smiling Bill, who, up close, looked to be in pretty bad shape. There were several fresh wounds visible across his face and arms, and he labored to follow them into the house, limping and supporting himself against the wall. Bill, said Ron, who had turned to notice his eldest brother's difficulty. Let me give you a hand. I've got it, Bill replied, waving Ron off. The stubborn git won't let anyone touch him until everyone else has been looked after first, Ron said to Hermione while frowning at Bill. Everyone else, Hermione repeated, terrified at the meaning behind his words. Yeah, Ron simply said, and they reached the doorway to the sitting room. As she entered, Hermione saw the rest of the people that had returned from Hogwarts gathered there. Charlie and Percy stood nearest, appearing a bit roughed up but uninjured. Kingsley sat in a chair by the fireplace with a bandaged leg propped up on a footrest, and across the room, George and Mr. Weasley lay on beds that Hermione knew were actually transfigured armchairs. They seemed to be in the worst shape, and were the room's only two occupants that didn't look up as she arrived. Oh, thank heavens, squeaked Mrs. Weasley, who moved from a seat by her husband to wrap Hermione in a tight hug. Ginny, who had been standing by her father, followed and gave Hermione a look of relief over her mother's shoulder, an emotion which was echoed in the voices of the others in the room. What's? Hermione trailed off, and Mrs. Weasley pulled away to follow Hermione's stare to the two still figures lying on the beds. Hermione saw the woman's expression darken, but George spoke before his mother got the chance. Hark! Is that my savior, I hear? Came his weak voice, but still he did not turn to look at them. Hermione walked to his bedside and saw that he was covered in cuts and fresh bruises, and that he lay rigid as if paralyzed. "George," was all Hermione could say. "It isn't as bad as it looks," he said with obvious difficulty. "I was blindsided by the bloody gargoyle outside the headmaster's office, of all things. McGonagall sicked it on me." "McGonagall?" Hermione started, remembering the encounter with her imperious Transfiguration professor. "She's upstairs, asleep," said Kingsley in his slow, deep voice. "Poppy's checking on her. It was the damnedest thing. Minerva apparated here by herself even though she was under the imperious curse, she must have fought it. We found her outside the wards, just standing there, waiting for us. I was able to remove the curse, but just barely. In my years as an Auror, I've never come across an imperious so strong." Hermione immediately knew what must have happened after she left the professor to duel one-on-one with the Harry look-alike, whose power went beyond what she knew of magic. "If you hadn't got me out of there," wheezed George, "I would have been a goner." She took his hand and he winced, causing her to let it go. "Will you be okay?" "Not if he doesn't lie still," admonished Madame Pomfrey, who strode into the room and brushed past Hermione to check on her patient. "If you keep trying to move, the Skele-Gro won't take properly." Catching Hermione's worried look, she added, "But if you do as I say, you should be back to normal in a day or two." "Will I be able to play the piano?" George asked. "Of course, why wouldn't you?" "Well, I couldn't before." "Not up to your usual standards, mate," groaned Ron, whose somber face cracked a small grin. Madame Pomfrey turned her attention to Mr. Weasley, who remained unconscious and was terribly pale. "He still hasn't woken?" she asked with a glance at Mrs. Weasley. "No," answered the Weasley matriarch in a frightful voice. Stroking the hair on her husband's head, she added, "Should he have? It's hard to say. On top of his injuries, he lost a lot of blood before I was able to treat him. I don't mean to alarm you, Molly, but Arthur came very close." Hermione raised a hand to her mouth and gasped. She felt Ron's hold on her other hand tighten. "It was all my fault," whimpered Percy. "I got into trouble with a bunch of Death Eaters, and Dad got hurt fighting them off. Bill got us back here and then Dad just collapsed." "It's nobody's fault, Percy," said Charlie, who put a hand on his brother's shoulder, "but those damn Death Eaters." "He's stable, Molly," continued Madame Pomfrey. "And that's a small miracle. If Ginny hadn't stepped in and acted as fast as she did." "Ginny," Hermione repeated. "Ginny saved her father's life," said Madame Pomfrey, who looked at Ginny appreciatively. "The bleeding wouldn't stop, and I couldn't understand why the wounds wouldn't close. I should have realized what I was dealing with, but Ginny recognized the dark magic straight away and knew the counter curse. It's just lucky that I was in the DA," Ginny added in a flat voice, with her eyes on her father. "Harry taught it to me. I guess that's another life debt the Weasleys owe him." In her mind's eye, Hermione again pictured Harry, or whoever he was, apparating between Ron and Voldemort as the latter cast the killing curse. Could the real Harry Potter have saved yet another Weasley life only an hour ago? The memory continued, and a new truth began to sink in. This person, whoever he was, could not possibly be in league with Voldemort. Hermione had reasoned that an impostor might have aided her to gain her trust and be taken to the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, but this person's actions had contributed to the destruction of Nagini, Voldemort's final Horcrux. The Dark Lord had seemed genuinely surprised to see him, and the danger had certainly felt real enough when Voldemort chased after them. But then, why didn't Voldemort kill this Harry, when the boy stood defenseless in front of him? Nothing made any sense, and the more uncertain Hermione was about the perplexing wizard's true motives, the more her wishful side fought to seize control of her. Hermione obsessed over any question she didn't know the answer to, and this one was killing her. A spluttering cough snapped her attention back to the present, and, following the turning heads of the room's other occupants, Hermione saw that Mr. Weasley had begun to stir. Molly uttered, "Arthur," in a startled whisper, and her children closed in on their father's bed as one before Madame Pomfrey quickly shooed them back with a wave of her hand. She moved her wand over her patient, the tip of which glowed brightly. This seemed to satisfy her, as she put her wand away and leaned forward to speak to Mr. Weasley, just inches from his face. "Arthur, it's Poppy. Can you tell me how you feel?" "Brilliant," he groaned, while he seemed to be shifting to find a position that wouldn't cause him pain. Mrs. Weasley raised her clasped hands to her chin as fresh tears fell down her face, and she smiled for the first time since Hermione arrived. But contrary to the wave of relief that made its way across the room, Mr. Weasley was suddenly alarmed. What happened? Is everyone?" "We're all here," assured Mrs. Weasley, and then, smiling at Hermione, she added, "every one of us." "Thank God," he beeped, and then grunted in pain as he settled back into a relaxed position. "Boys," instructed Madame Pomfrey, "help sit him up a little." Charlie and Percy moved forward and gently did as they were told, while Madame Pomfrey reached for a small bottle of potion that sat ready on a nearby table. "Try to drink this, Arthur. It will help." He drank every drop, and with each gulp his face twisted with more disgust. "I don't suppose I want to know what was in that?" he asked, as his sons lowered him back to the bed. "Not if you want to keep it down," replied the matron. "The mission," said Mr. Weasley, who had apparently just remembered the reason his family was in such rough shape. "We got McGonagall," reported Bill. "Nobody really understands how. She just seemed to show up here on her own. We didn't get Dumbledore's portrait, and we didn't bring back the hat, but it doesn't really matter." "Doesn't matter?" asked Charlie, incredulously. Bill grinned at Charlie, and then positively beamed at Ron. "Ron killed Nagini," he said. "Somehow the hat was just there, and Ron pulled out the sword and chopped the snake in half, and took a good chunk out of Voldemort's shoulder, too." Cheers erupted from around the room as Ron's brothers patted his back, ruffled his hair, and high-fived each other in celebration. Ron's freckled face glowed red at the attention, but he seemed to appreciate it. Ginny, smiling wide, gave Ron a hug, during which he whispered in her ear. Hermione, still at Ron's side, was close enough to hear Ron tell her that one was for Harry. Ginny wiped at her eyes as they pulled apart, and she silently nodded her appreciation. "Good Lord, Ron," said Mr. Weasley over the ruckus. He was clearly taken aback by the news that his youngest son had fought Lord Voldemort and come away the winner. Similarly, his wife's face had gone white with shock. "Did you really?" he continued. "You killed it?" "Yeah, Dad, that's the last Horcrux gone. The next time somebody gets a lucky shot in, it'll be the end of that bloody bastard." The color began to return to Mr. Weasley's face, and with watery eyes and a proud smile, he said, "Well done, son. Well done." Hermione squeezed Ron's hand, which she had continued to hold, and flashed him a brilliant smile when he looked at her. Ron released her hand to put his arm around her, and she leaned into him. Hermione closed her eyes and released a long breath. Despite being ambushed by a small army of waiting Death Eaters, including Voldemort himself, they were all going to be okay. Things could have easily gone much, much worse, if it weren't for the boy she had just left at Privet Drive. At least she, Ron, and possibly George would have been killed. As the others continued to excitedly discuss the ramifications of Ron's actions, Hermione's full attention once again drifted to their mysterious rescuer. A short time later, Mrs. Weasley hastily threw together a quick dinner and everyone remained in the sitting room to eat with those who were still too injured to relocate to the kitchen. They ate in relative silence as a strange energy hung over the room. Nearly all of them had just survived near-death experiences and their nerves were still on end, but at the same time, they rejoiced in the fact that they were all accounted for, hurt but whole. Ron sat close beside Hermione on the sofa as they ate, and when she finished her helping of mashed potatoes, he uncharacteristically tried to persuade her to take the rest of his. Hermione's appetite wasn't up to it, however, as she continued to withdraw into her repeated examinations of each moment she had spent with Harry's double. It wasn't until she heard Harry's name spoken aloud that she realized a conversation had started around her. "I mean, Harry and Dumbledore had it right, didn't they?" said Charlie. "I didn't like being kept in the dark, but nobody ever found out what they were up to." "It's easy to say that now," countered Bill. "We'll certainly have to limit the flow of information more in the future, but I just can't believe that anyone who knew our plans would have sold us out to Voldemort." You don't reckon we should go somewhere else, said Ron. Just to play it safe. Nah, answered George, who was still in pain but already showed improvement. He was able to sit up enough to eat soup, which his mother fed to him. With the Fidelius charm protecting this place, the only one who can tip off our whereabouts to Pooh is the secret keeper. You haven't been inviting any Death Eaters over for tea, have you, Bill? No, Bill answered. We should be fine here. And I've checked with the other safe houses using our new secure flow network, and nothing's happened. It's too quiet, if you ask me, added Kingsley. After what we pulled, I would have expected some kind of response from Voldemort by now. The former Auror sat his empty plate on a table and stood, gripping his chair's armrest as he did so to lighten the weight on his injured leg. I'm going to Shell Cottage to check on things there in person. I'll go with you, said Bill. I should really get back to Fleur. I'm coming too, added Charlie. After Bill and Charlie wished Mr. Weasley and George well, and received keys from their mother, they joined Kingsley and the three of them left amidst green flames in the room's fireplace. I didn't know it was possible for us to create a private flow network, said Hermione while she watched the fire die down. It isn't supposed to be possible, George responded, a grin evident in his voice. But since when has that ever stopped us from doing anything? It just took a while to figure it out, that's all. While you were helping yourself to dinner in the kitchen, said Mrs. Weasley to Hermione, I took the liberty of using it to check in with your parents. My parents, echoed Hermione, stunned. How could she not have thought of them even once when they could be in grave danger? Yes, dear, we had them added to our network last night. We thought it might be wise with everything that's going on. Yes, thank you, Mrs. Weasley. And, they're okay. Nothing unusual has happened, or nothing at all. I warned them to be extra cautious and to not leave the house for a little while, but if anyone is looking for you there, the charms that Arthur put in place seem to have done the trick. Thank goodness, said Hermione, who felt unbelievably lucky to have not paid a price for forgetting something so vital. She slumped forward in relief and felt Ron's hand rub her back. Warmth seemed to spread from his touch throughout her body, and she closed her eyes to soak in the sensation. She remembered his embrace upon arriving at the burrow, and his lips. They would like to speak with you tonight, when you can, added Mrs. Weasley, splashing cold water on Hermione's reverie. I didn't go into any details, she continued, but I think they could sense that everything wasn't all right here. I'll be sure to, Mrs. Weasley. Ron took his hand from her back, laid it across Hermione's shoulders, and pulled her against his side. The warm, numbing feeling began to descend upon her again, and she rested her head upon his shoulder. Ron was a calming force against the storm of thoughts swirling around inside her head. They stayed like that for a while, neither breaking the soothing, healing feeling between them with words. On Madame Pomfrey's orders, Mr. Weasley and George were eventually moved upstairs to get some proper bed rest, and a short time later, Professor McGonagall entered the room with the help of Ginny and Madame Pomfrey on either side of her. Hermione was happy to see her former teacher up and in control of herself again, but then she felt a thrill of fear at the realization that McGonagall had seen, dueled, the person that Hermione was keeping secret. Minerva, said Mrs. Weasley, who rose to meet the new arrival. We're so relieved to have you back. How are you? Not well, Molly. Ginny and Madame Pomfrey lowered McGonagall into an armchair directly across from where Hermione sat with Ron. The professor rested back against the chair and caught her breath. The journey down the stairs seemed to have cost all of her strength. Thank you, Poppy, Miss Weasley. Let's get you fed, said Mrs. Weasley. I've got soup, or there might be enough ham left. Soup would be lovely, Molly, thank you. Mrs. Weasley headed for the kitchen, with Madame Pomfrey following behind her. Ginny curled up on the opposite end of the sofa upon which Hermione sat with Ron. It's good to see you, Professor, said Hermione, tentatively. Miss Granger, acknowledged McGonagall, her eyelids heavy. Do you, remember anything that happened? McGonagall sighed and closed her eyes, and did not reopen them when she replied. No, I do not recall any of this evening's events. In fact, I have yet to remember anything of the past several months. My last memory is of my capture. I cannot be certain, but I believe it may have been Voldemort himself who cast the Imperius curse on me." Just as Hermione had begun to relax at the news that her secret was safe, she reeled at the thought that anyone could wrest control of a curse performed by the most powerful dark wizard the world has ever known. Kingsley had nearly been unable to undo the new curse, and he was a top Auror that was trained in the removal of the Imperius. This, Harry, person, had topped Voldemort's curse, and he had done so without a wand. Whether or not he was really Harry, what would a wizard this powerful mean to the wizarding world, to the war? Hermione had just begun to consider the possibilities when the fireplace roared to life, and a face appeared in the flames. "Kingsley," acknowledged Percy, who had been sitting quietly by the fire. "Percy," said the deep voice in a grave tone that caused Hermione to brace for bad news. "Is Arthur there?" "He's resting, but Mum is in the kitchen. Should I get her?" "Get everyone who's up. Voldemort has responded to our attack." The room went deathly still as Percy ran from the room, and in just a few moments, he returned with his mother, who hurried behind him with a look of alarm. "That's everyone," said Percy. "George is asleep, too." "All right," said Kingsley, and he drew a deep breath. "We've just gotten word of 3 coordinated attacks that happened approximately 20 minutes ago. At the Ministry of Magic, someone walked into the main lobby and caused a massive explosion. It isn't clear what spell he used, but in addition to killing himself, the attacker took the lives of 10 Ministry workers and injured many more." Kingsley sighed. "They say that the blast left a small crater where the fountain used to be." The horror that paralyzed Hermione was so absolute that she could not utter a sound, and neither did anyone else. She stared transfixed at the face in the fire, unable to process what she had just heard, unable to comprehend such loss. Survivors have said that the killer introduced himself as Harry Potter. They say that he looked just like Potter, too. And Kingsley paused, and his eyes flitted from Ron to Mrs. Weasley before he went on. "And just before he did it, they say that his only words were, 'I have a message for Ron Weasley.'" At the same time, Kingsley pressed on. "Despite the looks of shock on the faces of his captive audience, our sources say that a second Harry Potter entered the offices of the Daily Prophet. This one said he had a message for Hermione Granger. Not counting the attacker, the explosion killed 13 witches and wizards." 13. Madame Pomfrey repeated in a whisper. "And the third Harry Potter paid a visit to St. Mungo's." "No," gasped Mrs. Weasley. "Nearly 20 patients and hospital staff were killed in the blast." Kingsley again looked apologetically at Mrs. Weasley. "He said his message was for Ginny." "But Ginny didn't go on the mission," argued Mrs. Weasley, her voice frantic. "She wasn't there." Kingsley had no response, and the room slipped into a deafening silence as everyone absorbed the terrible, unimaginable news. Finally, Ron spoke up. But the Death Eaters practically run all of those places." "We think it's symbolic," said Kingsley. "Voldemort wanted to make a statement, wanted to show everyone that nowhere is safe. Outside of Hogwarts, he targeted our central institutions. We're fairly certain that the attacks are over for now, but we're still looking into it. I should go. I'll let you know if we find out any more." And with a nod to the room in general, his face vanished. Hermione's head was spinning. So many were dead, murdered, as a result of the raid she had taken part in. She felt completely overwhelmed. She felt nauseous. She felt hot, very hot. "Ginny!" shouted Mrs. Weasley, and Hermione turned to see heat radiating off the girl in waves. She was standing with her fists clenched, and the look on her face was beyond anger. Hermione felt a twinge of fear. Ginny looked off, unhinged. "They want me," she said, incredulously. "Am I supposed to be afraid now? Come after me, then. I hope they find me." The air was boiling. Mrs. Weasley tried to restrain her daughter, but Ginny moved away, gesturing wildly as she raised her voice. "If I get the chance, I will kill every one of those bastards." Mrs. Weasley again reached out, and this time Ginny smacked her hand away. "I'll kill them." The sofa near Ginny burst into flames, causing Hermione and Ron to leap off it. Ginny didn't seem to notice. "What? Riddle thinks we won't defend ourselves if he dresses Death Eaters up as Harry." "Ginny, stop," yelled Ron, who seized his sister's wrists only to jerk them away as if burned. "You're going to burn the house down. Don't you be calm," she screamed at him. "Harry was your best friend. How dare they?" "I know, Ginny, I know, and we're going to make them pay. But look at what you're doing." Ginny finally seemed to take in what her out-of-control anger had unleashed, and she fell into an armchair with her face in her hands. Hermione pulled out her wand and, with quick spell work, doused the sofa. Madame Pomfrey eased McGonagall back into her seat after having helped the professor move away from the fire. Mrs. Weasley stepped toward her daughter, but, apparently unsure how Ginny would react to her touch, simply stood next to her. Ron turned to Hermione and took her in his arms, and she clung to him for comfort. "God," Hermione sobbed against him. "All those innocent people. Bastards," spat Ginny, who uncovered her eyes to stare toward an empty corner of the room. Her face was now soaked with tears, but her expression remained hard, furious. There was nothing else anyone could say. Shortly afterward, Hermione lay in her guest bed in Ginny's room. Everyone had broken apart to be alone with his or her thoughts, and many had retired to their rooms, though Hermione suspected that few of them had yet managed to find sleep. Earlier she had floored her parents and lied as convincingly as possible, saying that while they should stay inside the house and use extra caution for the time being, they needn't worry about their daughter. They still wanted Hermione to return home, but trusted Mr. and Mrs. Weasley enough to let her stay. She had remained in the sitting room with Ron for a little while, but instead of finding calm in his presence, Hermione feared that she had the opposite effect on him. In light of the killings made by the Harry imposters, she was a wreck over what to do about the Harry she had promised to meet. It could be suicide to keep him a secret and return to Privet Drive alone. But far from trying to kill her, this Harry had saved her, and Ron, from certain death. Could it really have been an act, part of a plan to murder more of the Order? Hermione had silently debated these points back and forth, becoming outwardly more agitated as she struggled over what to do. Should she take the sensible, logical course of action and turn this, Harry, in, or follow her heart, which she could not deny believed his story even if her brain did not? For a reason that Hermione could not identify, she resisted at all costs sharing her predicament with anyone else. But Ron could tell that something was wrong, and the more she avoided his questions, the more she withdrew from him to focus on her internal struggle, the more suspicious he seemed to become. In light of the day's traumatic events, Hermione reasoned that he probably feared a relapse, that she would break down and run away as she had before. Hermione felt horrible for making Ron worry yet again, but it took all of her strength to hide the true severity of her distress as well as she had. Truth be told, if Ron did suspect that she was close to snapping, he wasn't far off the mark. Perhaps all that kept Hermione from falling apart was the crucial task that remained for her at the Burrow. The real reason she had left the boy behind at the Dursleys' house. Hermione had known that she would have to wait until everyone was asleep before she could move forward with her plan, and as the time for her to take action ticked nearer, she became proportionately more anxious. She was fairly sure that Ginny had recently succumbed to sleep, and her suspicions were confirmed when Ron entered the room and his sister did not stir. "Hermione," he whispered, having crept to her bedside. Hermione feigned sleep, and after a minute, heard Ron close the door behind him and climb the creaky staircase. With tremendous effort, Hermione held off for another hour, straining to catch any sound that might signal that the coast wasn't clear. Finally, when she could no longer force herself to remain patient, she slowly, painstakingly left her bed and dressed. Hermione was so cautious that she took 10 minutes to descend the stairs and exit the house through the back door. It was still warm beneath the starry sky, which the bright, full moon painted a deep purple. She carefully made her way across the backyard and sped into a jog as she moved farther from the house. By the time she reached the orchard, the back of the Burrow was almost entirely obscured by trees. With a glance toward the orchard's edge, she found what she was looking for. Next to Fred's final resting place was a second grave with an identical headstone. The only difference was that it had been marked with the name, Harry Potter. Hermione froze for a moment. She had fled the magical world the night they found Harry's body and hadn't returned for the burial, one of her many regrets. As she stared at the stone, all of her swirling theories, fears, and regrets were burned away by one thing: a need to know. With regret but no hesitation, she brandished her wand and, after a hastily cast noise-canceling spell, began to shift dirt from the grave. If, in minutes, she were to gaze upon the cold face of her dead best friend, she would feel unforgivable shame, but there was no other way. As the flicks of her wrist dug the hole deeper and deeper, her wand movements becoming faster and more frantic, Hermione's darkest memory, the event that had sent her life spiraling off course, pushed through her usual defenses. For the first time, she did not fight it. It was 3 days after the battle at Hogwarts, where Harry had gone missing. The wizarding world had been thrown into chaos as, emboldened by their victory, Voldemort and his Death Eaters seized control of Hogwarts and made grabs for more power within the Ministry of Magic and elsewhere. Those that had stood against Voldemort at the school went into hiding, or else stuck to the shadows when venturing out to gather information. Such was the case with Arthur Weasley and Hermione Granger, who apparated into the loft above Weasley's, Wizard Wheezes, one of the many abandoned shops in Diagon Alley. Said Mr. Weasley, looking around the empty, dusty room. I thought our informant might have beaten us here, we're quite late. You don't think he ran into trouble? Asked Hermione. Diagon Alley isn't the safest place to go these days. Mr. Weasley did not respond as Hermione walked to the window, which had been boarded up. The room was dimly lit by the slivers of light that shone through the cracks between the boards. She found a particularly large gap between 2 planks of wood and bent closer to peek through the opening to the street below. Oh, she said, the moment she had put her eye to the gap. There's something going on. People are running toward the center of the district. What? Replied Mr. Weasley, and he joined her to take a turn looking through the boards. Hermione, stay here, he said, straightening back up. I'll go have a look. I won't let you leave by yourself, Mr. Weasley. We'll both go. He scrutinized her for a moment before he conceded. Well, all right, but stick close to me and avoid moving out in the open. Hermione nodded her consent, and together they took the stairs down to the shop and exited onto the street. The late afternoon sky was golden, and the setting sun cast long shadows that made it possible for them to remain somewhat concealed if they stuck to the side of the street. The area wasn't nearly as populated as it had been before these dark and dangerous times, but a good number of people still ran past Hermione as she and Mr. Weasley moved at a more cautious pace. The commotion increased as they neared the heart of Diagon Alley, and when Hermione happened to glance skyward, she lost her breath upon seeing the terrifyingly familiar green skull, the top of it just visible above nearby rooftops. Simultaneously, she and Mr. Weasley quickened their pace into a jog and headed directly for the dark mark. They turned another corner, and the shock caused Hermione to stumble. Staining the sky was not one, but a dozen dark marks, the intensity of their combined glow casting all nearby stores and streets in a sickening green shade. The horrors floated directly above Gringotts Bank, where crowds of people had gathered to gaze up at them. No, not at them, they were looking at. Hermione heard a terrible scream and realized it was her own. Above the bronze double doors, stretched across the Gringotts sign, hung a lifeless, savage body clad in ripped Gryffindor robes, with a face that held round framed glasses beneath its messy mop of black hair. Mr. Weasley ran forward and Hermione followed. Dodging past a few scattered groups of onlookers, they reached the steps that led to the bank's doors. Hermione's foot slipped when she came to a stop, and she looked down to find that the street was slick and glistening. Taking a step back, she took in the sloppy red letters written on the street that spanned the width of the steps above them. The boy who died. The words were becoming increasingly illegible as more of the red liquid pooled into them, and, following the trail up the white stairs, Hermione saw the blood oozing from the robed figure. Beside her, Mr. Weasley pulled out his wand and frantically began to cast spells in an attempt to bring the body down, but time after time, nothing worked. He finally conjured a rickety wooden ladder and climbed it. He could just reach the body from the top rung, but he had to further tear its robes to bring it down. A patch of black cloth remained stuck to the wall by whatever charm had been used to fasten it there. Mr. Weasley descended the ladder slowly, careful not to jostle the figure in his arms. Upon reaching the ground, He laid the body on the stairs and Hermione joined him in kneeling beside it. Hermione touched a hand to its white face and found it to be ice cold. Brushing back its bangs, she could clearly see the lightning-shaped scar, and Harry's moleskin pouch hung around its neck. Hermione's brain wasn't working. All thought was suspended while she unconsciously went through the motions of confirming what she already knew. She could feel a terrifying force about to break through, could feel a train charging down its tracks toward her, until, when Mr. Weasley opened the boy's robes, it slammed into her. She spluttered incoherently as she saw the mutilated remains. The arms were flayed and twisted, the legs had been shattered. The chest was open. Hermione slid down several steps as she recoiled in horror. She tried to turn away but could not dislodge her eyes from the abomination. It burned into her, becoming 100 times more unbearable by the second. From the other side of the body, a low sound escaped Mr. Weasley that sounded like a wounded animal. Hermione saw that his clothes were covered in the corpse's blood, and that he held one of its mangled hands in his. A short shriek shot from Hermione's lips, quickly followed by another. Her brain was catching up. She was becoming aware of the full meaning of what she was seeing. The shouts turned into wails as she clawed at her legs, arms, and hair. She began to crawl back across the slippery steps toward what she now acknowledged was Harry, but Mr. Weasley met her halfway and locked her in a tight embrace, pressing her head to his chest and blocking Harry from view. Hermione struggled to break free as more screams ripped through her, but could not break his hold. As they sat there, members of the watching crowd began to move closer to inspect the body for themselves. At this, Mr. Weasley pulled Hermione to her feet and spoke to her in a broken, urgent voice. "We have to get him out of here," he said, holding her by the shoulders. Hermione looked past him back at Harry, who lay defiled and exposed. The invisibility cloak spilled out from the inside of the opened robes and onto the steps. Without a word, Hermione moved to block the observers as they reached the stairs, while Mr. Weasley pulled Harry together enough to lift him in his arms. Hermione brandished her wand as she led Mr. Weasley past the crowds. Her fierce expression warned those that approached to turn away, even as she continued to sob. People stared after them but did not follow as they fled. They turned down a couple of streets until, reaching the end of a dark alleyway, they were safely out of sight. "Hermione," came Mr. Weasley's strained voice, but she showed no sign of response as her eyes fixed on the body he carried. Her breathing had become shallow and stuttered. She found it difficult to take in air. "Hermione," he called again, and this time she caught his eye. His face was glazed in tears and specks of blood. "I don't think you should try to disapparate right now, and I can only side along one at a time, so I need you to remain here for just a moment while I go ahead, all right?" Hermione mutely nodded her understanding. "Stay here," he stressed, and then Mr. Weasley took Harry away. Hermione wrapped her arms around herself and closed her eyes, only to find the ghastly image of Harry's broken body inside them. She looked around the alley and tried to steady her breathing. As a minute melted by, she felt her mind begin to shut itself down again. It was as if she remained hung between thoughts, a standing, breathing shell. She almost didn't notice Mr. Weasley's return until he gripped her shoulder and prepared to disapparate. She seized his arm with her hands and the alley faded away. Tears flowed freely down Hermione's face as she continued to dig into Harry's grave at a frantic pace, her wand swinging wildly as thrown dirt rained down around her. At last, she uncovered a long, plain wooden box. The shock of its appearance gave her pause, and when she used a levitation charm to gently lift the casket from its resting place, the fast, violent motions she had used to move the earth were replaced with grace and great care. She placed the box next to the open grave with a soft thud. Hermione still had not caught her breath and her heart continued to beat wildly. Unable to fully accept what she was about to do, she moved to the coffin as if in a trance and knelt beside it. Her hands moved of their own accord to reach out and touch the wood. Her thumbs wrapped under the lid. She had spent hours convincing herself that Harry rested peacefully inside, but if she found him there now, Hermione doubted she would ever find the strength to stand back up. With a scream, she threw open the lid. A breeze rustled through the trees. An owl hooted in the distance. And Hermione laughed. It began in spurts and quickly rose to hysterics, loud, convulsive laughter that was punctuated by sporadic sobs. Then the howls turned mournful and she doubled over, wailing, as a year's worth of caged emotions were set free at last. A year of nightmares, a year in exile, a year apart from those she needed most, had all been because of a lie. For inside the box, adorned in immaculate Gryffindor robes, lay the decaying remains of Draco Malfoy. Still weeping, Hermione leaned into the casket, removed the moleskin pouch from around Draco's neck, and pocketed it. She pulled apart the robes to find the body that had been ruined by dark magic and felt revulsion, but nothing more. She instinctively searched the robes, inside pockets for the invisibility cloak and found it missing. Hermione closed the lid and steadied herself against it as she stood on shaking legs. With a growing urgency she levitated the coffin back into its plot and hastily, haphazardly piled the dirt back on top of it. She turned her back on the grave without a second thought, leaving the proud Slytherin to lie beneath the headstone that bore the name of his most hated rival. Hermione choked out intermittent laughs and sobs as she pushed her trembling legs to carry her as fast as possible to the burrow. Slowing to step through the back door, she raised a hand to cover her wet mouth, which muffled the spastic hiccuping sounds that continued to spurt forth. She was completely possessed by a single thought: go to him. Nothing else mattered. Her only other consideration, the one thing that could have possibly penetrated her absolute focus on her destination, was the only other person that mattered to her as much: Ron. Leaving, once again, in the dead of night would be bad enough. She had to let Ron know that this wouldn't be like before, that she would be back. Scanning the kitchen for spare parchment and a quill, she spotted the remains of dinner that Mrs. Weasley hadn't felt up to clearing. Thinking of Harry, Hermione grabbed a basket that still held a few rolls and piled in other scattered leftovers. "Hermione," came a voice, startling her. "What are you doing?" Ginny had walked in wearing her oversized t-shirt, her bare legs and arms pale in the moonlight that entered through the kitchen window. "Hermione," Ginny repeated when she received no answer. "Why are you dressed? Have you been crying?" Hermione shook her head and, looking away from Ginny, clutched the basket of food to her chest and walked past her. Hermione's entire being cried out for just one thing, and she would not, could not, be kept from it. Ginny followed and, in a soft, caring tone, continued to call after Hermione, who moved quickly through the house and did not answer back. When Hermione went through the front door and down the porch steps, she heard Ginny say her name again, this time in a loud, stern voice. Hermione stopped and turned to see Ginny standing in the doorway with a wary look on her face. "You promised that you wouldn't hurt him anymore," Ginny cautioned. Remembering their discussion from the previous night, and the revelation that Harry's apparent death had, if possible, affected Ginny even more than herself, Hermione was struck with a sudden urge to shout her discovery at her, or to simply grab Ginny's arm and apparate them both to where Harry waited. But then she remembered the killings and the mass murderers that had worn Harry's face, and decided against it. She could wait one more day. Hermione could plan the best way to handle the situation for everyone involved. "I'll be back this time, Ginny. I swear. By noon tomorrow. I just have to see my parents right now. So much has happened, and I just need to make sure they are all right." Hermione felt horribly guilty for lying to Ginny when she knew what Harry's return would mean to her, and for not truly rushing to watch over her parents when she probably should. "Please, Ginny, please tell Ron. I'll be back, noon tomorrow." Ginny folded her arms and considered Hermione with a neutral expression. "Are you sure that you're going to be okay?" she asked. Yes, this isn't like last time, Ginny." "Noon tomorrow," Ginny confirmed. "Don't make us worry." "Thank you, Ginny." Hermione tried to give her a reassuring smile, and Ginny attempted one in return. Hermione turned and hurried across the yard, passed through the gate, and stopped beyond the invisible wall of protective wards. She disapparated with a last regretful glance at Ginny's silhouetted frame in the doorway, and appeared a moment later on the front porch of number 4, Privet Drive. With a quick look around at the still, silent suburbs, she muttered the incantations that would allow her through the protective spells she had cast earlier, and then entered the house. After closing the front door behind her, Hermione cautiously crept down the hall and into the living room where she had last seen Harry. He wasn't there. Thinking of the late hour, She sat her basket in an armchair, returned to the hall, and climbed the stairs. She checked Harry's old bedroom and then the others, but still found no trace of him. As Hermione retraced her steps to the first floor, she felt a panic rising within her. He couldn't be gone, not after she'd just found him again. She thought of what a fool she had been to leave him. And then, upon entering the kitchen, she saw him. The back door was open and he sat in the opening with his back to her, casting a long shadow across the kitchen floor as he gazed at the moon. The scene was so tranquil, so dreamlike, that Hermione froze on the spot, hesitant to disturb it. Her mind pushed forth a dozen things to call out to him, but the words caught in her throat. After several long moments, it was Harry that broke the silence. "Did you check on what you wanted?" he asked calmly, without turning around. Hermione's face twisted with emotion, and her eyes began to sting as she nodded and then whispered, "Yes." And tears spilled down her cheeks as Hermione stepped into the kitchen and again found herself unable to speak. Finally, with a swallow to ready her dry throat, she produced a single word. "Harry." He looked over his shoulder at her and smiled, as his own tears twinkled in the moonlight. "That's what I've been waiting to hear." Hermione moved slowly toward Harry as he stood and wiped his face. He showed no signs of the earlier battle. He was clean, his jeans were not torn, and he wore a simple white t-shirt. She stopped just inches from him and timidly reached out her hand to touch his chest with her fingers. He was solid, real. She looked into his face and no longer imagined deception or malice in his green gaze, but instead saw a shy first-year boy on the Hogwarts Express, a reluctant dancer at the Yule Ball, a friend by her bedside in the hospital wing. She slid her arms around him, pressed her forehead to his chest, and wept. "I know," he whispered, sniffling. "I missed you, too." Something inside Hermione healed as they held one another, and she smiled while she cried against him. A short while later, after the tears had gone and only smiles remained, Hermione began to tell Harry of the day's events. They sat at the kitchen table and Harry hungrily ate the food that Hermione had brought as he listened to her news. He lost his appetite, however, upon hearing of the murders that the Death Eaters had committed in his name. This is all my fault," he said, appearing sick. "Volume. You know who did this to keep anyone from trusting me, to stop anyone from helping me. If I hadn't escaped." "That's how I felt at first, too," said Hermione. "I mean, if the others and I hadn't gone to Hogwarts, none of this would have happened. But we can't blame ourselves, Harry, he did this. You know who had those people killed." "I know, you're right, but still, God. All those people, he probably used Polyjuice Potion, found a hair or something of mine in the Chamber of Secrets and—" Harry's brow suddenly creased, and he gave Hermione a calculating look. "Wait. You knew that he was using my doubles to kill people, and you came back here anyway. Are you mental?" "I knew that it was really you," Hermione said, defensively. "At least, a part of me did. I tried to ignore it, tried not to get my hopes up, but I knew. I spent nearly every day with you for 6 years, Harry, I would know a fake. And besides," Hermione continued, "I found proof. It's what I went back to the Burrow for." Harry looked at her quizzically, and she took a deep breath and answered his unsaid question. "I dug up your grave. It was Draco." Harry's eyes went wide. "You've got to understand," pleaded Hermione. "I was there when. I mean, I found you, Draco, with Mr. Weasley. The body had been hung up on Gringotts, and it had been mangled, but its face, he looked exactly like you. I don't know how they did it, Polyjuice Potion wouldn't have lasted. He had your invisibility cloak, and this." Hermione slid the moleskin pouch across the table. She felt her eyes sting again as she fought to explain. "You have to understand, if there had been any reason to think it might be a trick. Harry, I'm so sorry that we never looked for you, or. Hermione turned away in shame, and Harry reached across the table to take her hand. "I don't blame you, Hermione," he said. "Any of you. It was a clever plan. And anyway, it's my own fault that I got caught." Hermione smiled and squeezed his hand back. "Wow," Harry added, his gaze distant. "Draco. I wonder if he knew when we—" Harry seemed to gather himself and shifting in his chair, left his question unfinished. Before Hermione could inquire, Harry appeared to realize something and he spoke again. Wait. I was buried, at the Burrow. Yes, at a spot by the orchard, next to Fred. It's lovely there. Harry released her hand, sat back in his chair, and seemed to struggle with something. Wow, he said, appearing to blink back tears. Is something wrong? No, it's just, I can't believe that they would. Harry, said Hermione, smiling warmly. You were, family to them. Of course they would want to keep you close. Do they know? Harry asked with such obviously forced indifference that Hermione knew he must have been dying to know the answer all along. That you're alive? No, I haven't told them yet. Harry didn't comment, but silently fidgeted with his pouch. He pulled from within it the remains of his wand, which had been broken while he and Hermione escaped the trap Voldemort had laid for him in Godric's Hollow. He considered the pieces for a moment, and then carefully sat them side by side on the table. Hermione, could I borrow your wand? Well, yes, she said, handing it over. But we've tried this before, Harry, it doesn't work. That was before, he countered, smiling. Reparo, he shouted, and he flicked Hermione's wand at his own. A flash of brilliant white light filled the room and left behind a solid, seemingly perfect wand. In addition, Hermione noticed that several scratches had been erased from the table. Harry handed the borrowed wand back to its owner, who hesitantly lifted an arm to take it, and picked up his newly restored wand. Upon gripping it, a wide grin stretched across his face. It worked, he said. I can tell. How? Began Hermione, but then she shook her head. You've got to tell me how you can do these things, Harry. What I've seen you do, it shouldn't be possible. I will, he said, the smile fading from his face. But not tonight. It's, kind of, part of a bunch of other things that will take some time to explain. Well, Hermione sighed, her insatiable thirst for knowledge left unquenched. The important thing is that you're back, Harry. She was suddenly overcome with excitement. Just wait until the others find out. Oh, Harry, Ron and Ginny are going to. I don't think it's going to be that easy, Harry interrupted. I know, said Hermione. You can't just pop up. After the killings, everyone would probably try to blast you to bits before you could get a word in. I should go first. I can explain things. That's not it, Hermione. Well, not all of it. The Death Eaters knew that you were coming today, knew exactly how you planned to enter the grounds. I've been thinking this over since you left, and I can't come up with any answer but this: there must be a spy inside the Order. Hermione shuddered at the thought that anyone involved with the fight against Voldemort could have betrayed them, but she could not disagree with Harry's assessment. And if you know who got word that I was at the Burrow? But it's protected by a Fidelius charm. Still, I would be putting everyone in even worse danger. Then, what? You aren't thinking of staying here? Well, no, I haven't figured it out yet. The truth is, I need to know what's going on, what you know who is up to and where he might be, and the best source of that kind of information is the Order. Is there a place that's a bit more secure than here, somewhere I can have to myself? You could go back to the Burrow and keep me filled in, I mean, if you're willing. Of course I'll help, Harry, but I can't think of anywhere else. There are a few other secure locations, like Shell Cottage, but those are all in use. But maybe you can still go to the Burrow without anyone knowing that you are, well, you. The idea had popped into Hermione's head out of nowhere, and before Harry could ask, she answered. Polyjuice potion. I've been stockpiling it at my house for the Order. We could introduce you as, I don't know, a friend of mine, or something. Maybe I could get them to let you join up. Harry considered this for a moment, and then nodded his approval of the plan. Yeah, that might work. It'd be weird, I suppose. You know, being there with everyone at the Burrow, but not as myself. Well, we could tell everyone eventually, once we've uncovered the spy. And I'm sure that we could trust Ron and Ginny straight away, and probably Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and... No, I don't think so, Hermione. If we do this, I think we have to keep a tight lid on it. Not even Ron. Or Ginny. Harry, Just let me feel it out, okay? I mean, maybe the spy isn't really a spy, just someone that's been imperious, or something. It appeared to Hermione that something else about letting Ron and Ginny in on the secret bothered Harry, but she was willing to let it go for now. The important thing was that Harry was back, and in one form or another, he would be rejoining them. Okay, she compromised. We'll see how things go. But Harry, they took your death very hard. Ginny. Harry winced at the name, and held up a hand to stop Hermione from going any further. I know, he said. I'm not sure that you do. We will tell them, right? Just as soon as we can be sure it's safe. Harry folded his arms and seemed to stare through her for a moment, then gave a curt nod. Okay then, Hermione confirmed. I can go to my house and get the polyjuice. Stay, said Harry, his suddenly fearful voice giving Hermione pause. I mean, it's hard being alone, in this house. It's just so quiet here. Like the chamber. His wounded expression broke Hermione's heart. To have suffered through a year's imprisonment, all alone. Of course I'll stay, Harry. I was just about to say that I will get the potion from home tomorrow morning, and then we can find someone for you to disguise yourself as. This neighborhood is loaded with muggles, any one of them will probably do. Harry looked away with an embarrassed smile. Thanks, Hermione. It means a lot. In that moment, Harry looked absolutely exhausted. Come on, Hermione said, and she took Harry's hand and led him out of the kitchen. You're sleeping in a soft, warm bed tonight. They climbed the stairs and entered Harry's room, at which point Hermione guided him to sit on his bed. I'll make a place on the floor and sleep right next to you. No, you take the bed, Harry protested, and he pulled her down to sit next to him. I'll sleep on the floor. Harry Potter, said Hermione, adopting a tone of mock indignation, you are sleeping on this bed if I have to stun you. Harry scooted back to rest against the wall, yawned, and then grinned. You would, wouldn't you? She moved beside him, folded her arms, and smiled back as she looked him dead in the eyes. Try me. Yes ma'am, he replied, closing his eyes and still grinning. Wow, Hermione giggled. You've changed. Since when does Harry Potter do what I? But Hermione was cut off when Harry's head fell against her shoulder. He was fast asleep. She stared at him for several minutes, watching his breathing slow and become more even, and marveled at the unexpected turns her life had taken. In the past 2 days Hermione had returned to the magical world, reunited with Ron, nearly been killed by Voldemort himself, and miraculously gotten Harry back from the dead. And somehow, through it all, she had found herself again. Their lives, and the world, were still in terrible danger, and the following days were sure to present more challenges and tough choices. But for the moment, Hermione allowed herself to think only of the boy next to her, allowed herself, for the first time in over a year, to hope. Next, the Burrow plays host to a number of new arrivals, including a strange new friend of Hermione's. But with the Death Eaters becoming more aggressive, and at least one of Voldemort's informants believed to have infiltrated the Order of the Phoenix, will the Weasleys take a chance on the unknown boy? Coming soon, the 6th chapter in The World I Leave Behind, Introductions. I can't do this. This isn't right. You've brought this on yourself, mate. You would be willing to risk that? It moved me, what you said. He's made you cry again. Why can't I ever just tell you? This is a friend of mine. Ron had gotten out of bed that morning without a wake-up call for the first time in months. Groggier than usual due to the extra hours of sleep, he stumbled downstairs to take a hot shower and was only mildly more coherent when he returned to his room to get dressed. By the time he made his way to the kitchen it was 10 o'clock. The house appeared to be empty aside from his sister, who he found reading a book at the kitchen table with an empty glass placed in front of her. Ron noticed that she had foregone her usual worn-out jeans and t-shirt in favor of fashionable black shorts and a rather pretty, summery white top. Also, her hair was more carefully combed than usual, and the overall effect was quite nice. Ginny rarely put any effort into her appearance anymore, and Ron briefly wondered if he had failed to remember some special occasion. When he entered the room, she looked up at him and smiled. "Where's everyone at?" Ron mumbled. "Where's Mum?" "Good morning to you, too," replied Ginny, with a tone of mock indignation. "Sorry. Morning. Ginny grinned again and laid her book on the table. Mum is upstairs looking after Dad. He's a lot better this morning, but Madame Pomfrey wants him to stay off his feet for a day or two. She left to take Professor McGonagall over to Bill's. Percy's with George out back, who said he needed to work the kinks out, now that his bones have mended. Mind you, he'll need to down another bottle of Skele-Gro when Mum hears that he's out of bed before Pomfrey's cleared him. Ron pulled his usual chair out from the table and sat down. He had only half listened to Ginny's rundown of the morning's events while waiting for the one topic she hadn't addressed. "Where's Hermione?" Ginny's smile stayed in place, but she hesitated for a second as her eyes flicked to the clock on the wall. "She went to check on her parents. She'll be back by noon." "Oh. All right." Ron felt disappointment, quickly followed by anxiety. Nothing seemed especially wrong, but there was something forced about his sister's smile as she broke eye contact with him. Ron glanced at the clock. Noon was less than 2 hours away, and decided to ignore the uneasy feeling in his gut. He sighed and moved on to the next most important topic that came to mind. "Where's breakfast?" The strange tension that had risen was abruptly diffused, and Ginny chuckled. "Breakfast was hours ago, sleepyhead." Ron's worried expression made Ginny laugh again, even as she rolled her eyes. "Honestly," she said with a dramatic sigh, and then she stood and walked to the stove. With a few quick flicks of her wand, she put some strips of bacon into a pan and cracked several eggs. "Thanks, Ginny," Ron said, relieved. "You're a lifesaver." "God forbid that you should ever take responsibility for that monster you call a stomach," she chided, although she seemed amused. Ron grinned as Ginny continued to work at the stove, and let his gaze drift to the kitchen window. The sun was already high in the clear blue sky. A picture-perfect summer day appeared to be in order. It seemed an odd contrast to the terrible events of the previous day. Like waking up from a nightmare. The bacon began to hiss and pop, and soon delicious smells filled the room, causing Ron's monster to growl in anticipation. "Ron," Ginny said, breaking the dreamy daze he had begun to slip into. He looked to see that her attention was currently on turning the bacon. I was actually, well, waiting for you. I want to apologize for how I've acted these past few days. I know that I've been a bit mental. Even more than usual." Ginny added a short laugh, but Ron could hear the sadness hidden in her voice. "Don't worry about it," he replied, trying his best to sound indifferent. "It's been a crazy week. I even saw Dad go mental a few days ago." Ginny smiled again as she turned off the stove. She moved the contents of Ron's breakfast to a plate, added a fork, poured 2 glasses of juice, and brought it all to the table. Ron tucked in before Ginny had retaken her seat across from him. Ron beeped appreciatively between forkfuls of eggs. "Mum had better watch her back if you're going to cook like this." "It's just bacon and eggs, Ron," Ginny said dismissively, although the compliment seemed to please her. "You could make it, too, if you'd get off your lazy bum." "And deprive you of the chance to showcase such amazing talent? That'd just be wrong." Ginny rolled her eyes again as she lifted her new glass and took a drink. She placed it back on the table but continued to hold its base with both hands, as if she were examining it. She was quiet for a few moments, and when she spoke again, her eyes remained on the distraction in her fingers. "So, you and Hermione seem to be getting along well enough." Ron's jaw stopped in mid-chew. So far Ginny appeared to be in one of her better moods, but he sensed that he was entering dangerous territory. He flinched at the memory of her reaction to finding Hermione in his room 2 days ago, and took his time as he finished chewing his food, stalling while he grasped for a safe response. Ron finally swallowed and, out of time, settled for the best answer he'd come up with. "Yeah." Ginny took a moment and then looked up at him. Her eyebrows creased and her head tilted to the side in thought, letting thick strands of her long hair slip from her shoulder to the table. "Just like that, huh?" Ron looked at her apologetically, although he wasn't entirely sure why he felt compelled to act as if he had done something wrong. "I guess so." Ginny didn't press him further, but Ron knew that she deserved more of an answer. She had been there for him when Hermione went away, had put up with his moping and listened to him gush about thoughts and feelings he never would have imagined he'd share, and she had stuck with him ever since. "I mean," Ron expounded, "she really does seem to regret leaving, and she's been through a lot." His tone had become defensive, but Ginny's face remained calm. We haven't talked about things very much, but I think she feels the same way about me. But either way, I don't have much of a choice, do I? He sighed. I mean, it's Hermione. Ron said the last part a bit sheepishly, and ducked his head down to devour more bacon. He chanced a peek at his sister's face and was relieved to find a smile there. It seemed a little sad, Ron thought, but she definitely wasn't upset. I'm happy for you, Ron. Truly. If you're sure. I just worry about my big brother, you know. Ron felt a wave of gratitude and affection for his sister. Although he would have stayed with Hermione without Ginny's approval, it meant a lot that he didn't have to choose between them. Thanks, Ginny. I'm glad that she's back, too, said Ginny. It just, kind of, feels right, having her around. Like a part of life is back to normal. I know exactly what you mean, smiled Ron, taking the last bite of his breakfast. Having successfully navigated difficult waters, he leaned back in his chair and felt that it was safe to look at Ginny properly. His unusually good mood faltered a bit when he noticed the telltale darkening under her eyes. Have a rough night? Ginny shrugged. Nothing new. Is there anything I can? No, Ginny answered with an attempt at a reassuring smile. Thanks, but no. Ron kept his eyes on Ginny's as she turned her attention to taking another drink of juice. He felt a twinge of guilt as he realized that Hermione's return had left Ginny alone in a way. Ron and his sister had suffered through their heartaches together, and while the person he loved had come back, Ginny's never would. Ron couldn't think of any words to comfort her, but he was on the verge of speaking anyway when she cut him off. I forgot to mention that we're getting new arrivals today, she said, staring aimlessly into her glass. Since the Death Eaters somehow got wind of the plan to raid Hogwarts, the Order is cracking down on security. Only top members are allowed at Shell Cottage from now on. There's a big meeting there this afternoon. This after? Why didn't anybody tell me? Anger flared up within Ron. After all he had lost, after throwing himself into his training, the Order was going to cut him out. Hadn't he proven himself during the mission? Hadn't it been he that killed Nagini, finishing off the last of Voldemort's Horcruxes? I'm sure that Bill will tell us everything afterward, said Ginny in a reassuring voice. They're only including senior members. Nobody close to our age will be there. Bill probably just doesn't want to be seen playing favorites. Ron looked away and shook his head. As much as he didn't like the situation, he knew that Ginny was probably right. He took a deep breath and his temper cooled. Who's coming? He asked, in a forced effort to change the subject. Mostly people that we don't really know, I think. Well, other than Seamus and Dean. Ron perked up at the last name, and Ginny rolled her eyes at his reaction. Don't start, she warned. Don't start what? About Dean. Well, why not? Ron pressed. Ginny wasn't smiling anymore. You used to fancy him, right? I mean, of course you did. You went out. And broke up, Ginny added, coolly. Yeah, well, Dean was all right though, wasn't he? And you said that the last time you went to Shell Cottage, you saw him there, you said? That he told me he regretted splitting up. I remember, Ron. I wish I hadn't told you. Look, I don't mean to go on and on about it, but think about it, Ginny. He's not a bad bloke. It might not be a bad idea to, you know, get on with things. Ginny's glare sent Ron backpedaling. That didn't come out right, he said, holding up his hands in gesture of peace. What I meant to say was. Since when do you play matchmaker for your little sister? Ginny interrupted. You weren't exactly thrilled when I dated Dean the first time. Well, maybe I've grown up a bit. I just want what's best for you, Ginny, and a little change. Any kind of change could be a good thing. I mean, you've spent a year just keeping to yourself and being miserable, and I hate seeing you like that. Ginny said nothing, but sat calmly with an unfathomable look in her eyes. Ron had begun to brace for a row, but the unexpected silence made him lose his nerve. She was either deciding the perfect curses and swear words to use on him, or he had somehow hurt her. Ron shuddered at either possibility. I'm sorry, he said. Just forget it. I'll keep my stupid mouth shut from now on. Ginny stared at Ron for a moment longer, then sighed and looked away. She idly lifted her glass halfway to her mouth before realizing that it was empty, and then returned it to the table. She stood up, walked around to stand behind Ron's chair, and bent over to hug his neck. Don't worry about me, okay? She said softly beside his ear. You're getting what we both wanted, a second chance. Make the most of it. I'll be rooting for you. She gave Ron a quick peck on the cheek and then walked out of the room. Her self-sacrificing kindness just made Ron feel worse. He felt like he was letting his sister down, although he couldn't put his finger on exactly how. Was he meddling too much or not getting involved enough? It could be so hard to tell with Ginny, who usually suffered in silence so that she wouldn't worry the family, especially their mother. Everyone could tell that she still wasn't okay, but they had no idea just how deeply she was in pain. While Ron and Ginny had leaned on each other for support during the past year, Ginny had, on a few occasions, let her mask slip fully and given Ron a glimpse at just how much she was hurting. It stung Ron to remember those times. Ginny only lost control in front of others when Harry was involved, which had been the case the day before when they learned of the murders the Death Eaters had committed in Harry's name. Ron knew that Ginny's reaction had severely shaken their mum. Ron's troubled thoughts left him with an even stronger need to see Hermione. The clock showed that it was only 10:15. Despite his late rise, Ron felt that it was going to be a very long morning. Ron had been right. The following hour and a half felt like an entire day as time dragged slowly by. Waiting for Hermione left him too distracted to give his daily training exercises a proper effort, so he skipped everything but his usual laps around the burrow's protected areas. He pushed himself to run harder and longer than usual in an effort to burn away more time. Afterward, he was sore enough, and sweaty enough, to need a second hot shower. He took his time soaking in the water and then getting dressed again, but he was still left with half an hour to kill before noon. As he descended the stairs, Ron heard his mother's excited voice coming from the sitting room. "Ooh, it's lovely, Dean, Ginny, put it on, I'm dying to see how it looks on you." Ron winced. This couldn't be good. Allow me, Ginny, came Dean's voice, which sounded a little uneasy. Ron could easily picture his sister's face, burning red with embarrassment, anger, or both, as her unwanted suitor helped her with whatever gift he'd brought. Ron took a deep breath, went down the last few steps, and continued on to the source of the commotion. As he entered the room, Ron was surprised to find it full of people. Ginny sat rigidly in a chair at the center of the room, holding her hair to the side as Dean nervously tried to clasp a thin, silver chain around her neck, upon which dangled a small, clear, heart-shaped stone. It was humble, but pretty. Ron's mum stood a few feet away with clasped hands raised to her chest, beaming at the couple. His dad sat in an armchair next to her. He looked weak, but Ron was relieved to see him out of bed. Percy and George were also there, along with a few faces Ron didn't recognize that he took to be the other visitors Ginny had mentioned at breakfast. Seamus stood behind Dean with a broad grin directed at his best friend. Ron thought that he might find the scene of Dean anxiously fumbling with the necklace a bit funny, too, if he didn't know how difficult it must be for Ginny. Her face was flushed as Ron had expected, and she wore the worst imitation of a smile that he had ever seen her attempt. Her eyes flickered to his immediately, and her eyebrows raised a fraction of an inch. Ron doubted that anyone else had noticed the change, but he could read the panic in her eyes. "There, that's finally got it," said Dean. He looked somewhat relieved as he straightened up, and Ginny let her long hair fall down her back. Thank you, Dean," Ginny said hesitantly as she fingered the stone that now hung from her neck. "It's gorgeous," gushed Mrs. Weasley. "It sets your hair off perfectly, Ginny." "That was very thoughtful of you, Dean," added Mr. Weasley, who wore a tired, but genuine, smile. George gave an impressed whistle, slapped Dean on the shoulder and said, "Nice one, mate." Percy smiled and added an approving nod. Despite everyone's overly enthusiastic reactions, Dean appeared to be nearly as uncomfortable in the spotlight as Ginny. He stood awkwardly at her side and cast his eyes about the room, looking everywhere but at her. Ron figured that anyone would have a tough time making a move like that with so many people watching, and that Dean couldn't have forgotten the entirely opposite reaction he had received from Ginny's brothers when he first dated their sister. Ginny looked back at Ron, and her pleasant facade cracked a bit further. Her eyes, now clearly mismatched with her frozen smile, quietly screamed, "Help me." "Dean," Ron called, without knowing what his next words would be. He crossed the room to shake his old dorm mate's hand, and Dean seemed thankful for the interruption. "How've you been, mate?" Ron said excitedly. I haven't seen you in ages. Hey, Seamus. Ron moved to greet his other old friend as well, and in doing so, positioned himself in such a way that Dean had to turn his back on Ginny to follow him. Good to see you too, Ron, Dean replied warmly. It's been ages since you came by our place, I mean, your brother's place. Sorry, but I've been stuck at Shell Cottage for so long that I tend to think of it as home now. It's been driving us both bloody crazy, added Seamus, who also shook Ron's hand. No offense to Bill. He and Fleur go out of their way to make everyone feel welcome, but I can't tell you how glad we are to be out of there. I know what you mean, said Ron. This place might look good now, Ron gestured around the room, but give it a while and you'll be just as sick of it. Out of the corner of his eye, Ron saw Ginny quietly stand from her chair and quickly exit the room. A few pairs of eyes followed her and Ron's mother reached for her as she passed, but no sound gave away her escape to Ron's former classmates. The very next moment, however, Dean glanced back at where Ginny had sat to find an empty chair. He quickly scanned the rest of the room, in which the gathered Weasleys and their guests were beginning to converse amongst themselves. Dean's shoulders slumped, and he let out a long sigh as he turned back to face Seamus. I told you it was too soon, Dean accused in a low voice. What? Asked Seamus, who then repeated Dean's look around the room. Oh. I'm sure that she'll be back in just a bit, Ron said in an attempt to smooth over Ginny's departure. She probably just had to, Did you see it? Dean whispered to Seamus, ignoring Ron. He glanced around to make sure that everyone else had stopped paying attention to him. It didn't glow at all. Not one little bit. Well, shrugged Seamus, whose mischievous smirk had disappeared. It probably doesn't even work. You know how those kinds of things don't always act like they're supposed to. And this one wasn't exactly new. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.